Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Met Konoha's Darkest Prodigy. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Naku considered himself an elite ninja. He often found himself in conflict with Uchiha Sasuke, who had a reputation for being arrogant. Their teacher, Irika, intervened when the tension escalated, instructing them to take their seats. Naku thought about how dull the day would be. If only he could create a shadow clone to attend the academy in his place and avoid dealing with Sasuke. Unfortunately, he lacked the chakra to do so. Despite his challenges, Naku felt grateful to be in this world. He had reincarnated here after a mysterious darkness enveloped him one day, and he awoke in the body of a baby. His new mother was Kusi Asahi, and his father was Shin Asahi. He was born on the day of the Kyuubi attack, which tragically led to the loss of his parents. Afterward, he was taken to an orphanage, which he later discovered was run by the Senju clan. To his surprise, the Senju were not extinct. The current leader was Nawaki Senju, as Tsunade had declined the leadership in favor of her brother. Naku also learned that the fourth Hokage was Minato, who was alive and had two children, Naruto and Menma Uzumaki Namikaze. On the day of the Kyuubi attack, Minato had managed to seal the beast in a way that spared his wife from harm. Naku spent 6 years in the orphanage, where he was treated well, though he never made friends. His life took a turn for the worse when he entered the ninja academy. Rumors about his parents being from a village destroyed in the Third Shinobi War made him a target for disdain. The villagers of Konoha viewed him with suspicion, as his parents' village had been allied with the Cloud, leading to prejudice against him. Despite the difficulties, Naku had never faced physical violence from the villagers. They simply avoided him and kept their children away. His first week of class involved learning Konoha's history, which mirrored the canon. They discussed the most important clans, including the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki, the latter of which was not entirely extinct. When Minato became Hokage, he sought out the remaining Uzumaki and brought them to Konoha, where there were now around 50 members, led by Kushina Uzumaki. Minato held the position of Hokage, followed by Nawaki Senju as the shinobi commander. The Umbu commander's name was not disclosed, but his code name was Dragon. Below them were the clan council and the commanders of Jonin, Chunin, and Genin. In the canon, Minato died sealing the Kyuubi, leaving his governance unknown. However, in this timeline, he was alive and regarded as the best Hokage for significantly reducing civilian influence in village matters. He dismantled Root, ensuring that Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu lost their positions and respect in Konoha. Minato also established a new elite group similar to the Umbu, called Kurwasuki, which only answered to him. Naku trained diligently from the age of 4 in various jutsu, including Genjutsu, Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, and Fuinjutsu. However, his progress was slow due to the limited resources in the academy's library. He discovered that he was attuned to 3 chakra elements: water, lightning, and earth. This realization brought him joy, and he focused on improving his control over these elements. Naku found himself in the same classroom as the heirs of various clans, including a stronger Naruto who could perform shadow clones, a less timid Hinata, and an arrogant Menma. Satsuki Uchiha, Sasuke's twin sister, was also there, known for her own arrogance and rumored engagement to Naruto. Additionally, there was Shin, the son of Tsunade and Jiraiya, and Tobirama, the son of Nawaki and Shana Senju. In the academy, the clan heirs tended to stick together, with Sakura included due to her friendship with Ino. As class ended, Irika reminded Naku to pay attention, noticing he was distracted. Naku pointed to the clock, indicating it was time to leave. The students gathered their things and headed out, where their parents awaited them. Later that afternoon, Naku trained his taijutsu in an abandoned training field, practicing on a tree trunk. He didn't have a personal style yet, so he relied on the techniques taught at the academy. The training field he used was designated as number. The training field was often empty since it was a bit far from the village, making it an ideal spot for Naku to practice. There were a few trees for him to train on, and a small river nearby where he could practice his water element techniques, as well as chakra exercises like walking on trees and water. Naku reflected on how, in a week, the combat trials would begin, and he anticipated that the Uchiha would challenge him. Defeating that Uchiha would likely be easy, as he had been challenged since they entered the academy. Initially, it had been tough to win, but after training more, he managed to defeat him several times. However, no one besides the Uchiha knew about these victories. If he were to win in the academy, the Uchiha clan would find out, and given their pride, they would not take it well if their heir lost to a civilian. He realized he might need to graduate early, so he planned to present his request to the director the next day. In the academy, he didn't talk much with anyone except for Naruto and occasionally Hinata, who would join their conversations. Through them, he learned that Hinata's mother was alive and named Hana Hyuga, and that Kakashi was dating Rin while Obito was with Shina Senju. He wondered if those two couples would stay together as in the original story. As night fell, Naku returned to his apartment, made dinner, and went to sleep. The next day, the academy director asked him if he wanted to take the graduation exam. Naku expressed his determination to graduate, and the director informed him that he would need to fill out a document and take it to the Hokage for approval. Naku took the form, left the room, and began filling it out in his classroom. Once finished, he stored it away. In the afternoon, he headed to the Hokage tower to submit his document. He asked the secretary if the Hokage was available, and she confirmed he was. Naku stated his intention to present his graduation exam request. Minato, the Hokage, appeared behind him, acknowledging Naku's request. After confirming that Naku had the director's approval, he took the document to review it. Afterward, Naku returned to his training field to continue practicing. He focused on mastering the technique of walking on water, having recently succeeded in walking on trees. The following day, the director summoned Naku to inform him that the Hokage had approved his graduation request, and he would take the exam in a week. Naku expressed his gratitude and assured the director he would be ready. During the week, Naku dedicated himself to training chakra control, shuriken and kunai throwing, and studying history, geography, and mathematics. After the director provided him with a sheet outlining the rules and tests for the exam, Naku learned that it would consist of 3 parts: a written test on Konoha's history, geography, and mathematics, performing the 3 basic jutsus of the academy, and a practical test involving shuriken and kunai throwing. The exam was not too difficult, but one rule required him to score above 80% on each part. Determined, Naku intensified his studies and practice. On the day of the graduation exam, training matches were also scheduled at the academy. Sasuke taunted Naku, claiming he would defeat him, but Naruto urged him to stop. Naku greeted Naruto and Hinata, who was standing behind him. Hinata asked how his training with his father was going, and Naruto mentioned it was a bit exhausting but fine. He shared that his father trained him, his brother Menma, and their younger sister Mido, who had just entered the academy. Naku revealed he would be taking the graduation exam that day, surprising both Naruto and Hinata. Naruto recalled hearing that someone from the academy would graduate early but hadn't expected it to be Naku. Naku noted that if the Uchiha clan discovered he had humiliated their heir, it would create problems. Naruto agreed, and they discussed the timing of the exam. Shikamaru, with his usual laid-back demeanor, acknowledged Naku's situation and agreed that graduating early was a good idea. Hinata speculated about who would win the practice matches, suggesting it would likely be either her or Satsuki among the girls, and Sasuke, Naruto, or Menma among the boys. As Irika entered the classroom, he instructed everyone to take their seats. He called for Naku to go to room. Naku thanked Naruto for the encouragement and made his way to the designated room. Upon entering, he found 3 academy teachers, including the director and Hokage Minato. The director informed Naku that they would conduct his graduation test, starting with a written exam. Naku took a seat and began answering the questions, which would last for 2 hours and consisted of 100 questions, each worth 1 point, with a minimum passing score of 60 points. After an hour, Naku completed his test. Naku handed her paper to the director after it was reviewed, and he informed her that she had scored 96 points. The director then explained that her next test would be to perform the 3 academy jutsus. Naku began the jutsus, first substituting herself with a chair, then transforming into Haruka, and finally creating 5 shadow clones. The director praised her performance and stated that her final test would involve throwing kunai and shuriken. They moved to one of the academy's training yards, where Naku was given 10 shuriken and kunai. She successfully hit all 10 targets with perfect accuracy. Having passed all her exams, the director congratulated her, noting that it had been a long time since they had a graduate as young as her. He presented her with a black headband from Konoha and instructed her to come to his office the next day to be assigned to a team. Naku acknowledged the Hokage's request and left the academy for her apartment. The following day, Naku woke up early and headed to the Hokage Tower to find out which team she would join. Upon arrival, she asked the secretary if the Hokage was available, and she was allowed to enter. Naku greeted the Hokage, who welcomed her and confirmed that she was there to be assigned to a team. Minato explained that since she had graduated early and the newly graduated students already had teams, she would be placed in reserve. This meant she could take on simple D-rank missions to support herself and occasionally assist another team. Eager to start, Naku asked if she could take on a mission that day. Minato handed her a scroll with the details. The mission was straightforward. She needed to help an elderly woman carry her groceries. After completing the task, Naku spent her mornings on missions and her afternoons training in the field. She also began visiting the ninja library, which had 3 floors, the first for genin, the second for chunin, and the third for jonin. Access to the higher floors required identification that indicated one's rank. Naku could only enter the genin floor, which contained basic concepts of each shinobi art, as well as D and C rank techniques. Naku purchased books on chakra, medical ninjutsu, basic genjutsu, and kenjutsu. The chakra book confirmed much of what she already knew and revealed that developing elements not inherent to her would require more chakra. Realizing this, Naku decided not to pursue any other elements, as her chakra reserves were limited. From then on, she focused on training in all areas that could benefit her and even bought a training sword, though it was of modest quality. 3 months later, Naku successfully completed the lightning chakra exercises outlined in her book. The most challenging tasks were crumpling a piece of paper with her chakra and breaking a stone with her lightning chakra. One day, Minato informed her that she would be assisting a team. He provided her with a scroll containing the mission's details. To her surprise, the mission was a C-rank task that involved guarding the library staff and ensuring that all old books were burned as part of a renewal process. Upon meeting her team, Naku introduced herself to the members: Toru Sarutobi, a standard jonin; Shin Kato, a 12-year-old boy with blue hair; Kin Sarutobi, another boy with brown hair; and Sarah Onodera, a girl with black hair. After introductions, they proceeded to the library to begin their mission. While guarding the stacked books in the backyard, Shin expressed his boredom, questioning why they were tasked with watching books that would soon be burned. Sarah speculated that it was to prevent theft, and Kin suggested they visit the library store since their sensei was busy organizing new books. Naku agreed to cover for them while they left. As soon as they were gone, she started reading the interesting books. Inspired, she took out a storage scroll and began to store all the books she found useful. When her teammates returned with juice for her, Naku thanked them and enjoyed the drink. Shortly after, Toru arrived, announcing that they had finished with the new books and were ready to burn the old ones. He demonstrated the technique by creating a large fireball that ignited the pile of books. Once the books were burned, they cleaned up the ashes and disposed of them. Toru declared that they should report back to the Hokage about their mission. Afterward, they received their payment and went home. Upon returning to her apartment, Naku opened her storage scroll and counted her new books, totaling 30. Among them were 3 medical ninjutsu books, 3 sealing technique books of varying levels, 3 taijutsu books, 2 kenjutsu books, 9 genjutsu books, and the rest were elemental and non-elemental ninjutsu. Naku pondered where to place her new collection in her small apartment, which consisted of a kitchen with a central dining table, a small refrigerator, a bathroom, and a bedroom. After some thought, she decided to store some of the books in her bedroom. Over the following months, Naku diligently trained with her new books, making significant progress throughout the year. Naku had finished mastering all the jutsus from the ninjutsu and genjutsu books, as well as completing 2 medical ninjutsu books and 1 on sealing techniques. The sealing techniques had proven to be quite challenging. He had also learned the katas from 3 taijutsu books and was now eager to create his own taijutsu style by combining the 3. In kenjutsu, he had only learned 1 style. During this time, he had undertaken only D-rank missions and a few C-rank missions, which were not particularly difficult and were close to Konoha. In total, Naku had completed 600 D-rank missions and 60 C-rank missions. He had also mastered his 3 elements at a medium level. Today, Naku was going to see the Hokage to ask if he could take the Chunin exam. He approached the secretary and inquired if the Hokage was available. The secretary asked what he needed, and Naku expressed his desire to participate in the Chunin exam. The secretary was surprised, noting his young age. She went to consult with the Hokage and soon returned, indicating that he could enter. Minato welcomed Naku and asked why he was there. Naku explained that he wanted to see if he could enter the upcoming Chunin exam in a month. Minato informed him that he didn't have a team, so he couldn't participate, as all teams were already full. Naku nodded, understanding. Minato then mentioned that the next exam would be in 7 months and offered to place him in a team that needed a member. Naku eagerly accepted the offer. After leaving the Hokage Tower, Naku found himself in training field number 36, contemplating what to do since he wouldn't be able to take the exam this time. He decided to train his water element, as he had focused more on his lightning element lately, neglecting the other 2. While walking down the street, Naruto spotted Naku and called out to him. Naku greeted Naruto, who mentioned that he had sent a clone to the academy. When Naruto suggested they go eat ramen, Naku agreed, and they headed to Ichiraka Ramen. Naku noticed the empty bowls and asked if Naruto really liked ramen. Naruto enthusiastically confirmed it. They then discussed the academy, with Naruto saying it was the same as always. Naku, curious about the rumors, asked if it was true that Naruto was engaged to Satsuki. Naruto was surprised by the question but confirmed the engagement, explaining that their parents had arranged it to strengthen their clan's relationship. However, he expressed doubt about the commitment lasting, feeling overshadowed by his brother's strength. Naku reassured Naruto that they were not on the same level, but Naruto revealed that Menma had awakened his bloodline limit. Naku then asked how Naruto felt about the marriage contract, to which Naruto blushed and admitted he didn't know. Naku offered to help him improve his chakra control, explaining that good control was essential for learning ninjutsu. Naruto agreed, excited to start training. After paying, Naku led Naruto back to training field. He asked if Naruto knew how to create shadow clones, and Naruto confirmed that his mother had taught him to practice kenjutsu. Naku instructed him to create 10 clones. Once Naruto completed the task, Naku had him and his clones perform a chakra exercise involving spinning a leaf in their hands. Despite their efforts, they struggled. Feeling tired, Naruto suggested they stop for the day as it was getting dark. Naku instructed him to dismiss his clones, and as the memories flooded back, Naruto managed to move the leaf but lost control, sending it flying from his palm. Naku noted that he still needed more practice. From that day on, Naruto trained with Naku almost every day after the academy. After 6 months of training together, Naruto's chakra control had improved significantly, and they had become good friends. Naruto shared how Minato had sealed the 9 tails within him, explaining that Kushina had become a pseudo-Jinchuriki, sealing 25% of the 9 tails' soul to ensure she could survive. Menma had received 3 tails of chakra, while Naruto had 75% of the 9 tails' soul sealed within him. One day, Naruto arrived at the training field looking happy. Naku noticed his cheerful demeanor and asked what was going on. Naruto excitedly shared that his father had promised to teach him the Rasengan if he continued to improve. Naku pointed out that it was Minato's signature jutsu. Naruto began to explain how it was created and how it worked, although Naku was already familiar with the details from his previous life. After Naruto finished, he asked Naku what the Hokage had said about the Chunin exam. Naku explained that Minato had told him he couldn't participate this time due to a recent altercation with the Cloud Village, as the exam would be held there. Naruto lamented the bad luck, and Naku mentioned he would aim for the next exam in the rock village. Naruto proudly announced that he had mastered walking on trees and asked what he should learn next. Naku instructed him to walk on water, demonstrating the technique. As Naruto attempted it, he struggled but was determined to succeed. After explaining how to perform the technique, Naku moved to train on the other side of the field. He thought it would be beneficial to learn the Rasengan while also creating his own variant of the Chidori. 3 months later, Naku successfully developed his own lightning jutsu, similar to the Chidori but without any sound. He achieved this by making the chakra flow inward like the Rasengan instead of outward, allowing him to use it without obstructing his vision. Naku had developed a new technique that was even stronger than the Chidori, which he named Denki. He also learned the Rasengan, though it wasn't very powerful. Naruto called out to Naku, who came running. Naruto excitedly pointed out that he and all his clones were standing on water while carrying stones on their backs. Naku congratulated Naruto on finally managing to walk on water with weight. Naruto confirmed his achievement, and Naku noted that his father had already taught him the Rasengan. Confused, Naruto asked why he hadn't learned it yet. In response, Naku began to form a small Rasengan in his right hand, impressing Naruto. Naku explained that he had recreated it using the technique Naruto had shared with him, earning Naruto's praise for his genius. Naku then offered to teach Naruto the technique but insisted he keep it a secret. Eagerly, Naruto agreed. Naku instructed Naruto to perform an exercise involving colorful chakra ball, which he separated by color. After a week, Naruto successfully completed the exercise, allowing Naku to teach him the next step, bursting a water balloon using chakra. With only a month left before the Chunin exams, Naku visited the Hokage Tower to meet with Minato. After being admitted, Naku greeted Minato, who informed him that he was about to call for him. Minato handed Naku a sheet of paper, which he read with excitement, learning that the names listed would be his teammates for the exam. Minato directed him to meet them at training field number. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Naku sought out his team. Toru greeted him, and Naku explained that they would be participating in the exam together, as they had previously worked on a mission in the library. Toru expressed enthusiasm, while Sarah noted that they were missing one member since Shin had graduated a year ago. They then planned their training for the month, contrasting their mission experiences. Naku felt a twinge of unfairness as he listened to Toru's team discuss their higher-ranked missions, but he was also pleased that they had developed a good relationship since their library mission. Later, Naku returned to his training field, where Naruto had finally completed the exercise. Naku congratulated him, and Naruto expressed his joy at the achievement. Naku informed Naruto that he would be busy training with his team for the Chunin exams and could not assist him for the month. Naruto congratulated Naku on forming a team. Throughout the month, Naku grew closer to Sarah and Kin, and they became friends. Tora trained them in teamwork, and Naku learned the lightning cloak technique, which was based on the Raikage's lightning armor but was weaker and only provided speed. Konoha would send 8 teams this year, and along with the teams and their senseis, there was a representative from Konoha, Shursui Uchiha. Shursui reminded the genin that the difference between a genin and a chunin was significant, and that many participants would already be at the chunin level. He advised them to analyze their opponents carefully. After a while, they arrived at the hidden village in the rocks, where a guard greeted them. Shursui announced their purpose for attending the chunin exams. Suddenly, 2 ANBU from the rock appeared, confirming Shursui's identity and instructing the rest to follow his partner to their accommodations. ANBU guided them to the hotel where all the participating genin were staying. Upon entering the hotel, each team received a room. Shursui instructed them to fill out forms for the exam, which required their names and villages, along with a disclaimer stating that the rock would not be responsible for any injuries or fatalities during the exam. After completing the forms, they submitted them to Shursui, who informed them that the exam would take place in 2 days and that they should rest, as he would explain the exam details the following day. The next day, they gathered in one of the hotel rooms, and Shursui explained that the exam would consist of 2 parts, a written test and a second part that had not yet been revealed, but he suspected it would involve combat or survival. He emphasized the importance of withdrawing if they were in danger, as it was better to live and fight another day than to risk their lives unnecessarily. As the first part of the exam began, they entered a large hall filled with participants. Naku noticed around 16 teams from the mist, 19 from the cloud, 15 from the sand, and 17 from the rock, along with 9 to 10 teams from smaller villages, totaling 600 participants. Among the sand teams was Kankuro, Gaara's brother, which surprised Naku since Kankuro usually teamed up with his siblings in the original story. The instructor entered the hall, commanding silence, and explained the rules of the exam. Participants were prohibited from copying answers, with disqualification as the penalty for those caught. A genin from the sand pointed out that if one member was disqualified, the entire team would be as well. Meanwhile, the ANBU from the rock distributed the exam papers. Around the hall, several umbu positioned themselves to watch over the participants. The instructor explained the rules, stating that if anyone was disqualified, it would affect the entire team. He emphasized that to pass the exam, they needed to solve more than 70% of the questions, otherwise, they would be disqualified. The test would last 3 hours, and upon hearing the signal to begin, the participants started working on the exam. Naku was surprised by the exam's difficulty, initially thinking it would be similar to the copying test Naruto and his friends faced in the canon. However, this was not the case. After an hour, 2 teams were eliminated. Over the month, Naku developed a strong friendship with Sarah and Kin, and they began to consider each other friends. Tora trained them in teamwork, and Naku learned the lightning mantle technique, which was based on the Raikage's lightning armor but was weaker and only provided speed. The technique involved covering the entire body with a thin layer of chakra. Konoha would send 8 teams this year, and along with the teams and their senseis, there was a representative from Konoha. This time, Shursui Uchiha was the representative. Shursui reminded the genin that the difference between a genin and a chunin was significant, and that many participants would already have chunin-level skills. He advised them not to rush and to analyze their opponents. Sir asked how much longer it would take to arrive, to which Tora replied that they would arrive soon. After a while, they reached the hidden village among the rocks, where a guard stood at the entrance. Shursui announced their purpose for attending the chunin exams. Suddenly, 2 umbu from the rock appeared, confirming Shursui's identity as the representative. They instructed him to follow, while the rest of the group was guided by another umbu to their accommodations. The umbu led them to the hotel area, where it seemed all participating genin were staying. Upon entering the hotel, each team was assigned a room. Shursui informed them that they needed to fill out forms for the exam. Everyone took a paper and began to fill it out, which required their names and the villages they came from, along with a disclaimer stating that the rock would not be responsible for any fatalities during the exam. After completing the forms, they handed them to Shursui, who told them the exam would take place in 2 days and that they should rest today. He promised to explain the exam format the following day. The next day, they gathered in one of the hotel rooms, and Shursui began to explain the exam structure for this year. It would consist of 2 parts, a written test and a second part that had not been revealed yet, though he suspected it would involve combat or survival. He cautioned them that if they were close to being defeated, they should withdraw. It was better to live and fight another day than to risk their lives. Although not much was known about him in the canon, he appeared to be kind and concerned for the well-being of others. As the first part of the exam was written, they were ushered into a massive room that could accommodate all participants. Naku noticed around 6 teams from the mist, 9 from the cloud, 5 from the sand, and 7 from the rock, along with 2 to 3 teams from smaller villages, totaling 120 participants. Among the sand team was Kankuro, Gaara's brother, which surprised Naku since Kankuro typically teamed up with his siblings in the canon. The instructor entered the room and called for silence, which the students quickly obeyed. He outlined the exam rules, stating that copying from another participant would lead to disqualification for the entire team. As the rock ninjas distributed the exams, several umbu positioned themselves around the hall to monitor the participants. The instructor reiterated that to pass, they needed to solve more than 70% of the exam, and the test would last 3 hours. As soon as the exam began, the participants started working diligently. Naku found the exam manageable, realizing it was not as difficult as he had feared. After an hour, 2 teams were eliminated, and Naku thought that if they couldn't handle such a simple exam, they were not ready to be Chunin. After those 2 teams, no one else was eliminated, and after 2 hours, the exam concluded. The instructor announced that time was up, and the surrounding ninjas collected the exams. He informed them that the results would be posted in the afternoon. Eager to see the results, Sarah rushed to check, exclaiming that they had passed. Sarah scored 85 out of 100, Kin received 80, and Naku achieved a perfect score of. Naku noted that everyone had passed except for the 2 teams that had been eliminated during the exam. He then noticed the bracelets his teammates wore and inquired about them. Kin, blushing, explained that they were matching bracelets. Naku teased them about their relationship, and both Sarah and Kin blushed in response. The instructor announced that the second part of the exam would begin the next day, and the representatives from each village were already aware of the rules. A genin from the Uchiha clan asked Shursui about the second part of the exam. Shursui explained that it would be a survival test, where they would be taken to a forest and given a ribbon worth 10 points. Only those with the highest points would pass. Sarah remarked that the scoring would be individual, to which Shursui confirmed, adding that they would need to work as a team to make it easier and that extra points would be awarded for teamwork. The strategy they used to remove the ribbons from other participants would earn the highest score of 10 extra points, and the test would last for 5 days, Shursui explained. Everyone felt the weight of the challenge and began to prepare the necessary items for the third exam. The instructor for the second part announced that the rules had already been explained by their representatives, and it was time to start the next phase of the Chunin exams. In front of an entrance to a mountainous forest, all the participants gathered. The instructor shouted for them to begin, and all the teams ventured into the mountains. After a couple of hours, a voice echoed through the air, announcing Ryan from Amigacure had earned 20 points and 5 extra for removing another participant's ribbon, located near the southern waterfall. Kin noted that Shursui hadn't mentioned this detail, and Sarah remarked that he probably wasn't aware of it either. Naku expressed concern that this part of the exam would be more challenging than they had anticipated. 2 days had passed, and Sarah, Kin, and Naku each had 35 points. As before, the voice announced each time someone successfully stole a ribbon. Sarah admitted she was tired, and Naku urged her not to lose focus, especially since they had just stolen a ribbon from another participant. The voice then reported that Sean from Moyagakure had gained 10 points plus an additional 10 for defeating and stealing the ribbon from his opponent. Kin was surprised to learn that the way to earn the extra points was by defeating the rival. Naku agreed, suggesting they take a break. They stopped to rest, and Naku kept watch since they were in an open area. Just as Sarah began to suggest a new strategy, she suddenly fell silent. Naku felt something splash on his face and turned to see blood. Kin screamed in horror as he witnessed Sarah's head being severed by a sword infused with lightning chakra. The voice announced that Drix from Kumogakure had earned 10 points plus 10 extra for his actions. Drix taunted Kin, who was filled with rage and charged at him, attacking with his kunai, but Drix was too fast to be touched. Drix unleashed an electric attack, aiming to eliminate Kin, but Naku intervened with an earth technique that created a wall, saving Kin. Grateful, Kin prepared to fight alongside Naku against Drix, who had drawn his sword. After a fierce exchange, an electric flame appeared beside Naku, who barely managed to evade it. A girl with dark skin and the emblem of the Cloud Village appeared, along with another young man with pale skin. They declared their intent to help, and Drix ordered them to finish the fight quickly. Naku and Drix unleashed their respective techniques, resulting in a massive explosion. Naku realized the situation was becoming increasingly difficult. He found himself in a river, but it was not water, it was blood, a genjutsu. He spotted red eyes with slit pupils and recognized them as belonging to the Chinoite clan. Naku managed to break free from the genjutsu just in time to avoid being struck by Drix's sword. Drix complimented Naku's skills but noted that Kin was in dire condition, severely injured and barely able to stand. Naku thought they needed to escape and activated his chakra cloak. The clash of swords echoed as he fought Drix. After a prolonged battle, Naku managed to flee with Kin, while Drix ordered his team not to pursue them, knowing other participants would soon arrive. Drix reflected on how these exams were becoming increasingly troublesome yet exciting for him, as he was not originally from this world but had been reincarnated 12 years prior. He was born in the Cloud Village, part of the Arashir clan, known for their storm lineage. Learning about his heritage thrilled him, especially since the fifth Reikage, Darui, was also from his clan. Drix had white hair and dark skin. At 2 years old, he learned about the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha and Minato's heroic actions, which inspired him to face Minato one day. At 5, he entered the Ninja Academy, excelling in his class and making friends, including Ken from the Chinoite clan and Suki, who wielded electric flames. They trained hard and became known as the best in the academy. At 10, the Reikage challenged him to a fight, where Drix realized the vast difference in their power, though he managed to hold his own thanks to his storm armor. After graduating, they trained on Turtle Island, where he met B, the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, and Yujito, the Jinchuriki of the 2 Tails. The Reikage wanted them to form the Silver and Gold Brothers squad. Drix developed a close friendship with Yujito, who eventually became his girlfriend, even though she was 6 years older than him. At 12, he decided it was time to take the Chunin exam and came to the arena to compete. Kin, grieving for Sarah, cried out in anguish, while Naku urged him to calm down and find a safe place to hide. As they ran, Kin noticed a layer of sand approaching them. Naku quickly pushed Kin aside to avoid being engulfed. He wondered who else could manipulate sand besides Gaara. Kankuro, the sand manipulator, acknowledged their quick reflexes for evading his attack. Naku was taken aback, realizing the gravity of their situation. Kankuro, like Gaara, had the ability to control sand. As he prepared his technique, he unleashed a sand shuriken. Kin, determined to attack Gaara, called forth a massive fireball. Naku warned Kin about the danger of Gaara's sand, but it was too late. Kankuro's sand ensnared Kin, wrapping him tightly. Kin cried out in distress as Kankuro executed his next move, a sand coffin. Naku, sensing the urgency, summoned a wave of water from the moisture in the area, crashing it against Kankuro's sand. Concerned for Kin, Naku asked if he was all right. Kin, blood trickling from his mouth and his body battered, responded that he believed he would be fine. Kankuro, noting the wetness of his sand, prepared to retaliate with a lightning technique. Naku countered with spikes of earth, causing a cloud of dust to rise as their techniques collided, allowing Naku to escape. Kankuro reflected on the situation, realizing that Kin was skilled and knowledgeable about his sand. He felt the need to find his team and wondered where they might be. As Kankuro began to walk, memories flooded back to him. 13 years ago, he had been reborn as Kankuro in the world of Naruto, in the village of the sand. A year later, Temari was born, followed by Gaara 2 years after that. Their father, Raza, the current Kazekage, had intended to seal the Ichibi within Gaara, but Kankuro convinced him to split the seal between them, creating 2 Jinchuriki instead of 1. He had also saved Pakura by persuading Raza that she was not the best option for the seal. Their mother, who had survived childbirth, supported him in this decision. A year later, Kankuro befriended Shikaku, sharing memories of his past life and the events that would unfold in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Shikaku agreed to help him, granting him power and training him, while also awakening his bloodline ability related to magnetism. At 6 years old, Kankuro entered the academy, training his classmates and developing a training regimen for the ninjas of Suna. Raza was impressed by the effectiveness of the regimen, which could potentially make their village the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages. Kankuro also began training Gaara and Temari. By the age of 10, Kankuro had mastered the control of golden sand, and his chakra reserves were nearly on par with Ike. At 13, Raza sent him to take the genin exam alongside 2 other genin who had trained under Kankuro's regimen. Kankuro was determined to become the most powerful ninja and to make his village the strongest. He began to run in search of his teammates. Meanwhile, Shursui was alarmed as he witnessed the participants starting to fight each other. Inoki entered the room where all the jonin and village representatives were watching the exam unfold on a screen. Shursui fell silent, knowing that opposing Inoki could lead to conflict. Anoki remarked that a ninja could not truly be a ninja without having blood on their hands, suggesting that Konoha was forgetting this truth. The Jonin watched in horror as the exam turned increasingly brutal. Naku, carrying Kin on his back, noticed Kin bleeding and expressed his concern. After some time, Naku found a cave near a waterfall and took refuge there. He laid Kin down and began using medical chakra to heal his wounds. Kin apologized for their predicament, but Naku urged him to conserve his strength. As evening approached, Naku managed to stop Kin's bleeding. Kin reflected on their time training together, expressing that it had been one of the best months of his life. He began to cry, and Naku, feeling exhausted, agreed that their time together had been special. Kin mentioned that Sarah had said they could form a team of 4 after passing the exams, referring to their original team. Kin acknowledged that Naku had become a great friend during this time. Naku reassured Kin that they would continue to move forward, honoring Sarah's memory. Kin lamented his situation, feeling that he might not survive. He expressed his wish to be with Sarah, and Naku firmly refused, insisting that they would find a way to save him. Kin, in despair, felt that he could not endure the pain any longer and wished for it to end. Naku, feeling the weight of Kin's words, approached him with determination. Kin thanked Naku, saying he and Sarah would be watching over him as he pursued his dreams. He requested to be buried alongside Sarah in the village's forest. Kin closed his eyes, smiling, and expressed regret for the burden he was leaving behind. In a moment of anguish, Naku acted swiftly, his hand enveloped in chakra, as he made a heart-wrenching decision. The sound echoed as he took action, leaving him frozen in place, overwhelmed by memories of his time with Sarah and Kin, tears streaming down his face. The intensity of his emotions was palpable as he grappled with the immense pain of loss. Naku, a ninja from Kusagakyur, looked around and realized he was surrounded by many ninjas from smaller villages who seemed to have formed an alliance. One of them taunted him, questioning if he was mute, while another mocked him about the trauma of losing his companion. In that moment, Naku felt a surge of rage. He gripped his sword tightly and began to fight back against the overwhelming number of opponents, approximately 200 in total. As dawn broke, the sun illuminated the river, which was stained red. The scene was grim, with the bodies of numerous ninjas scattered around, many of them unrecognizable and missing parts. In the midst of this chaos, Naku knelt, covered in blood, holding a broken sword, staring blankly at the sky, filled with pain. Throughout the night, the voice announcing the scores of the participants continued to echo, with Naku's name being the only one mentioned repeatedly. In the room where the Jonin sensei and representatives gathered, they watched in shock and horror as Naku fought. Some were astonished, while others were terrified, and a few even turned away from the brutal display of his skills. One Jonin from Kusagakyur cursed Naku, lamenting the loss of all his genin. Another expressed disbelief at the monster that Konoha had sent, while yet another remarked that no one could stand against Naku, not even those present. Shursui pondered how someone like Naku could have lived in their village without anyone noticing. Anoki commented that Konoha had birthed another genius, but he feared it might be the last. At that moment, Naku had accumulated 2,500 points, while the others barely reached after 30 minutes. The voice returned to report the scores of the remaining participants. The Jonin's expressions shifted to one of dread as they realized the situation. Anoki laughed, noting that Konoha was not the only village with a genius that year, as he observed the scores on the screen. 4 teams were rapidly increasing their points. In another part of the battlefield, a ninja from Kirigakure stated that they had nearly eliminated all participants in their area. Invel, another ninja, agreed that if they wanted to secure the highest score, they needed to take down Naku from Konoha. They rushed to the last known location of Naku. Invel reflected on how unexpected the exams had become. Arriving in this world, he had thought the story would unfold like the manga, but it had taken a different turn. He had been born 10 years ago in the Mist Village, belonging to the Yukimi clan, known for their ice bloodline. Initially, he feared a blood purge would occur, but that did not happen. He later learned that Minato had not died, nor had Obito, despite the attack of the Kyuubi. In his village, he was hailed as the greatest genius in history, and upon entering the academy, he earned the title King of Ice due to his exceptional skills. The leader of the Yukimi clan, Hoshi, began training him, and by the age of 8, he was named the clan's heir, which caused resentment in Hoshiki, the leader's son, who then deserted the village. Invel also became acquainted with Haku Yukimi, the leader's niece, and several boys from various clans in the mist, amazed by the number of bloodlines present. He trained them, discovering their remarkable abilities, and soon they were referred to as geniuses. Yugura, recognizing Invel's talent, sought to engage him with girls from other clans, perhaps as a means to keep him in check should he consider deserting. He became engaged to Kagura from the Kesho clan, known for their crystal bloodline, Rias from the Terumi clan with lava abilities, and Haku. Invel found no issue with having multiple fiancées, as he had always desired a harem and was determined to protect them just as he would his village. As the competition progressed, Inoki noted that Konoha seemed to have lost its geniuses, with only one team remaining from each village. He chuckled at Konoha's predicament, while Shursui pointed out that they still did not know who the strongest was. Naku led the scores with 2,500 points, followed by Kankuro with 1,300, Drix with 1,200, Invel with 1,200, and Ishii with 1,250, while the rest had between 800 and 700 points. Inoki remarked that it was still uncertain who the strongest was, but he doubted it would be Konoha. Suddenly, everyone's attention shifted to the screen as Invel spotted Naku in a forest clearing. He approached, confronting Naku about the fate of his fallen companion. Naku turned to face Invel, acknowledging that he had come for the points he had earned. Invel instructed his teammates to stay back and charged at Naku. The two engaged in a fierce taijutsu battle, evenly matched as neither gave ground. Naku called upon his earth-style technique to create spears of earth, while Invel countered with a powerful wind technique that dispersed the projectiles. Naku then unleashed a water dragon technique, but Invel easily froze it. Invel retaliated with a sword made of ice, and the surroundings were soon ravaged by their intense clash. As the battle raged on, Drix, another participant, observed the chaos and unleashed a dark lightning attack in the shape of a panther towards both Naku and Invel, signaling that the fight was far from over. "Looks like everyone wants you dead," Kankuro remarked from behind them. Invel turned to him and said that he was also after the points. With a swift motion, he unleashed his ice style, ice needles attack toward the others. Kankuro quickly shielded himself with his sand, deflecting the attack with a kunai, while Drix evaded using a substitution technique. The four of them engaged in battle, and after an hour, the forest was nearly destroyed, with the ground beneath them in ruins. The sounds of their clashes echoed through the trees. A boy around 12 years old fired dust bullets from his mouth, which disintegrated everything they touched. Invel countered with an ice wall, creating a hollow space upon impact. Naku challenged him, and Shiro introduced himself, confirming that he was indeed there to fight. As the battle raged on for 6 hours, the forest lay in ruins, parts frozen, others covered in sand, and some areas reduced to a massive crater. By this point, they were all battered, but Kankuro and Shiro continued to lead the fight with fierce determination. Shiro thought to himself that the battle was dragging on too long. He needed to win at all costs, as he had promised himself. As he reflected on his life, he remembered being reborn 12 years ago. He had reincarnated into the Naruto world after a difficult previous life. Shiro was born with the bloodline of the dust element, and by the age of 6, he had unlocked it, earning a reputation as a prodigy due to the rarity of this ability. He became friends with Kuratsuchi, the granddaughter of Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, and helped her awaken her dust element. When Kuratsuchi informed her grandfather, Inoki came to see Shiro. Recognizing Shiro's potential, he decided to train him and also arranged for him to be engaged to his granddaughter. By the age of 10, Shiro developed a training method to help ninjas unlock their bloodlines more easily, which led to an increase in users of the dust and explosion elements in the village. Later, he was engaged to Shana, the daughter of the leader of the explosion element clan. Now, at 12 years old, Inoki had decided to enter him into the Chunin exams to showcase the power of the Rock Village, as this year's exams were being held there. Meanwhile, A jonin observed the battle on a screen, his face drenched in sweat and disbelief. Another ninja expressed concern that many present would not stand a chance against the fighters. Inoki commented that the weakest among them appeared to be from Konoha, who had been merely dodging and defending himself for the past hour. Another ninja noted that Konoha seemed to have run out of geniuses, as the other villages still had several genin left who were performing well, though not at the same level as the 5 in the fight. Shursui remained silent, watching the screen with a look of astonishment at the young ninjas fighting at such a high level, noting the lack of mercy shown in their confrontations. After 2 more hours, Inoki took the microphone and announced the end of the second part of the Chunin exams, declaring that all surviving participants had passed. At that moment, the fighters ceased their battles, visibly exhausted, bloodied, and injured. Several Umbu and medical ninjas arrived to tend to them. After a few hours, the 13 surviving participants gathered in one of the training fields of the rock village, facing Inoki, who stood on a platform. He addressed them, stating that they had proven themselves stronger than the others and had upheld the name of their village by passing what many considered the most brutal exams. He emphasized that true geniuses were those who had shed blood, and now that they had all done so, he regarded them as authentic ninjas. Afterward, each participant received a document detailing their performance in the exam, confirming their success in the Chunin exams. 2 days later, the participants returned to their respective villages. The Konoha team hired a carriage to take them to the border of the Land of Fire. Along the way, no one spoke. They exchanged glances filled with hatred, disdain, and fear toward Naku. In a flashback, one of them questioned why he had killed. Tora shouted in frustration, wanting to strike Naku. Naku explained that he had to do it. At that moment, Tora pulled out a kunai and lunged toward Naku, but Shursui intervened, declaring that it was enough. Tora calmed slightly and demanded that they hand over the bodies. Naku produced 2 scrolls and handed them to Tora. He revealed that before Kin passed away, he had expressed a wish to be buried together on the hill in the forest where they had trained the previous week. Tora turned and walked away. Naku sat in a corner of the cart, reflecting on his life in the orphanage. He remembered a time when he was about 3 years old, calling out to Kin. Kin responded, reassuring Naku that their bond as brothers was forever. Naku expressed his dreams of becoming a great ninja and the strongest Hokage. 2 weeks later, Kin fell from a tree and hit his head. Naku rushed him to the infirmary, and after a day, Kin awoke but did not remember Naku. Understanding the situation, Naku decided to let it be, knowing that if Kin continued to associate with him, he would never be adopted. As Kin lost his memory, he began to be treated better and made more friends, which Naku observed from a distance, feeling happy for his adoptive brother. A year later, Kin was adopted by a family. Naku promised to fulfill Kin's dreams. After the exams, he planned to tell Kin that they were adoptive brothers and help him recover his memories of their time in the orphanage. While training with Sarah, Naku thought about how he needed to become stronger, feeling like the weakest among them. He realized that in the original story, certain characters had not appeared, and he pondered the possibility of reincarnation, wishing he had been born with a bloodline like the others. He considered how having the Sharingan might have made him stronger, but he decided to focus on his own path and become strong with what he had. Determined, he resolved to learn the Flying Thunder God technique and Tsunade's divine healing, both of which were incredibly useful for swift movement and rapid recovery from serious injuries. After a long journey, they arrived at Konoha. Shursui instructed everyone to disembark from the carriage, stating they would continue on foot. Naku was summoned by Shursui for his promotion. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Shursui handed over the exam report. Minato acknowledged Naku as the only one from their village to pass and presented him with a Chunin vest, allowing him to leave afterward. Shursui requested a private conversation with the Hokage, and Naku stepped out, suspecting Shursui would discuss the second exam in detail. An hour later, the Hokage learned about Naku's actions during the second exam, and soon all the Jonin sensei were informed. Within days, the news spread to all the Jonin and clan leaders, and within a week, the entire village knew. Many civilians began to view Naku with fear, while the shinobi regarded him with disdain and a hint of terror, dubbing him the cursed child of Konoha. Naruto approached Naku, who reminded him that he should be in the academy. Naruto excitedly wanted to show Naku his Rasengan. They went to their usual training field, where Naruto demonstrated his technique, though it was not very large and quickly faded. Naku pointed out that Naruto needed better chakra control for it to work properly. Naku informed Naruto that he could no longer train him, as he had been promoted to Chunin and would have more missions outside the village. Naruto expressed his excitement about Naku's promotion and vowed to catch up soon. As they continued their conversation, Naku inquired about Naruto's engagement. Naruto shared that he had shown his Rasengan to his father, who congratulated him but also advised him to practice more. He mentioned that Fugaku had been informed and that he would remain engaged to Suki. Naku asked how Suki felt about the engagement, and Naruto believed she was in agreement, recalling how she had reacted when she thought he would be replaced. Naku chuckled at Naruto's flustered expression. Naruto then mentioned hearing rumors about a ninja from the Leaf who had harmed his comrades, supposedly due to being held back. Naku admitted he had not heard about it. He pondered whether they knew about his past actions, even if he had not used them for that reason. Curious, Naku asked for the name of the ninja, but Naruto did not know, only that they referred to him as the cursed child of Konoha. Naku contemplated that the person might not realize he was the one they spoke of and decided to let them discover the truth on their own. Naruto asked if Naku would be free the next day, to which Naku replied that he believed so. Naruto excitedly invited him to his birthday party, explaining that his parents would throw a celebration as they did every year. Naku hesitated, recalling that he did not want to attend, especially with the Uchiha likely present. However, after persistent pleading from Naruto, Naku finally agreed to go. The next day, Naku reflected on how it was October 10th, the birthday of the Hokage's children and his own, though he had never celebrated it and had no desire to do so. After contemplating for a while, he stood up and left for Kin's grave, which was located on the hill in the forest. Naku had not been able to attend Kin's funeral. Since they wouldn't let him go, Naku knew that there would be no one around when he visited the grave. Naruto greeted him warmly, acknowledging his arrival. Naku handed Naruto a scroll, which contained a B-rank wind jutsu. After that, Naruto invited him into his home, where all the clan heirs and their leaders were gathered, along with several people Naku did not recognize. Shikamaru acknowledged Naku's presence, and Naruto explained that he had invited Naku. Sasuke, curious, questioned Naku's presence, but Naku chose to ignore him and greeted Hinata instead. Sasuke, feeling ignored, raised his voice, drawing everyone's attention. Naku noticed the surprised looks directed at him and thought that they seemed to already know who he was. Itachi approached, telling Sasuke to stop, and remarked on Naku's presence. As the party continued, Naku expected to be dismissed, but that did not happen. He found himself chatting with Shikamaru when Naruto introduced his cousin, Karen. They exchanged greetings, and Naruto urged everyone to dance. Shikamaru expressed his reluctance, but Naruto playfully pushed him toward Karen. Naku, feeling disinterested in dancing, was reminded by Naruto that he should join in as well. Just then, Suki returned from the restroom with a young girl who had red hair. Suki greeted Naruto, who playfully scolded her for being too informal. Naku was introduced to Mito, Suki's younger sister, and they exchanged pleasantries. Naruto encouraged Suki to dance, and she blushed as he took her hand. Mito then asked Naku if he wanted to dance, and he agreed, telling her to call him Naku like everyone else. As they danced, Mito impressed Naku with her skills, while he struggled a bit. She complimented him, noting that he danced better than Naruto. Naku acknowledged this and shared that he had graduated 2 years prior. Mito was surprised to learn that he had graduated at such a young age, and Naku joked about her catchphrase being a family trait. After a while, Sasuke approached and insisted that Mito dance with him instead of Naku. His loud demand drew everyone's attention, and Mito refused, stating that it didn't matter if Naku was a civilian. Sasuke, frustrated, tried to grab Mito's arm, but Naku intervened, telling Sasuke to let her go. Sasuke reacted angrily, calling Naku a disgrace. Kushina stepped in, telling them to stop. She questioned Sasuke's behavior, and Mito explained that he was bothering them. Sasuke, realizing he was in a bad position, claimed he only wanted Mito to dance with him, a member of the elite Uchiha clan, rather than a mere civilian. Shikamaru pointed out that Naku was their age and already a chunin, which surprised everyone. Kushina proposed a solution, a duel to settle the matter. Naku felt a mix of surprise and apprehension, thinking they might resolve it over ramen instead. The group moved to the backyard for the friendly match between Naku and Sasuke. Kushina expressed her excitement, while everyone else felt a bit awkward at her enthusiasm. As they prepared for the duel, Naku hesitated, thinking about giving up, which made Mito sad. However, he decided to fight, bringing a smile back to her face. Menma encouraged Naku, wishing him luck as the two boys took their positions. Kushina explained the rules, stating that techniques and weapons were prohibited. With a signal to begin, Sasuke charged at Naku, who skillfully dodged his attacks. Frustrated, Sasuke yelled at Naku to stop running away. Naku decided to confront him directly and landed a solid punch to Sasuke's stomach, causing him to double over in pain. Naku reminded Sasuke that it was wrong to force someone to do what he wanted. Sasuke, determined to fight back, performed hand seals and unleashed a fireball jutsu. The crowd gasped. Impressed by Sasuke's skill, Naku leaped high to evade the attack, but Sasuke managed to kick him in the stomach as he landed. Realizing he had only hit a log, Sasuke was caught off guard when Naku struck him from behind, causing him to fall again. Naku urged Sasuke to give up, stating that he wouldn't be able to win. Sasuke, feeling humiliated, refused to accept defeat against a civilian. Suddenly, he had an idea and began to laugh, plotting his next move. Naku performed a transformation technique, and upon seeing his new form, he widened his eyes and began to fill with rage. Sasuke, transformed into Kin, recalled what his brother had told him about the events of the Chunin exams and what Naku had done. He questioned Naku, asking if he would kill again. Everyone was taken aback by Sasuke's words. Naruto, still confused about Sasuke's transformation, urged him to stop. Sasuke explained that Naku was known as the cursed child of Konoha, the one who had killed his teammate. He repeated his question, asking if Naku would kill him again. At that moment, those who were unaware of Naku's reputation were shocked to learn that he was the one referred to as the cursed child. Even Kushina was surprised, having no prior knowledge of him. Naruto asked if this was true, but Naku remained silent. Sasuke continued, claiming he understood Naku's actions, stating that his victim was merely an insignificant civilian. A palpable sense of danger emanated from Naku, causing everyone to feel his intense killing intent. Naku lifted his gaze, filled with fury, and declared that Sasuke had crossed a line. He proclaimed that they would soon understand why he was called the cursed child. Suddenly, Naku's palms crackled with lightning as he prepared to attack Sasuke. The clan leaders observed in disbelief, realizing that Naku had developed a technique that surpassed Kakashi's. Sasuke, seeing this, reverted his transformation, fear replacing his earlier bravado. In an instant, Naku vanished and reappeared in front of Sasuke, lightning aimed at his heart. Itachi leaped forward to save his brother, pulling Sasuke away just in time. Naku, seeing Itachi's intervention, unleashed the lightning around him, grazing Sasuke's chest and striking Itachi's arm. Naku warned Itachi not to interfere, asserting that enough was enough. Minato shouted for Naku to deactivate his technique, and after a tense moment, Naku complied. As he turned away, Naku warned Fugaku to take care of his younger brother, suggesting that they might find him dead with a hole in his heart. The expressions of the clan heirs reflected fear, while Naruto and Mito stood in shock. Fugaku confronted Naku, questioning his bravery in threatening his son. Naku retorted, asking if Fugaku intended to send one of his Uchiha to kill him. This only deepened Fugaku's bitterness. Nawaki Senju, the leader of the Senju clan, interjected, pointing out that it was foolish for Fugaku to argue with a 10-year-old. The other clan leaders nodded in agreement. Realizing the futility of the situation, Fugaku turned and left the gathering, contemplating that he could not act against Naku in public. Itachi, addressing his enraged father, urged him to calm down, explaining that Naku had challenged their clan. He noted that the other leaders seemed to support Naku. Itachi warned Fugaku against taking any action, as the Uchiha clan's standing with the others was already precarious. He cautioned that any rash decision could jeopardize the arranged marriage between his sister and the fourth Hokage's son. After that day, Naku distanced himself from Naruto and others, focusing on B and A rank missions. He visited the Chunin library, searching for the summoning jutsu but found it was located in the Jonin section. A year passed, during which Naku was promoted to Tokubetsu Jonin and developed his own taijutsu style, which he named Elemental Taijutsu. This technique involved enveloping his fists with elemental chakra, primarily using lightning for its lethality. The Uchiha clan attempted to eliminate him twice while he was outside Konoha, but Naku defeated both attackers, though he bore a scar on his back from the encounters. After dispatching them, he took their Sharingan and discarded their bodies over a cliff. Today, Naku received his Tokubetsu Jonin identification and headed to the library to seek the jutsu he desired. After searching, he found the summoning jutsu but could not locate Tsunade's divine restoration or the flying thunder god technique, as these were protected by the Senju clan. Naku declared the summoning jutsu and vanished in a cloud of smoke. He appeared in a place filled with mountains and trees, where a voice from the sky questioned what he was doing there. To his surprise, it was a griffin. Naku stated that he was there to sign a summoning contract, and the griffin led him to its leader. The leader, a 3-meter-tall griffin reclining on a rock, acknowledged Naku's request for the contract. Naku introduced himself, and the griffin, named Korihi, handed him a scroll to sign with his blood. Naku insisted on proving his worth first, but Korihi assured him that he could see people's destinies and had no doubt they would have fun together. After Naku signed the contract, Korihi informed him that he sought power. Naku affirmed this, and Korihi explained that while he could not grant a bloodline, he could enhance Naku's chakra reserves. They ascended to the peak of a mountain, where Naku was positioned in the center of a stone. Korihi warned him that the process might be painful. As the stone began to glow, chains emerged, wrapping around Naku, causing him to cry out in pain. After an hour, the ritual concluded, and Korihi announced that Naku's chakra reserves would now grow faster than those of an ordinary person. As Naku's chakra reserves increased rapidly, he had already solved the issue of his chakra levels. Now, he only needed a good sword, as the ones he had were not up to his standards. During one of his missions outside the village, he encountered an elderly man who appeared to be a blacksmith. The old man informed him that he could forge a sword as good as the Kusanagi, but he needed specific ingredients. Naku used a blood clone to take his place while he searched for the necessary materials. The first ingredient was the skin of a black snake, so Naku summoned a griffin to guide him to the snake cave. Upon arrival, he created a clone to distract the 50-meter-long snake while he collected and sealed its skin. Naku found 3 skins, indicating that no one else had come here, as the snake had shed its skin 3 times and it was still present. The next ingredient was a mineral found in the land of iron, which was not difficult for Naku to acquire. The last ingredient involved humans. Naku traveled to a village and captured some bandits. The old man performed a ritual, absorbing the life energy of the individuals Naku brought him into a bottle. Afterward, he stated that it would take him 5 days to create the swords. Naku agreed to wait, and after 5 days, the old man emerged with 5 black swords. He explained that with the 3 skins Naku had provided, he was able to forge 5 swords and handed one to Naku for him to test. Naku found the sword to be exceptional, almost as if it were custom-made for him. The old man remarked that the style Naku had used was unfamiliar to him, to which Naku replied that he had created it himself. When asked about the name, Naku admitted he had not yet named it. As per their agreement, Naku offered the old man 4 Sharingan eyes in exchange for the swords. The old man was thrilled at the sight of the eyes and immediately accepted the trade. After returning to the village, Naku decided to seal the swords so that only he could wield them. As a level 11 Fuinjutsu master, he placed seals on the swords to ensure that no one could draw them from their sheaths. If anyone other than Naku touched them, they would burn the intruder and increase in weight to around 30 tons, making them nearly impossible to lift. Naku then added a seal to allow the swords to absorb chakra. For over a year, he had been working on a seal that could absorb chakra and create a barrier around him, but he could only manage to create a seal for objects, as applying it to himself would consume his chakra until he perished. The seal took the form of a pentagram. Naku sealed 4 swords in a 1-meter-long scroll, where he documented all the techniques he learned and created. At this point, Naku had developed several techniques, including ones that infused chakra into strips of his clothing to attack opponents, similar to the hair jutsus of the past. He was also working on a variant of the Rasengan, aiming to compress it into a sphere, much like Ashura had done, but Naku wanted it to be smaller, the size of a standard Rasengan, containing 4 compressed Rasengans the size of marbles. After sealing his scroll, Naku began training with his sword. 6 months had passed, and he had become more proficient with it. He discovered that by injecting chakra into the sword and swinging it through the air, he could create a crescent-shaped slash, reminiscent of the Getsuga Tensho. One day, an elderly man approached Naku, commenting on his dedication to training. Naku recognized him as the blacksmith who had forged his swords. The old man introduced himself as Ken and explained that he had come to deliver something. He presented Naku with an old book containing a forbidden technique for sword making. When Naku inquired about what Ken wanted in return, Ken expressed his desire to learn about the abilities of Naku's swords. Ken shared his background, revealing that he had once been a member of a village of artisans, with a lifelong dream of creating powerful swords. He had developed the technique used to forge Naku's swords but lacked the strength and resources to create one himself. Ken explained that he had only used 2 of the 3 skins Naku provided for the 5 swords and had created 4 additional swords using the Sharingan eyes Naku had given him. These swords possessed remarkable abilities, and Ken had sold one of them. Naku listened intently as Ken described the 4 swords he had named the Akai Ken, which were red in color. The first could become intangible, the second had black flames, the third could absorb chakra and transfer it to its wielder, and the last could create powerful illusions. Ken had also created 11 more swords, called the Yoso Ken, each infused with elemental powers, including fire, water, earth, lightning, wind, ice, crystal, storm, magnetism, explosion, and lava. Ken explained that his swords had great durability, capable of sealing a bijou within them. In total, he had crafted 20 swords, but he clarified that it was actually 21, as the last one, the Shiroi Ken, was made with a Byakugan eye and was white in color. Naku expressed concern about the implications of these swords being revealed to the world, to which Ken responded that his dream was to create the most powerful swords and be remembered. Naku, feeling frustrated, questioned Ken's decision to sell all the swords. Ken remained optimistic, believing that soon his name would be known across the 5 nations, and people would seek him out for his sword-making techniques. He urged Naku to share the abilities of his swords, eager to learn more. Naku demonstrated a powerful technique to Ken, explaining that the swords would connect with their bearer and would only respond to them. If the bearer were to die, the swords would choose a new owner. Naku had added another ability to the swords, but he wanted to know to whom Ken had given them. After some thought, Ken agreed to share the information but only if Naku would trade one of his swords for it. Naku refused, stating that he had placed a seal on the swords, ensuring that anyone who touched them without his permission would be burned. He explained that the abilities he had infused into the swords allowed them to absorb chakra and create a protective barrier around the bearer. Ken was impressed, noting that 2 of the Akai Ken swords were with the Rock Village, while the Cloud had 3 Yoso Ken and 1 Akai Ken. The Sand Village possessed 3 Yoso Ken, and the Mist had 1 Akai Ken, with the remaining 3 Yoso Ken sold to mercenaries. Naku inquired about the Kuwa Ken, and Ken revealed that it was with a mercenary he had hired named Kakuso, a rogue ninja from Takigakure. Naku was curious about Ken's confidence in making his name well known. Ken explained that he was investing all the money from the swords into spreading information about them. He mentioned that the Kurwa Ken granted its user enhanced perception and could also unleash a cutting wave like the others. After their conversation, Naku reflected on Ken's words. A week later, as Ken had predicted, his name became famous, with various magazines and newspapers publishing information about the swords and their creator, though the exact number of swords remained unknown. 2 months later, the bearers of the swords gained notoriety due to their immense power, prompting villages to send ninjas to search for Ken. Within 3 days, Ken's journal was published, detailing the names of the swords. Naku learned that the Kuwa Ken were black with a pentagram symbol and that there were 5 of them, created by him and owned by a figure known as Mori no Shinigami, whom he considered a friend for helping him realize his dream. The Akai Ken were red, 4 in total, featuring a symbol resembling a Sharingan. The Yoso Ken varied in color according to their powers, totaling 11. Lastly, the Kuwa Ken was white, with only 1 existing. Naku chuckled, realizing that Ken had achieved his dream and possessed the Kuwa Ken, as he was listed in the bingo book as Mori no Shinigami, an A-rank ninja from Konoha. As Naku continued his journey toward the village, an Umbu stopped him, stating that the Hokage was waiting for him. Naku headed to the Hokage tower, already suspecting the reason for the summons. Minato, alongside clan leaders and the Umbu leader, addressed Naku, who had an inkling of what was coming. Fugaku demanded that Naku hand over the swords. Naku firmly refused, asserting that he would never give his swords to people like them. Minato insisted that the swords would help the village, but Naku reminded him that, as Ken had stated, the swords were his, and no one else could wield them without his consent. To prove his point, Naku threw his sword to the ground, challenging anyone to try wielding it. An Umbu emerged from the shadows and grasped the sword, only to scream as flames engulfed him, consuming his chakra. Naku declared that no one but him could wield the sword and sheathed it again. Minato proposed that if they could not have the swords, Naku would help them find their creator. However, the Umbu commander reported that their previous mission had ended in failure, as the creator of the swords was dead. With no other options, Minato considered the situation. Fugaku expressed distrust in Naku, suggesting that the swords should be taken to the Hokage vault. Naku taunted Fugaku, questioning his fear. Minato decided that Naku would keep the swords, but he wanted to know where the others were hidden. Naku admitted he had concealed them so that no one could use them. Minato warned Naku that if he had sold the other swords, they would need to find out where they were. Naku remained evasive, and Minato eventually dismissed him. Before leaving, Naku requested permission to search for the remaining swords. After some contemplation, Minato agreed but stated that the sword would belong to Konoha and that ninjas would accompany him on his quest. Naku prepared for the mission, aware that the Uchiha clan might send members to follow him. He resolved to take precautions. 2 days later, Naku and his companions set out on their journey. The mission team consisted of 2 Uchiha members, Shursui and a man named Takashi, along with some Hyuga and a Sarutobi who would lead the mission. Naku informed them that they needed to search for Kazu, who had worked for Ken. After a month of searching, they still had not found him, but during this time, the Uchihas made their move. Shursui attempted to use his Mangekyo Sharingan on Naku to steal information about the swords, but he did not anticipate that Naku had a seal to counter genjutsu. From that day on, the Uchihas and Naku were cautious around each other. The Sarutobi mentioned that Kazu had been spotted in the Land of Rivers, so they would investigate. After 5 days, they arrived in the Land of Rivers and began their search. A month passed, during which they only followed leads about Kakuzu's whereabouts. When the Sarutobi asked what they had found, one of the Hyuga reported that someone matching Kakuzu's description had been seen in the mountains. The Sarutobi decided that they would attack the next morning. The following day, they woke up early to ambush Kazu. The leader reminded them not to kill him, as he might know where the swords were hidden. As Kakuzu approached, Shursui jumped in to cast a genjutsu, but it failed. The fight began, and seeing he was at a disadvantage, Kakuzu drew the Shiroi Ken to defend himself. The Konoha team intensified their attacks to seize the sword. After hours of battle, Kakuzu managed to shake off 2 Hyuga members. The Sarutobi instructed the team to attack all at once. In that moment, Naku drew his sword and struck down Takashi Uchiha. Shursui halted his attack to save Takashi, who was gravely injured. Seizing the opportunity, Kakuzu took down the Sarutobi. He remarked that he never thought Konoha would betray each other. Naku responded that they had betrayed him first, so they were even. Naku then proposed an alliance to defeat Kakuzu, and he agreed. As the battle continued, Naku managed to tear off Shirsue's right eye, and Kozu pierced him with his black threads, damaging several internal organs. Naku unleashed a cutting wave, slicing through Kakuzu's mask, revealing that he had only one heart left. Shirsue took advantage of the distraction and leaped into the river, declaring that Kakuzu would not be able to catch him in his current state. Kakuzu warned him not to underestimate him. At that moment, two clones of Naku emerged, immobilizing Kakuzu. Naku cast a genjutsu to locate Kakuzu's hideout, discovering it was not far from their location. He declared that it was time for Kakuzu to perish and swiftly ended his life. Taking the Shiroi Ken, Naku proceeded to Kakuzu's hideout, where he found a significant amount of money, confirming Kakuzu's greed. He sealed the money and the sword in a scroll and returned to the village. Upon reporting to the Hokage, Naku explained what had transpired. Minato noted that Kazu had not possessed any swords and they had failed to extract information from him. Naku confirmed this. When he returned to the village, he was asked to report the mission to the clan council and the Hokage. Fugaku expressed his frustration, questioning Naku's claim of being the only survivor. Naku clarified that Shirsue had fallen into the river, severely injured, and he had taken the opportunity to defeat Kakuzu. Shikaku inquired about Kakuzu's body, and Naku produced a storage scroll containing Kakuzu's remains, albeit in a state that rendered them useless for information extraction. Minato dismissed Naku, granting him a week of vacation. Afterward, Minato dispatched an Umbu team to locate Shirsue's body, which they found alive. Shirsue chose not to speak against Naku, knowing that doing so would put his clan in a precarious position. He corroborated Naku's story instead. During Naku's absence, Naruto's generation graduated, and several ninja-wielding Ken swords gained fame. Once his vacation ended, Naku began undertaking solo A-rank assassination missions. He noticed that the Uchiha had started to follow him, prompting him to send his scroll containing his techniques and sealed swords to the mountains of his summoning. At that point, Naku possessed 6 swords but chose to keep only the one he always used, sending the rest with the griffins for safekeeping. Naruto, feeling frustrated with easy missions, expressed his desire for more challenging tasks. He and his generation had graduated from the Ninja Academy, with teams remaining the same as in canon, except for Team 15, which included Menma, Satsuki, Shin, and Tobirama, led by their sensei, Itachi Uchiha. Kakashi reminded Naruto that they would receive more high-rank missions when they were ready. After completing their mission, they reported to the Hokage. Naruto insisted on a more difficult mission, declaring himself a ninja, not a babysitter. Minato sighed and explained that he could not assign them harder missions yet. Naruto continued to protest until Minato finally agreed to a C-rank mission, calling for Mr. Tazuna. He informed them that they would not be going alone. All teams from their generation would participate as training for their experience outside the village. Minato explained that the mission in the Land of Waves was complex, potentially a B or a rank, but Tazuna could only afford a C rank. As they traveled, 2 ninjas emerged from a puddle, swiftly taking down 3 Jonin senseis Kakashi, Itachi, and Asuma, leaving everyone stunned. Reacting quickly, Naruto and Shin positioned themselves in front of Tazuna to protect him. Naruto expressed his frustration, questioning who the attackers were. One of them introduced themselves as the Kenso brothers. They launched an assault, and after a brief struggle, Shin managed to immobilize one with his wood element, while Kurenai put the other to sleep with a genjutsu. Sakura trembled, worried about their fallen sensei, but Shikamaru urged her to stay calm and observe closely. Upon inspecting the scene where their sensei had been, they found only broken logs. Kakashi commended Naruto and Shin for their quick thinking, noting that the others had failed to react appropriately in such a dangerous situation. They continued their journey without further incident until they reached the Land of Waves, where they stayed at Tazuna's house. Azuma informed them that Tazuna would begin constructing the bridge the next day, and they would take turns protecting him. Eager to see the bridge, they all went to the site, but a thick fog began to form around them. Itachi warned everyone to stay alert. As laughter echoed through the mist, Naruto, unable to contain himself, unleashed a wind jutsu to disperse the fog. Sabuza, alongside Kisame and Haku, expressed their disdain for wind ninjas. Kakashi questioned their presence, and Sabuza replied that they were there for business. Kurenai instructed the others to protect the builder as a battle ensued. Sabuza, an elite ninja of Quasi-Kage level, faced off against Azuma and Kurenai, while Kakashi and Itachi confronted Kisame, who was even stronger than Sabuza. Haku targeted the genin, where Hinata, Sakura, Ino, and Satsuki defended Tazuna. Haku taunted the Konoha genin, belittling their strength. Menma, determined not to be underestimated, summoned his chakra chains. Haku retaliated with ice dragons aimed at Menma, Tobirama, and Shin. A dome of ice trapped Shino, Naruto, and Sasuke. Haku used a clone to attack Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. When they managed to destroy the ice dragons, Ino screamed as she turned to see Kiba, Choji, and Shikamaru on the ground, covered in ice needles. Naruto, furious, summoned his chakra chains as Haku prepared to unleash ice spears toward Sakura and Ino. As the spears approached, Ino and Sakura shut their eyes, bracing for impact. When they opened them, they found Menma and Tobirama standing before them, injured. Naruto, feeling overwhelmed, called upon Kurama for chakra, which enveloped him in a red aura. Haku, noticing this, unleashed a powerful ice collapse, shattering the mirrors and transforming them into water that surged toward Naruto from all directions. Thanks to the Kyuubi's chakra, he managed to withstand the attack, but Sasuke fell unconscious. Naruto rushed to his side, finding his teammates down and his sister alongside Tobirama, who had been gravely injured. Shin reassured Naruto that they were still alive. Meanwhile, the battle between the sensei was fierce, with Sabuza mocking the Konoha ninjas for their apparent weakness. Suddenly, lightning began to strike from the sky, and Azuma questioned the source of the attack. A mysterious figure revealed himself, claiming his name was unimportant, and unleashed a devastating lightning attack. As the three factions fought, Kisame acknowledged Sabuza's sword, and Sabuza confirmed he wielded the Yoso no Ken of lightning. Itachi inquired who he worked for, and Sabuza revealed he was hired by a cat to eliminate them. After a prolonged battle, Sabuza decided they were at a stalemate and summoned a mist to escape, leaving the Konoha ninjas on the bridge. Kakashi urged them to quickly take the injured back to Tazuna's house for treatment. Once they had tended to their wounds, the group gathered in a room to discuss their situation. Sakura expressed her concern for their sensei, and Kakashi reassured her that they would be fine. Shin remarked on the strength of their attackers, while Kakashi clarified that the lightning had not been his doing but rather a mercenary hired by the cat. Kurenai noted the terrifying nature of Sabuza's sword. Seeing the uncertainty on the genin's faces, Itachi explained that these swords had recently appeared. Sasuke asked how many existed, and Itachi informed him there were a total of 21, with some held by other major villages and mercenaries. Satsuki inquired if Konoha possessed one, to which Azuma confirmed there was a bearer who refused to hand it over to the village. Kurenai elaborated that the swords were divided into 4 categories: Kuro-ken, which were black with a pentagram symbol, Yoso-ken, which had elemental abilities, Akai-ken, which were red, and Shiro-ken, which were white. Azuma added that only a few were known to be in the possession of other villages, while 5 Kuro-ken belonged to a single individual, and the location of the Shiro-ken remained a mystery. Sasuke asked which was the strongest, and Itachi replied that they were all equally powerful. Naruto, curious about their creation, learned that they were forged from human lives, shocking the genin. Hinata questioned how they knew so much about the swords if they had only recently appeared, and Kakashi explained that their creator had published the information, seeking recognition for his work before his demise. Ino wondered what they would do with 2 enemies on the horizon, but Azuma reassured them that he had already sent a message for help to Konoha. Naruto then revealed that there was something else they had yet to discuss. Naruto explained that the ninja they fought had mentioned searching for the forest demon to measure his power, referring to them as worthless. Satsuki speculated that the ninja must be from Konoha, and Azuma confirmed that he was indeed one of their own. Noticing Sasuke and Naruto's discouragement, Satsuki encouraged them not to be disheartened just because that ninja had defeated them. She expressed confidence that the one known as the Forest Demon was likely someone around Itachi's age or older, which was why he wanted to test his strength against him. She reassured them that they would grow to be just as powerful in time. Itachi then revealed that the Forest Demon was Naku, his former companion, which left the genin wide-eyed and disheartened, knowing he was their age but much stronger. Afterward, Kakashi and the others began training their students in the forest, except for Menma and Tobirama, who were still too weak and healing from their injuries. Hinata asked how long it would be until they returned, and Sasuke told her not to worry and to keep training. Suddenly, a sound echoed as water began to fall from the sky, resembling rain. The teachers became alert, and Naruto questioned what was happening. Lightning in the shape of tigers fell from the sky, but a large wave of black energy stopped them. Kakashi instructed Hinata to activate her Byakugan and report what she saw. She activated her ability and spotted two individuals fighting with swords ahead. After a moment, they approached to investigate, but one of the fighters had already left. Kakashi asked who he was, and the newcomer introduced himself as the reinforcement they had requested. Kurenai began to speak but was interrupted as they learned he had been fighting the one known as the lightning sword user. The genin arrived at the scene to find the area where the battle had taken place completely destroyed, with trees cut down. Kakashi admonished them for leaving their designated area, but Naruto explained they thought help was needed. The reinforcement, whom they recognized as Naku, confirmed he was indeed the one sent to assist. Shikamaru remarked on Naku being the reinforcement, and Naku acknowledged this. In Tazuna's house, the Konoha ninjas gathered to discuss the situation. Naku confirmed he had been sent to deal with the sword user. Itachi noted Naku's sword, and Sasuke recognized him as the bearer of the Kuro Ken sword, which surprised everyone since they had been told that only one person possessed such a sword. Sasuke stood up, asserting that Naku must have all 5 Kuro Ken swords. Naku confirmed this, and Sasuke demanded one. Naku laughed, tossing his sword to Sasuke, challenging him to wield it if he could. As Sasuke rushed to grab it, Itachi stopped him, warning that touching it would be dangerous. Itachi created a clone to retrieve the sword, but upon touching it, the clone burned away. Naku stood, reclaiming his sword, declaring that no one could touch the swords unless he allowed it. He added that the Uchiha were unworthy of wielding such power, taunting Sasuke. Itachi observed but remained silent. Sasuke retorted that without the sword, Naku would not be strong. Naku accepted Sasuke's challenge to a duel, stating he would not use his sword. Kakashi clarified that the fight was friendly but would intervene if it became dangerous. Outside Tazuna's house, the Konoha ninjas gathered as Naku and Sasuke prepared to fight. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, determined to prove the Uchiha were the best. Naku formed hand signs and summoned water from the surroundings, encasing Sasuke in a sphere of water. Naku laughed, suggesting the fight would end quickly. He then used a technique to compress the water, applying pressure on Sasuke. Itachi leaped in, placing a kunai at Naku's throat, demanding he release Sasuke. Naku laughed and vanished in a cloud of smoke, launching a wave of energy at Itachi, who barely dodged as it destroyed nearby trees. Naku mocked the Uchiha for not fighting their own battles. Kakashi intervened, telling Naku to stop, and Naku sheathed his sword and departed, leaving Chuji remarking on how intimidating Naku was. Meanwhile, Naruto, Satsuki, Sakura, Ino, Hinata, and Shin were training to climb trees. Satsuki asked Naruto how he managed it, and he explained that he had practiced this exercise during his time at the academy. They resumed training, but Naku, sitting on a branch, observed and noted that Naruto had not improved. Satsuki questioned Naku's presence, and he explained he had come to devise a plan to help them face Haku, fearing that if Haku intervened in his fight, he might not fare well. Naku descended from the tree, and the others approached, prompting him to invite Shino, who emerged from behind the trees. After discussing their strategy, Naruto and the others prepared to leave, but Naku called out to Shino, who paused. Naku expressed doubt about the plan's success, and Shino admitted he was aware. Naku questioned why Shino hadn't voiced his concerns, to which Shino replied he believed Naku had another plan to defeat Haku while they distracted him. Naku acknowledged Shino's trust, revealing he had a reason for his past actions. He summoned a scroll and produced a black sword, explaining it was another of the Kuro Ken swords. He instructed Shino that when Haku let his guard down, he should wield the sword to unleash a wave of energy that would help them win. Shino hesitated, questioning how he could wield the sword when only Naku could. Naku performed hand signs and requested a drop of Shino's blood, assuring him it was done. Naku told Shino that he could wield the sword as he tossed it to him. Shino caught it without any issues, and Naku began to teach him how to handle the sword and its techniques. Shino felt it was time to return, but Naku instructed him to extend his hand. As Shino did so, Naku started to trace seals on his palm. He advised Shino to grip the sword with that hand and channel chakra into it. When Shino followed the instructions, the sword vanished. Naku explained that to release it from the seal, he simply needed to apply chakra to the seal again. The next day, the cat mercenary reappeared, and Naku faced him while the others dealt with the mist ninjas. Haku expressed a desire to attack, noting that the forest demon was present. Naruto, alongside the new recruits, declared that they would be the mercenaries' opponents. As the battle commenced, Naruto and the others found themselves nearly exhausted, as their plan was failing. Haku had already inflicted several ice needles on them, causing their blood to freeze. At a critical moment, Haku turned away, freeing Shino. Seizing the opportunity, Shino drew the sword and unleashed a cutting wave toward Haku. Haku realized too late and could not completely evade the attack, resulting in a minor injury to his back. Naku and the mercenary engaged in a fierce battle, but the mercenary began to press harder against Naku. In a moment of distraction, the mercenary managed to disarm Naku, kicking him back several meters. The mercenary laughed, declaring that Naku was finished, and slowly approached him. However, as he closed in, two hands made of earth suddenly crushed the mercenary. A clone of Naku appeared behind him, reminding the mercenary never to let his guard down. Naku retrieved his sword, but the mercenary broke free from the earth hands and jumped back, ready to continue the fight. Naku had not finished speaking when a shard of ice pierced through his heart, and behind him appeared Invel. Invel asked how long it had been since they last met. Naku responded affirmatively, and Invel reassured him that he wasn't there to fight. He had already obtained what he wanted and had also found a sword belonging to Ken. Just as Invel reached for the mercenary's sword, it vanished into a dark vortex. Naku recognized the presence of the Kamui, indicating that someone else also sought the sword. Invel began to walk toward Haku, only to discover that Haku had a wound on his back. Invel inquired about who had inflicted the injury, but Haku insisted he was fine. As the ninjas from Konoha approached to attack, Invel concentrated chakra in his feet, summoning a large amount of ice that surged toward them. Naku, wielding his sword, managed to halt the icy advance, warning Naruto and the others not to engage as they were no match for Invel. Invel, however, expressed his anger, stating that the ninjas had harmed someone important to him. Naku remarked that such was the life of ninjas, and Invel refused to back down, causing the air around him to freeze, just like the river beneath the bridge. Gato, accompanied by an army of mercenaries, taunted them, surprised to find both Konoha ninjas and the mist bandits together. He demanded that the boy of ice return what he had stolen, but Invel refused. Gato, furious, commanded his mercenaries to attack Invel. Invel responded by freezing all the mercenaries and their surroundings. Gato, witnessing this, began to retreat in fear, cursing Invel. Naku then swung his sword, sending a cutting wave that cleaved Gato in half. Kisame confirmed that Invel had what he needed, and Sabusa urged them to leave. Invel warned the Konoha ninjas that it was best they did not cross paths again, or he would kill them, before departing. Afterward, Naku began training Shino with his sword, despite Sasuke's attempts to take it from Shino, which always resulted in him being burned. Once the bridge was completed, the Konoha team returned home, and the Hokage granted them a couple of days of rest. Naku chose to train in one of the remote training fields. Suddenly, Tobarama Senju, the son of Nawaki Senju, emerged from the bushes, kneeling and pleading to be trained. Naku initially refused, but Tobirama insisted he wanted to become stronger. Naku offered to train him or give him one of his swords, but Tobirama expressed his desire to grow stronger through his own abilities, not relying on a weapon. After some thought, Naku suggested that Tobirama ask his father for training, as he was strong and would likely train him better. Tobirama, with tears in his eyes, revealed that he wanted to become stronger to protect Ino. Naku understood and agreed to train him, but insisted that it must remain a secret. Tobirama nodded in agreement. Naku first had him practice chakra control, followed by elemental control. As a Senju, Tobirama had affinities for water and earth, and Naku assisted him with both elements, as he shared the same affinities. He also began teaching him kenjutsu and some genjutsu, incorporating exercises to improve his reaction time and agility. Naku trained Shino during his breaks. Months passed, and the Chunin exams in Konoha approached. Naku informed Tobirama and Shino that they would be participating. He shared his experiences from his own exams and the reasons behind his actions, asking them to keep it confidential. Wishing them luck, Naku noted that he believed their exams would be easier than his. Tobirama mentioned that his father had told him that Naku's exam had been the most brutal due to its requirements, and compared to that, he doubted their exam would be as difficult. The Chunin exams began, and as Naku had anticipated, they mirrored the events from the anime. The test was taking place in the Forest of Death, with only one day remaining. Naku, being a jonin, was allowed to observe the battles from the central tower. Several teams had already arrived, and Shino and Tobirama had completed the test on the second day. Once the test concluded, the preliminary battles commenced due to the high number of participants. Tobirama confirmed Naku's prediction about the difficulty of the exams. Naku simply laughed and continued watching the matches. The battles unfolded similarly to the canon, with Hinata defeating a ninja from the cloud and Niji triumphing over a ninja from the sand. The opponents for the third round were announced: Naruto vs Niji, Sasuke vs Gaara, Temari vs Shikamaru, Hinata vs Haru, a ninja from the mist, Satsuki vs Kuratsuchi, Menma vs Tobirama, Shino vs Rei, Cloud, Shin vs Shinra, Roka, and Kei, Cloud, vs Haku, Mist. After the names were called, they were led out of the Forest of Death. Naruto speculated that their senseis would train them, while he pondered the implications of the teams that had advanced. The Konoha rookies gathered to discuss their training, and their senseis approached, accompanied by Kushina, Mikoto, and Hana, Hinata's mother. Azuma announced who would train each of them for the month. Shikamaru would be trained by Azuma, Niji by his father Hizashi, Shin by Jiraiya, Menma by Obito along with Kushina, Naruto by Minato, Sasuke by Kakashi, Satsuki by Mikoto, and Tobirama by his father Nawaki. Kurenai would train Shikamaru, and Tsunade would train Hinata. Tobirama expressed his desire to train with Naku, and Shino echoed the sentiment. Upon hearing this, most were surprised but said nothing. During the month of training, Naku worked with Shino and Tobirama. He taught Shino to better wield his sword, as well as enhancing his control over his insects and earth element. Tobirama received another sword from Naku, who marked his hand to store the weapon. Naku also helped him improve his control over wood and the sword itself. In that month, Minato taught Naruto the summoning technique and assisted him in refining his Rasengan. The other Hokage arrived in the village during the last week, accompanied by their guards. Invel, Kankuro, Drix, and Shiro also came as part of their Kage's entourage. In the arena, all the participants awaited the arrival of Tobirama, Shino, and Sasuke, who eventually showed up. In one of the towers, the Kage stood with two of their guards. Kushina expressed her concern, wondering if Shana's son would come. Shana replied that she was unsure since he hadn't returned since training with Naku. At that moment, lightning struck, darkening the sky, and from the sand emerged Naku, Tobirama, and Shino. Tobirama wore a black outfit consisting of umbu pants and a black jonin cloak, with his hands wrapped. Shino donned his typical attire, now in black, along with black gloves. Naku apologized for their tardiness and took a seat to watch the fights. The referee began explaining the rules while Naku searched for a place to sit. Invel called out to him, and upon seeing her, Naku realized that the four he had fought during the rock exams, Kankuro, Drix, Shito, and Invel, were all there. He joined them and noticed the Jonin watching them closely. Shiro remarked on their newfound fame, while Drix explained that after the exams, all who passed were listed in the bingo book, with their group receiving a higher bounty. Kankuro mused that if they had been from the same village, they might have been good friends. However, Shiro reminded them that they belonged to different villages and would not hesitate to fight for their own. They all nodded in agreement and turned their attention back to the matches. The first battle was Naruto versus Neji, where Naruto triumphed using his Rasengan to break through Neji's defenses. Next was Sasuke against Gaara. Sasuke surprised everyone with his Chidori but ultimately could not defeat Gaara, who was stronger than in the anime and had control over Shikaku's chakra. Shikamaru's match mirrored the anime, followed by Hinata facing Haru from the mist, who wielded crystal techniques. Hinata was much stronger than in the original story, but Haru was formidable as well. Shiro commented on Invel's training of Hinata, to which Invel replied that she was engaged to Hinata's sister and would face dire consequences if anything happened to her. Naku inquired how many people Invel was engaged to, and she revealed it was around 8. Shiro mentioned he was engaged to 5, including Inoki's granddaughter, which surprised Drix, who stated he was engaged to 6. Kankuro chimed in with 4, and when asked about Naku, he admitted he was not engaged to anyone. Shiro speculated that it was due to Naku's lineage, noting that his surname was from a village outside of Konoha. Naku confirmed this, mentioning the disdain foreigners faced there. After a while, Hinata lost due to a mistake, allowing Haru to win. Before the next match, they requested Haru to dispel his crystal technique, as half of the arena was crystallized. The following match featured Satsuki against Kuratsuchi, where Kuratsuchi emerged victorious by encasing Satsuki in a dust element cube, leading Satsuki to surrender. Next was the battle between Menma and Tobirama, which turned out to be one of the best fights, but Tobirama immobilized Menma with his wood techniques. In the clash between Shino and Rei, they nearly destroyed the arena, as Rei wielded the Akai Ken sword, which could absorb chakra, rendering Shino's insects ineffective. After a fierce battle, Shino managed to win by having one of his insects inject Rei with venom. Once the arena was repaired, the match between Shin Senju and Shinra from the rock began. Shinra, wielding the lava element, trapped Shin in his technique and held a kunai to his neck, forcing him to surrender. The final match was a draw between Kei from the Cloud and Haku. After the first round, a 1-hour break was announced. Tobirama approached Naku, mentioning that his mother had brought food and asked if they could join. Naku accepted, feeling quite hungry. Upon arrival, he saw the entire Senju family alongside the Uzumaki and Hyuga, as well as Satsuki and Mikoto Uchiha. Shana greeted Naku, acknowledging his fame, and thanked him for training her son. Naku nodded and continued eating. Tobirama asked about the people he had been sitting with earlier, and Naku explained that he had met them during the Chunin exams. Tobirama recalled that one of them was the guy from the waves. Naku confirmed that the others were equally strong. Shin joined the conversation, stating that among the 5, Naku was the weakest, surprising everyone. Naku remarked that bloodlines were indeed a great help, and the others agreed. Hinata inquired about the bloodlines of the others, and Naku listed them. Kankuro from the sand had magnetism, Drix from the cloud wielded lightning, Shiro from the rock had dust and explosion techniques, and Invel from the mist controlled ice. Hana pondered if Hinata could defeat Temari, to which Hyasai confidently replied that she would win. Naku remained silent, not offering an opinion. Tobirama pressed him for an answer, and Naku stated that he did not believe she would win, adding that he doubted Tobirama had a good chance either. Mikoto remarked that the girl was the daughter of a Kage, not just because she was Kankuro's sister, but also because it was likely that she had been trained like her other brother, Gaara. Naku wanted to say something, but Hana interrupted him. When the break ended, they returned to the stands to watch the matches. The first match was Gaara versus Naruto, where Gaara emerged victorious, flooding the battlefield with his sand. Next was Hinata against Temari, where Temari won, leaving Hinata with several injuries. Temari, being a wind user, had the advantage over Hinata, who was a close combat fighter and struggled to land a hit. In the match between Kuratsuchi and Tobarama, both displayed incredible strength. However, Kuratsuchi managed to corner Tobarama with her lava element, forcing him to draw the sword that Naku had given him. The battle was intense. Kuratsuchi destroyed parts of the arena with her dust and lava techniques, while Tobarama shattered nearly all the walls with his sword's cutting waves. Ultimately, he lost, as using the sword for too long drained too much chakra. The arena was in ruins, prompting a postponement of the matches for repairs. However, Shino and Shinra refused to delay, as the current state of the arena favored both of them. In their fight, Shino utilized his sword alongside his insects, gaining the upper hand while avoiding the puddles of quicksand on the ground. Just as he was about to win, Shinra performed a fire technique, incinerating Shino's insects. Seeing this, Shino surrendered, having lost most of his insects. Nawaki descended to the field and repaired it in just a few minutes. Anoki noted that none from Konoha had made it to the finals, to which Minato agreed. Yugura speculated on how the upcoming matches would unfold, and Raza suggested they would be better than the previous ones. Temari chose to forfeit, not wanting to fight her brother, declaring Gaara the winner. Shinra also forfeited, giving Kuratsuchi the victory. The final match was set between Gaara and Kuratsuchi. Gaara began attacking with his sand, enveloping the stadium and preventing Kuratsuchi from touching the ground, forcing her to levitate, similar to Anoki. After half an hour of fighting, Kuratsuchi was exhausted, as levitating consumed a lot of chakra. Sensing her fatigue, Gaara enveloped himself in a red chakra cloak and leaped to strike Kuratsuchi. Just as he was about to land his blow, Shiro intervened, saving Kuratsuchi and declaring Gaara the winner. After the exams, Shino, Tobarama, and Shikamaru were promoted to Chunin. 3 months had passed since the Chunin exams, and the fame of Shino and Tobarama as bearers of the Kuro Ken sword spread across the elemental continent. Naku entered the Hokage's office, wondering why he had been summoned. Minato explained that he had called Naku to assign him a mission. They were to search for the Baikorchu beetle. Naku was surprised, recalling that in the original story, Naruto had sought this insect to find Sasuke, who had fled. However, in this timeline, Sasuke had not deserted, so Naku questioned the purpose of the search. Minato explained that Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, had deserted the village some time ago, and Jiraiya had been tracking him. However, his trail had vanished 6 months ago, and they believed he was planning something against the village. The beetle would help them locate him. Naku decided to depart immediately, but Minato insisted he would not go alone. When there was a knock at the door, Minato allowed entry to teams 7 and 8, minus Shino and his sensei. Minato informed Naku that they would be his team, along with an Aburame who would arrive shortly. Naku understood the inclusion of Team 8, as they specialized in tracking, and assumed the Aburame would replace Shino due to their expertise with insects. However, he questioned the necessity of Team 7, which caused some discontent among its members. Minato clarified that there was another reason for their inclusion, which he would explain later. When the Aburame, named Shika, arrived, he briefed them on the mission, stating that Naku would lead due to his higher rank. They were to depart in 3 hours, and Naku instructed everyone to be punctual at the south gate. Minato stood and asked Naku to follow him to the Hyuga residence, as they had requested an alternative mission in which he would participate. Upon arrival, they were ushered into a room to wait. After a while, Hyosai Hyuga entered with his wife, Hana, along with Minato's wife, Kushina, and Mikoto. Accompanied by Team Minato explained that Naku would be taking their younger daughters, Mito, Hanabi, and Tsuki Uchiha, on the mission. Mito was Sasuke's younger sister, aged 8, just like Hanabi, while Mito was 10. Hana elaborated that their clans traditionally sent members on missions at a young age to experience the ninja world. They had decided the girls would join this mission, as it was not too dangerous, and Team 7 would provide extra safety. Naku listened but eventually expressed his reluctance, stating he did not want to act as a babysitter and that the girls would slow them down. Minato insisted there was no option. It was already decided. The three girls were upset, thinking about how they were being underestimated. Naku reiterated that he had enough on his plate with the two teams assigned to him, which led to Naruto standing up and confronting him, while Sasuke added his own remarks. In a burst of speed, Naku reached Naruto and Sasuke, lifting them by their collars. Minato remained silent, recognizing his son's arrogance, and seeing that he did not intervene, neither did the others. Naku demanded respect, reminding them that he was their superior. Naku expressed his frustration over their immaturity, doubting their status as true shinobi. The three girls were taken aback by his speed, realizing he was the one referred to as the Demon of the Leaf. He lowered them and returned to his seat, apologizing to the Hokage for the incident. Minato reassured him, stating that he had no other choice but to take them along, though he warned Naku that he wouldn't be responsible for what might happen. Naku acknowledged that if a difficult situation arose, he might not be able to protect everyone. He then reminded the girls of his nickname, which they nodded in recognition of. Naku intended for them to understand the consequences of disobedience or delays during the mission. He stood up to prepare for their journey. Hanabi, curious, mentioned she knew his nickname but didn't understand why he had it. Mito explained that he earned it after a tragic incident involving his teammates during Naruto's birthday party 2 years prior. Hanabi and Suki were shocked and asked why he had done it. Minato clarified that it was because they were holding him back. The girls paled at the thought of going on the mission. 3 hours later, they gathered at the southern gate of the village, ready to depart. Naku announced it was time to start running. The journey to where the beetle was located would take at least 3 days, and with the girls, it would take even longer. Shika interrupted, suggesting they find a place to camp as it was getting late. Naku agreed, instructing Hinata to find a suitable spot. Although it wasn't very late, he recognized that Shika suggested this because Mito, Hanabi, and Suki were already tired. Once Hinata found a camping spot, they began setting up tents, except for Naku. He instructed Naruto and Sasuke to gather firewood while Shika went to find food. Naku set traps around the campsite to ensure their safety. Shika returned with fish he had caught from a nearby river, and Naruto and Sasuke arrived with firewood. After their meal, they organized the night watch. Naku assigned the shifts, Sasuke first, followed by Naruto, then Shika, and finally himself. Hinata pointed out that the girls wouldn't be on guard duty, to which Naku insisted they would take their turns the following day. As night fell, everyone settled into their tents, with the three girls sharing one. Naku reclined on the branches of a tree, gazing at the moon. Shika asked if he couldn't sleep, and Naku admitted he never slept during missions. Shika confessed he was having trouble sleeping too. Naku understood that Shika's concerns stemmed from the Uchiha clan. Shika mentioned that he had heard about Naku's past from Shino. Naku acknowledged the truth of Shika's words, recalling how he had been forced to eliminate threats outside the village, which led to his sleepless nights. They began discussing their experiences as ninjas. As dawn approached, Naku roused everyone, and they resumed their journey. After 5 days, they arrived at the forest where the beetle was located. Naku instructed Naruto to create 10 clones and disperse them throughout the forest to detect any approaching ninjas. He then told the others to form teams and search for the beetle. After giving his orders, Naku made a couple of clones to assist in the exploration, remembering that ninjas from the rock village would likely be searching for the beetle as well. 3 days passed without finding the beetle, and Mito expressed her despair, believing it was impossible. Hanabi tried to encourage her, assuring her they would find it. Suddenly, Suki exclaimed that she had found something, reaching into a hollow log. Shika checked to see if it was the beetle and, upon confirming, placed it in a glass box. Just then, an attacker jumped out with a sword, intent on harming them, but Naku swiftly intercepted him with his own weapon. He confronted the assailant, who acknowledged Naku's awareness of their presence, while Naruto was surprised that none of his clones had detected the intruders. The group positioned themselves for battle, ready to defend themselves. One of the attackers demanded they hand over the beetle, threatening them. When Konoha's team did not respond, the attackers lunged at them. They initially targeted Naku as the leader. One of the assailants thought he had trapped Naku with a swarm of bees, but Naku emerged from the ground, cutting him in half. The leader of the attackers vowed revenge for what Naku had done. Naku ordered his team to protect the beetle and charged at the remaining 4 foes. The fight was intense, with Naku struggling against the 4 stronger opponents. Seeing Naku injured and on the verge of defeat, Shika leaped in to help, managing to take down one of the attackers. Naku warned Shika to be careful as one of the enemies used a jutsu that sent spikes of earth toward him. The leader then summoned a giant bee ready to attack. Naku ordered everyone to run toward a nearby cave, but Naruto protested, insisting they needed to save Shika, who was still alive. Naku insisted it was an order, rescuing Shika could risk more lives, and with his injuries he couldn't continue facing the rock ninjas. Naku raised a wall of earth to allow their escape through the cave. Once inside, he formed a chakra sphere similar to a Rasengan, with 4 smaller spheres rotating around it, and launched it at the ceiling, creating a diversion. Naku collapsed and blocked the entrance to prevent anyone from pursuing them. Naruto shouted in frustration, questioning why Naku had let their companion die when they could have saved him. Naku remained silent, continuing deeper into the cave, searching for a safe spot to rest, as his chakra reserves were depleted and his body was injured. After walking a bit further into the cave, Naruto and the others found a suitable place to rest and tended to their wounds, which were not too severe. Hinata wondered aloud where Naku had gone, and Sasuke speculated that he had likely abandoned them and left the forest. Sakura suggested they rest before deciding what to do next, and everyone agreed. Meanwhile, Naku was in a smaller chamber of the cave, resting to regain his strength. After a few hours, he awoke, feeling his chakra restored and his injuries less severe. He stood up to search for the rest of his team and soon found them sleeping. Naku sat in front of them, observing. Hinata was truly beautiful, just as she appeared in the anime. He thought that under different circumstances, he might have tried to win her over, but given everything he had done, she would likely fear him like the others. Besides, she was already engaged to Sasuke. Naku's gaze shifted to the others until it landed on Sasuke, whom he regarded coldly before moving on. Naku had not always hated the Uchiha clan. His disdain stemmed from how they treated others. As an orphan, he had often been mocked by them, who believed themselves to be the strongest clan in Konoha and deserving of adoration. Without their Sharingan, they would be nothing. After a moment, Naruto began to stir and, upon opening his eyes, saw Naku sitting on a rock, startling him. His shout woke the others, who sat up in alarm. Sakura asked why he had screamed, and Naruto pointed at Naku, causing everyone to be surprised by his presence. Naku ordered them to gather their things and prepare to leave, and they complied. As they navigated through the cave, they finally found an exit. Naruto exclaimed in excitement, but Naku, serious, instructed them to wait. He created a shadow clone and sent it ahead. When the clone reached the exit, it was attacked by one of their enemies, causing it to explode and take the enemy with it. Kiba, shielding himself from the blast, thought about the A-rank Kenjutsu Naku had used. Naku activated his lightning cloak and exited the cave, finding no one waiting for them. It seemed the enemies had split up to ambush them as they left. He called for the others to hurry, warning that the explosion would attract more foes. After running for a while, Naku made them stop. He instructed Naruto to create clones, transform them into the team members, and send them in different directions to delay their pursuers. Naruto nodded and sent the transformed clones into the forest. Naku then divided the team into groups, sending Naruto, Sasuke, and Kiba north, while the others, led by Hinata with her Byakugan, would head south. Naku planned to go east. Sasuke wanted to argue against the decision, concerned about the other team's safety, but a single look from Naku silenced him. The teams set off in their designated directions. Sakura asked Hinata to use her Byakugan to check for any pursuers. Hinata activated her Byakugan, her expression shifting to one of horror as she realized they were being followed and would soon be caught. Sakura urged them not to lose their pursuers, but it was too late. The enemy was already upon them. One of the Roka ninjas lunged at Mito, who was holding the box containing the beetle, aiming to slice her throat. Just as he was about to strike, the box exploded, and Naku emerged, swiftly cutting the ninja's throat with his sword. Hinata rushed to Mito's side, asking if she was all right. Mito, still in shock, assured her that she was fine. Naku transformed into the box, having realized that the bees were spying on them as they exited the cave. Sakura deduced that they had been used as bait. Naku handed Sakura a scroll, explaining that it contained the sealed beetle and instructed her to take it to a specific location where the other team would be waiting to return to Konoha. When Hinata asked what he would do, Naku explained that the last Roka ninja would likely realize that the one sent east was a clone and would come after him. The other Roka ninja confronted Naku while her companion took the beetle, but it turned out to be a trap. Meanwhile, Sasuke, Naruto, and Kiba were running through the forest until they reached a clearing. Naruto reminded them that Naku had instructed them to wait there. After a few minutes, Hinata and the others arrived, and Kiba asked what they were doing there. Naruto, worried about Mito's condition, checked on her, and she reassured him that she was fine. Sakura insisted they needed to head to Konoha, but Kiba argued against leaving without Naku. Sakura reminded them that it wasn't his order, and the others exchanged uncertain glances. They decided to share what had happened on their way back. After Sakura and Hinata recounted the events, the group was not pleased with Naku's actions, but they were relieved that none of them were seriously injured or worse. They had just one day left to reach Konoha. Kiba wondered if Naku was still alive, to which Sasuke replied indifferently. Sakura noted that the technique Naku used resembled the Rasengan, and Naruto agreed, stating it seemed more advanced and powerful. Sakura asked if they thought he had invented it, but Sasuke doubted it, suggesting he might have stolen it from another ninja. Naku suddenly appeared behind them, ragged and bloodied, asserting that he had not stolen anything, unlike Sasuke's clan, which was known for taking techniques. Several years had passed since the incident. Upon hearing a familiar name, Sasuke raised an eyebrow, recalling the fight from 2 years ago during Naruto's birthday. When they saw Naku, everyone was surprised by his condition, but they said nothing. Upon arriving in the village, they reported the mission, handing over the beetle. Minato inquired about Shika Aburame's status. Naku produced a scroll and presented it to the Hokage, confirming its contents. Minato nodded and dismissed everyone. 2 months had passed since the mission. Naku stood atop the Hokage mountain, gazing blankly at the horizon, tears welling in his eyes. He felt exhausted, having once thought that coming to this world would be fun, but it was anything but. He felt alone, feared, and hated by everyone, even those he trained. Shino and Tobirama seemed to fear him, and ever since he had taken Kin's life, he was haunted by dreams of that night. After a moment of contemplation, Naku stepped forward, feeling as if he might fall into the abyss. Just as he was about to lose his balance, 2 figures leaped to catch him. A girl, around 12 with black hair, asked why he had jumped. Naku thought she resembled Sarada and recalled that Boruto had traveled to the past, wondering if Sarada had accompanied him in this timeline. He brushed off her concern, questioning why they had saved him. Another boy with blonde hair chimed in, urging Naku not to be rude and acknowledging the girl's kindness. Naku asked who they were, and the girl introduced herself as Sarada, with the boy being Boruto. Realizing they were indeed from the future, Naku felt a mix of curiosity and caution. Another boy with dark hair, Kuro, arrived, and Boruto welcomed him. Kuro simply smiled and remained silent. Naku turned to leave, uninterested in their affairs, but they called after him, asking for directions to the Hokage Tower. He declined, suggesting they seek help elsewhere. As Naku walked faster, the trio followed him. Upon reaching the busier streets, he noticed people stepping aside, casting looks of disdain and fear in his direction. Continuing on, he spotted teams 7 and 8 walking with others his age. A girl called out to Sarada, who raised her hand and went to join her friends. Naruto asked if they were Sarada's friends, to which she confirmed, thanking them for their help in finding her. As they gathered, Sakura suggested they head to see the Hokage. The children agreed, but Sarada looked around for Naku, only to find he had already left. Upon arriving at the Hokage Tower, they found Minato with Kushina, Mikoto, and Hana, along with 2 cloaked figures. Naruto entered the Hokage's office, greeting Minato casually, while one of the cloaked figures remarked on Naruto's disrespectful demeanor as a child. Naruto questioned their identities, and Minato explained they were from the future. Everyone was taken aback by this revelation. One of the cloaked figures introduced himself as Naruto from the future, with Sasuke beside him. Minato decided to explain the situation to the genin, wanting them to spend more time with their future children. He encouraged the kids to introduce themselves, as he only knew they were from the future and had arrived in different parts of Konoha. Boruto introduced himself as the son of Naruto and Sasuke, followed by Karura, who identified herself as the daughter of Shin Senju and Sakura Haruno. Minato introduced himself as the son of Menma Namikaze Uzumaki and Ino Yamanaka, while Sarada introduced herself as Sasuke Uchiha and Karen Uzumaki's daughter. Kuro identified himself as the son of Hinata Hyuga. Upon hearing this, Kushina, Mikoto, and Hana rushed to embrace the children, who protested playfully. Hana remarked on Kuro's parentage, noting that Hinata was engaged to Sasuke. She expressed surprise at the notion of Sasuke having more than one wife. Kuro then stated that if they wanted to know about his father, they would have to answer some questions first. Kushina insisted that Sasuke was not his father, but Kuro remained firm, saying he wouldn't reveal anything until they answered. Sasuke, hearing this, commented on the intelligence of the Uchiha. Kuro challenged him, asking how he could be sure he was his son. Sasuke replied that Hinata was his fiancée. Minato urged them to ask their questions, and Kuro wanted to know about Naku Asahi. The room fell silent, and Minato smiled slightly, promising to answer that question later, suggesting they first meet their mothers and fathers. They all left for the Hokage mansion, calling for Shin, Ino, Menma, Karen, and Satsuki. Upon learning they were their children, the parents wore expressions of shock similar to Naruto's before blushing. Minato announced they had the day off to spend time with their kids and left with Naruto and Sasuke from the future. Kuro lamented that they had left without telling him anything about Naku, while Mito commented on Kuro's reference to Naku as a demon, surprising the future visitors. Boruto, sensing the awkwardness, challenged his father from this era to a fight. Menma intervened, stating they couldn't fight there. Naruto suggested they head to a civilian training ground, as it was always empty. They made their way to the training field, where they found Naku meditating in a tree. Naku remarked on their unusual presence, and Tobirama explained they had come to train. Naruto and Boruto began sparring, with Naruto emerging victorious. He teased Boruto, claiming he wouldn't train him in the future since winning had been easy. Naku raised an eyebrow at this comment, confirming his suspicions about the future. Boruto mentioned that his mother didn't want them to train too hard, while Naku noted that peace existed in the future, surprising everyone who thought he was still in the tree. The sparring continued until it was Kuro's turn. Sasuke encouraged him to fight, but Kuro hesitated, not wanting to battle him. Naku was then challenged by Kuro, who insisted on a match. Naku looked at him for a moment before declining, stating that like his peers, Kuro must be weak. Tobirama urged Naku to fight, but he simply shook his head. Hinata smiled and asked why Naku wasn't fighting with her. Sarada chimed in, questioning if Naku was afraid of losing. Naku agreed to fight, declaring that he would show no mercy. Kuro also prepared for battle, stating he wouldn't hold back either. Tobirama instructed them to begin. As Kuro prepared to attack, Naku suddenly appeared in front of him, delivering a powerful kick to his chest that sent him flying into a tree. Tobirama announced Naku as the winner. Hinata rushed to her son to check on him, expressing concern over the intensity of the fight. Tobirama remarked that he hadn't expected Kuro to be so weak, while Naku shrugged off the victory. Hinata brought Kuro to Sakura, who began healing him with medical ninjutsu. Just as Naruto was about to speak, Naku dashed toward him, delivering a kick that sent Naruto soaring. A fishing lure landed where Naruto had been standing. Urashiki Otsutsuki appeared, laughing and revealing that he had sensed Naruto's presence. The future children were taken aback, knowing that Naruto and Sasuke from their time were supposed to be dealing with Urashiki. Naku confronted Urashiki, who dismissed him as insignificant. Urashiki activated his Byakugan, causing everyone to shudder at the immense power he radiated. He taunted Naku, suggesting they see how much he could endure. Naku stood frozen, and Tobirama demanded to know what Urashiki had done to him. Urashiki laughed, claiming he was merely making Naku relive his past sins, amplifying his emotions. After a moment, Naku began to scream in pain, pleading for it to stop. The others felt a chill as they witnessed Naku's torment. He was trapped in a painful illusion, reliving the traumatic events involving Kin over and over, each time feeling an overwhelming sense of anguish. Urashiki laughed maniacally as Naku's pleas turned into tears of blood. He offered to show everyone what Naku was experiencing, pulling them into the illusion. They found themselves in a cave, facing Naku, who was surrounded by lightning, with Kin lying on the ground. Naku had pierced Kin's heart, and Kin expressed his hatred for Naku. The future genin were shocked by the sight, witnessing Naku's merciless actions against his fellow participants. Boruto and the others were overwhelmed and began to feel sick. Minato remarked on how Naku had earned the title of demon for his actions. Unable to bear it any longer, Boruto activated his Jogan, transporting them to another location. They found themselves in Naku's mind, where a figure introduced himself as Kin, thanking Boruto for his dojutsu. The Uzumaki siblings were frightened, realizing Kin was a ghost. Kin noticed Kuro's sadness and asked why he felt that way. Kuro admitted he never imagined the person he admired would have killed his own teammate. Sasuke pointed out that Kin was the one Naku had killed. Kin suggested they follow him down a hallway to learn more. At the end of the hall, they saw a 5-year-old Naku sitting on a pile of bodies, crying. Kin reappeared, explaining that this was the true Naku. Naruto was startled by Kin's sudden appearance, and Kin teased him for being afraid of ghosts. Sarada attempted to approach Naku but was stopped by an invisible barrier. Kin informed them that no one could pass through. He led them to a cliff where they began to witness Naku's memories from the moment he was born. Hinata was moved to learn that Naku had been treated poorly because his parents were not from the village. They saw how he was insulted and denied basic necessities. They witnessed his struggles in the academy and the reason he graduated early, followed by the events of the Chunin exams and the tragic confrontation with Kin. Sakura, along with the other girls, shed tears as they learned that Naku had been forced to kill Kin. They continued to see how various Uchiha and Jonin had tried to assassinate him, leading to his sleepless nights filled with fear. They skipped to the part where he obtained his swords, then to the mission in the Land of Waves, and finally to his attempted suicide at the Hokage Mountain. Sarada expressed disbelief that their clan had sent him to his death. Kin, feeling sorrowful, explained why Naku had acted the way he did. Naruto and the others resolved to save him and become his friends, believing he had been alone long enough and deserved happiness. Kin, however, warned them that it might already be too late for Naku. Tobirama insisted that there was still hope for him. Kin lamented his role in forcing Naku to take his life, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, a strong breeze swept through, and they turned to see Naku rising. He declared he was tired of being rejected by the world and that he would now be the one to reject it. Naku drew his sword, shattering the illusion. Naruto and the others returned to their bodies, finding Naku standing still. Urashiki questioned how they had escaped. As Naruto began to respond, Naku unleashed his killing intent and brandished his sword, declaring he would kill Urashiki. The battle ensued, and while Urashiki sustained only minor cuts, Naku was severely injured. Urashiki laughed, confident that Naku could never defeat him. He charged at Naku, delivering a kick that sent him crashing into the trees. Naku rose again, determined to fight back. Urashiki taunted him, questioning his fear of death. Naku replied that death would be a gift, freeing him from pain. Urashiki, eager to fulfill that wish, kicked Naku high into the air. As Naku soared 10 meters above, Urashiki appeared and drove 6 stakes into his torso, sending him crashing back to the ground, creating a massive crater. In a hospital room in Konoha, Naku lay sleeping. After a while, he awoke, realizing he was still alive. Tsunade confirmed that she had saved him, explaining that he had arrived in a critical state. She advised him to rest as his body was still recovering. Naku inquired how long he had been unconscious, and Tsunade informed him it had been a week before leaving the room. Naku continued to rest, hearing a noise at the door as Naruto entered. Naku and the others from the training camp were gathered together. Naruto greeted Naku, but Naku urged him to stop acting that way. He knew Naruto was forcing himself and asked why he was doing it. Hinata explained that they had entered Naku's mind and seen his life. Naku acknowledged this and suggested they forget about it, but he was curious about their enemy. Menma informed them that Naruto and Sasuke from the future had dealt with him. Naku fell silent upon hearing this, realizing that if he hadn't come from the future, it meant he was dead. Kuro reassured him that what happened during the exams wasn't his fault. Naku laughed, stating that as ninjas, their lives revolved around killing to survive, and Kin's death was just another casualty. He lamented the fate of ninjas who didn't have to stain their hands with blood and those born in an era of peace. The others fell silent, and one by one, they began to leave the room. Tobirama apologized for being afraid of their teacher as he exited. Naku then asked Kuro what the future was like. Naruto, Hinata, Satsuki, Sarada, and Kuro were surprised by the question. Kuro described a peaceful future where ninjas didn't have to worry about wars, and genin didn't have blood on their hands or fear of being killed outside the village. Naku expressed a wish to have been born in such a place. After everyone left, Naku fell asleep. The next day, he woke to find Hinata sitting beside his bed. She was surprised when he asked what she was doing. Hinata explained that she had come to check on him. Naku, feeling that she was there out of pity, suggested she should stop visiting him, warning that if she continued, she might end up regretting it. Hinata was taken aback and insisted she wasn't there out of pity, she wanted to thank him for saving her. Naku feigned ignorance about saving her, but Hinata reminded him that he had saved her from bullies when she was 5 years old. Naku recalled the incident and laughed, suggesting she had been too afraid to thank him until now. Hinata turned away, tears in her eyes, and left the room. Kuro, watching from the window, commented that Naku had been harsh with her. Naku expressed his dislike for being pitted. Curious about Naku's father, Kuro asked about him. Naku described his father as serious and rarely smiling. Kuro then inquired how Naku believed he would die in the future. Naku mentioned a war where he would become famous, but the details were classified. Kuro confirmed there would be a fourth shinobi war, which he believed would be more brutal than previous ones. Naku dismissed Kuro's claim of being his son, citing weakness and Hinata's engagement to an Uchiha. He also noted that if Kuro were truly his son, he would possess one of the Kuro Ken swords in his possession. Naku was certain he would die in the fourth war. Kuro acknowledged Naku's reasoning and suggested he try to make some friends. Naku rejected the idea, stating that he had chosen the path of power and solitude. Kuro left, hinting that someone powerful might walk alongside him someday. Days later, Naku was discharged from the hospital and given a 2-month break due to his condition. After 2 days, those from the future had to return to their time. Their parents and grandparents came to say goodbye, but Naku chose not to join them, feeling unmotivated. Naruto and the others retained their memories, as they didn't know anything significant about the future, and this experience would help them grow. Naku visited the Senju complex to speak with Nawaki Senju, the clan leader. Nawaki agreed to trade 2 techniques from his clan for 2 of Naku's Kuro Ken swords. Naku requested the techniques of instant movement and divine restoration, which allowed for instant healing from severe injuries. Nawaki accepted the deal, and Naku relinquished the swords after removing the seal that prevented others from touching them. Next, Naku headed to the Hokage Tower to check on his request to train for 2 years. Minato informed him that his request had been approved, and he could leave in 3 days. In one of the training fields, the Konoha rookies were gathered, discussing their upcoming training journey. Shikamaru noted that they would be going on a training trip. Naruto and Menma confirmed they would be training with Ero Sennin. Naruto mentioned spending the week with Satsuki, making her blush and feel a bit sad about his departure. Tobirama and Shino announced they were leaving to say goodbye to Naku, who was also departing. Kiba asked where they were going, and Shino explained they were going to bid farewell to Naku-sensei. As Naku prepared to leave, He informed them he would be gone for about 2 years and hoped they would become jonin by the time he returned. He stepped outside Konoha, and in a flash he disappeared in a cloud of white smoke, surprising Tobirama, who realized it was an inverse summoning technique. Arriving at the Mountain of Glyphs, Naku began training in instant movement and sage techniques while also working to improve his lightning cloak technique. Later, Tobirama questioned Nawaki about giving one of Naku's swords to the Uchiha, knowing Naku had not gotten along with them. Nawaki justified his actions by stating it would help strengthen their relationship. 2 months later, the user of the swords that Naku had given to the Uchiha met an unfortunate fate. Although they managed to recover the cursed sword, it had a dark history. Every user who wielded it met a tragic end. A year later, the Senju clan decided to no longer use the sword. Tobirama expressed his concerns to his father, noting that the swords no longer recognized their clan as worthy of wielding them. Nawaki nodded in agreement and placed the sword on an altar, declaring that it would remain there until Naku returned to reclaim it. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan refused to give up, insisting that they could tame the sword. In just that year, the sword had claimed the lives of 15 bearers, each meeting a dreadful fate. At the Mountain of the Griffins, Naku had mastered Sage Mode. A young griffin approached him, announcing that the leader wanted to see him. Upon meeting, the leader revealed a discovery about the swords. They had the ability to choose their owner. Naku learned that he was currently the owner of all the swords and could lend them out. However, if those he entrusted them to betrayed his trust or acted against him, the swords would turn on their bearers until they returned to him. This revelation left Naku deep in thought as he continued his training. Naku also analyzed Tsunade's divine restoration technique and had an idea to enhance it by adding natural energy. He modified the seal accordingly. His chakra reserves had significantly increased, allowing him to create a total of 50 shadow clones. He made considerable progress with the Flying Thunder God technique, enabling him to teleport up to 100 meters. This jutsu had 2 levels. The first allowed him to teleport himself, a technique originally developed by the second Hokage, and the second allowed him to teleport objects, created by the fourth Hokage, Minato. Naku aimed to develop a third level that would involve swapping places, similar to Sasuke's ocular power in the anime. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Shino and Tobirama were growing stronger, earning their places in the bingo book as A-rank ninjas. Minato promoted them to Jonin, making them the first of their class to achieve this rank. Today marked 2 years of training for Naku. Over the past year, he had learned the second level of the Flying Thunder God technique and was laying the groundwork for the third. He also developed a new technique, the Divine Lightning Mantle, an evolution of the Lightning Mantle. He learned Sound Genjutsu, and it would take him another 2 years to fully store enough chakra for the restoration technique. Additionally, he created 2 seals on his palms, both capable of absorbing chakra from incoming jutsus and forming a barrier. The first seal, on his right hand, could paralyze opponents, while the second, on his left, was linked to his Flying Thunder God technique. In one of the training fields, Naku appeared in a cloud of smoke and headed to the Hokage's office to report his arrival. Minato informed him that he would undergo a test that afternoon to assess his current level. He then visited Nawaki to discuss the swords and their lethal nature. Nawaki was surprised by Naku's return and shared what he had done with the other sword. Naku became furious when Nawaki handed him the cursed sword, explaining the reason behind its deadly reputation. In the afternoon, Naku arrived at the training field for his test, wondering who he would face. Kakashi, sitting in a tree, informed him that he would be his opponent. Around the Hokage, several spectators gathered, including clan leaders and the newer ninjas of Konoha, who were no longer so inexperienced. Naku drew his sword and began to spar with Kakashi. After a few minutes, growing tired of the match, Naku activated his Divine Lightning Mantle, ending the fight in an instant. He remarked on Kakashi's lack of training, to which Kakashi casually replied that he had been occupied with other matters. Minato warned Naku about the cursed sword he wielded, but Naku insisted that it was not truly cursed. He explained that the sword killed its users because it deemed them unworthy. He claimed that only he and those he considered worthy could wield it. Itachi mentioned that 32 Uchiha had already fallen to the sword, and Naku ominously stated that the sword would continue to claim more lives, seeking to return to him. Later, Naku returned to his apartment to clean the dust that had accumulated during his absence. After finishing, he heard a knock at the door and opened it to find Shino standing there. Shino greeted him and explained that he had come to visit since Naku had returned from his journey. Naku invited him in to chat comfortably. Curious about the village's happenings during his absence, Naku asked Shino for updates. Shino casually mentioned that Sasuke had become engaged to Karen, and Hinata had broken her engagement with him. Naku congratulated them and inquired about other news. Shino informed him that he and Tobirama had become elite jonin thanks to the swords. Naku then asked about the situation outside the village, to which Shino replied that the other 4 great villages were acting suspiciously. However, they were not moving against Konoha, which was odd, especially since Suna had also broken their alliance with them. Shino noted that relations with the smaller villages were stable, as they had alliances with most of them. Naku fell silent, contemplating the behavior of the other villages. Shino asked what was on his mind, but Naku simply replied that he was thinking about the situation. "Do you think the other villages will attack their daimyo?" Upon hearing this, Shino was a bit surprised and thought it over. He considered that without the daimyo, the economy of their villages would decline significantly. Naku, however, posed a question about whether he would want to be governed by a civilian. Shino shook his head, and Naku suggested that perhaps the other villages had found a way to survive without the daimyo's support. He warned Shino to be cautious when leaving the village. After that, Shino departed, and Naku took a moment to rest, contemplating the actions of the other villages. The next day, the Hokage summoned Naku for a mission. Naku wondered why he had been called. Minato informed him that he would be assigned to a Class S mission. When Naku inquired about the details, Minato explained that he would be protecting the heir of the Fire Daimyo while he was in Konoha. Naku expressed doubt about the mission being of such high rank, but Minato clarified that they had paid for a ninja of that caliber to ensure the heir's safety. Naku would not be alone, he would team up with Hinata. Hinata entered the room, greeting both the Hokage and Naku. Together, they set off on their mission. The heir, named Shiki, was of the same age as them. They were to protect him for a week, but Naku doubted he could endure it for that long, as he already felt frustrated with Shiki by the second day. Shiki expressed his view that shinobi were merely a show of military power. Naku pointed out that Shiki was just a civilian and questioned whether he feared shinobi. Shiki arrogantly claimed that as the son of the daimyo, it was the shinobi who should fear him. Naku laughed, asserting that in a conflict between shinobi and civilians, they would emerge victorious. Shiki argued that civilians were more numerous. Hinata intervened, urging them to stop arguing. Shiki, in a playful tone, called her his beautiful future wife, to which Hinata firmly replied that she would not be marrying him. Shiki then fell asleep under a tree, allowing Hinata and Naku to finally rest. Hinata asked Naku how his journey had been, and he replied that it was fine. She noted that he seemed stronger than before, and he acknowledged her growth as well, mentioning that he had heard she broke off her engagement. When she jokingly asked if he wanted to marry the next daimyo, Naku dismissed the idea, and Hinata blushed, insisting she had no such intentions. As night fell, Hinata suggested they wake Shiki, but Naku decided against it, fearing he would just continue to be bothersome. He approached Shiki and, in a flash of black, vanished, only to return moments later. Hinata was astonished by the display of his technique, the iration. They then left the area, and Hinata reminisced about the visitors from the future. Naku recalled that one was her son and another was Sasuke's. Hinata speculated on the resemblance, and Naku jokingly suggested that it could be their child. Hinata blushed, denying it, while Naku teased her about her strength. Hinata, feeling emotional, expressed her feelings for Naku, but he reminded her of the past and the hurt it caused him. She insisted that she liked him even before seeing his memories. Naku remained silent as Hinata continued to cry, claiming she knew he loved her too, as Kuro had told her. In a flashback, Hinata had left Naku's hospital room in tears and went to a beautiful lake to cry, where Kuro found her. Kuro reassured her that Naku did care for her, but the path he chose was difficult, leading him to prefer solitude. Returning to the present, Hinata declared that she would become stronger so as not to be a burden to Naku. He comforted her, stating that she was not a burden. Naku sensed an impending war and feared it would be worse than anticipated. He prepared to face the battle head-on, which startled Hinata. He expressed relief that she was not strong enough to join him in the conflict, but she countered that even powerful people needed someone to save them from themselves. Hinata fell asleep on the couch, and Naku carried her to his room for a better rest. The next morning, Hinata woke up confused, realizing she was in Naku's room. Naku greeted her, and she apologized for any inconvenience. He reassured her and invited her to breakfast. Suddenly, Naku asked Hinata if she wanted to go out with him. She paused, tears in her eyes, and eagerly accepted, embracing him. Naku reminded her that their relationship had to remain a secret until he cleared his name. Hinata agreed, flustered by his affectionate term for her. After breakfast, they resumed their mission. Once it was completed, Naku decided to buy a new apartment, as his old one was in disrepair. With the help of the aeration, he managed to move quickly. Hinata affectionately called him darling, a term she had started using a few days prior. Hinata felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she spoke to Naku, who responded with a light laugh. He agreed to give her a key to his apartment and began to draw seals on her hand, which soon vanished. He explained that these seals would prevent anyone from entering his apartment without her permission. As they shared a moment, Naku leaned in to kiss Hinata passionately, but he accidentally placed his hand in an inappropriate spot, prompting an apology. Hinata, feeling flustered, encouraged him to continue. After some time, she began to undress him. The sun was rising in Konoha, and Naku and Hinata were waking up together. Hinata was the first to stir, gently stroking Naku's hair and commenting on how cute he looked while sleeping. Naku returned the compliment, causing Hinata to blush even more. He embraced her and expressed that they now belonged to each other, having shared a significant moment the night before. Hinata felt grateful to have experienced that with him. As they talked, Naku remarked on how he never imagined Hinata would be so bold in bed. She explained that her clan taught them how to please their partners, which was a normal expectation for a Hyuga. Naku, curious, asked how they learned, and Hinata clarified that it was through books, assuring him that it was nothing inappropriate. Months passed, and Hinata and Naku continued to meet in secret. Hinata confided in her mother, Hana, about their relationship, which Hana accepted warmly, even teasing them about their love nest. She suggested that Hinata should tell her friends about her relationship. Just as Hinata was about to respond, Naku appeared suddenly, covered in blood. Concerned, Hinata rushed to his side, but he reassured her that he was fine, insisting he just needed a bath and some rest. He explained that he had come from the Hokage Tower, and Hana asked him to call her by her first name. After Naku cleaned up, he revealed the troubling news that several villages had declared war on their daimyo, and it was only a matter of time before the conflict reached Konoha. Hinata was frightened by the thought of war, but Naku comforted her with an embrace. He then handed her a scroll containing the technique of divine restoration from Tsunade Senju, expressing confidence that with her chakra control, she could learn it. Hinata expressed concern about the time it would take to master the technique, but Naku reassured her that the Hokage would not send a kunoichi with her talent into battle. He insisted that she stay safe even though she wanted to accompany him. Naku felt that giving her one of his swords would only lead to her being sent to the battlefield, which he wanted to avoid. Hinata appreciated Naku's concern for her safety, wishing she could have found someone like him. Later, she shared with Naku that her mother had married Hayashi because of clan expectations, and that Hana was not truly happy. The next day, Naku began training Hinata to help her master the jutsu. He focused on improving her chakra control, and she eagerly responded to his guidance. After they practiced and Hinata mastered the control exercises, it was time to move on to the next level of training. Naku instructed her to lift her sweater, causing Hinata to blush as she hesitated, feeling shy about the request. Naku explained that he would place a 5-point seal to help balance Hinata's chakra. He offered to proceed, and as he leaned in, their moment was interrupted by Hana's arrival. Both Naku and Hinata quickly separated, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Naku warned Hinata that the process might be a bit uncomfortable, and she nodded in understanding. With a fiery glow around his fingers, Naku activated the 5-point seal, pressing his hands against Hinata's abdomen. Afterward, Hinata began practicing the exercises from before. Over the next 2 weeks, she significantly improved her chakra control. Exhausted from training, Hinata collapsed onto the floor. Naku gently scooped her up in his arms and disappeared with her using the instant transmission technique. They arrived at Naku's apartment, where Hinata playfully leaned in to kiss him. After a brief exchange of affection, Naku teased her about not being as tired as she seemed. Hinata admitted she wanted to spend more time with him. As they continued to kiss, Naku began to remove Hinata's training clothes, showering her with soft kisses and gentle touches. He complimented her, noting how soft and lovely she felt. Hinata responded with soft gasps, feeling overwhelmed by the sensations. In the kitchen, Hana heard unusual sounds and, unable to resist her curiosity, went to investigate. Upon entering, she was surprised to see Hinata and Naku together, which stirred unexpected feelings within her. After a moment, Naku and Hinata shifted positions, and Hinata playfully urged Naku to continue. Naku obliged, and as they moved together, Hinata expressed her pleasure. Naku asked her to declare her loyalty, and she eagerly affirmed her devotion to him. Hana, realizing she had been discovered, felt a mix of embarrassment and intrigue. Hinata approached her mother, inviting her to join in their playful moment. Naku, without hesitation, agreed and created a clone to assist Hana. As they all engaged in playful interactions, Naku noted the similarities between Hinata and Hana, commenting on their shared features. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and shared joy as they explored their connections. After a while, Hinata grew tired and fell back, while Hana expressed her continued enthusiasm. Naku leaned in to kiss Hana, and they shared a moment of intimacy, deepening their bond. Meanwhile, as the other villages prepared for war against the daimyo, Minato sent a message to Jiraiya, urging him to return to the village. A month later, Jiraiya arrived with Naruto, Menma, and his son, Shin. Naruto greeted Shikamaru and Choji, casually asking what they were up to. Shikamaru replied that nothing significant was happening, while Choji inquired about Naruto's return. Naruto explained they had come back early due to the impending war and suggested a gathering of everyone soon. Back at Naku's place, he praised Hinata for successfully sending a steady flow of chakra through the seal. Hinata, exhausted but happy, smiled up at him. Naku assured her that she would soon feel less tired as she adjusted. Hinata expressed her determination to grow stronger, and Naku encouraged her, asking about her dreams for the future. She shared her aspirations. The first had already been fulfilled by being with him, the second was to have a beautiful family, and the third was to eliminate the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. Naku, intrigued by her ambitions, playfully hinted that he could help her achieve her second dream, causing Hinata to blush. They embraced, enjoying a comfortable silence together, savoring the warmth of their connection. Naku then asked if she would still love him if he were to change dramatically, prompting Hinata to wonder about his concerns. "Of course, I will continue to love you," Hinata said as she nestled closer into his chest. "I love you, my beautiful princess of the moon," Naku replied, gently stroking her hair. 3 months after the war began, the daimyo gathered to discuss the situation, concluding that the powerful shinobi villages were to blame. They decided to declare war on the 5 strongest shinobi villages, and with the support of the Land of Iron, which had an army of about 100,000 samurai, each daimyo was given 20,000 troops to confront the villages. Upon hearing this, Minato decided to speak with the daimyo to resolve the situation and prevent war. Naku, along with Shino and Tobarama, was summoned by Nawaki. He explained that he had called them because the daimyo had declared war on them. Shino pointed out that the Hokage had not gone to speak with the daimyo. Nawaki confirmed this but added that if negotiations failed, they would lead the charge in battle since they wielded the Ken swords, giving them an advantage against their enemies. Naku asked who would lead. The troops and Nawaki informed them that Shursui Uchiha would be the leader, with them next in command. After a moment, Shursui arrived, and they began discussing the strategy to adopt if the negotiations with the daimyo failed. Once the meeting concluded, Naku went to his apartment to gather his belongings before seeking out Hinata. She was at a restaurant with her classmates, and Naku perched himself on a tree to watch her. When they finished their meal, everyone left laughing, and Hinata noticed Naku. She rushed over to embrace him, but when she realized how she had addressed him, she turned pale, as their relationship was a secret. Fortunately, only Satsuki, Naruto, and Sasuke heard her, as the others were far away. Naku took Hinata to a lake and told her that Nawaki had informed him that if the negotiations with the daimyo failed, he would go to war. Hinata's eyes widened in shock as she asked why it had to be him. Naku explained that as a bearer of the Kuroken, he would instill fear in the enemy, giving them an advantage. Hinata simply hugged Naku while crying, then went home without saying anything. The next day, Minato arrived with only half of his guards. The negotiations had failed, and he immediately ordered the formation of a squad to intercept the daimyo's approaching forces. Hana told her daughter, Hinata, that she should not go see Naku. Hinata was uncertain, expressing her fear of losing him in the war. Hana reassured her that he was strong and would want to see her before leaving. Hinata stood up and went to find him. In the Konoha Plaza, a large crowd gathered to bid farewell to their loved ones heading to war. At the front stood the Hokage, along with clan leaders and those who would command the squad of 2,000 ninjas, including Chunin and Jonin. When Naku spotted Hinata, he approached her. He had thought she wouldn't come. Hinata embraced him and began to cry on his chest. Naku reassured her that he would be fine and handed her a beautiful white necklace shaped like a snowflake. He explained that it was made with his chakra, so as long as the necklace remained intact, it meant he was still alive. Hinata accepted it and nodded, asking him to help her put it on. Naku obliged, complimenting how it looked on her. She thanked him and revealed that she also had something for him, a bracelet with their names inscribed and a heart in the center. Naku admired it and asked her to put it on him. Hinata complied, and then she tearfully stated that they wouldn't see each other for a while, so she had some rules for him. First, he should not let any female medical ninja touch him. Second, he should send her letters every day if possible. Third, he should not let any woman see him undressed. And lastly, he must not die. Naku agreed and then shared his own rules. First, he didn't want her to show her beautiful smile to anyone but him. Second, she shouldn't wear tight clothing. And third, she must not forget him. Hinata nodded and kissed him, vowing to become stronger to protect him. Naku admitted that he wished she wouldn't leave the village. In a new location, Shursui announced that they would establish their base there, and everyone began setting up tents and creating a barrier around the area. Shursui received the largest tent for meetings to plan their attacks, while Naku was given a medium-sized tent for himself, as he was one of the strongest ninjas present. Once the camp was established, Shursui called for a meeting. During the meeting, the clan representatives, including Naku, gathered. Shursui shared that their spies reported the daimyo's army was positioned a few kilometers away, totaling 5,000 individuals, including samurai and hired mercenaries. The daimyo had their own army, but they were not as strong, only reaching a low jonin level. The group began discussing strategies to confront the enemy, concluding that they would wait for the enemy army to advance a bit further before launching their attack. Naku inquired about the smaller villages, and Shursui informed them that they had declared neutrality in the war. Naku asked if there was any chance they might join the daimyo, to which Shursui replied that while it was a possibility, they were currently inactive. In the following days, the daimyo's army advanced more rapidly, prompting Shursui to decide to confront them directly. He expressed that this was a pointless war, as Konoha had not done anything against the daimyo. The commander of the opposing army laughed, acknowledging that the ninjas were still a threat. As the soldiers advanced, Shursui commanded the attack, with Naku, Shino, and Tobarama leading the charge. Naku activated his divine chakra cloak and began to take down the enemy forces relentlessly. After 3 hours of fierce fighting, the daimyo's army decided to retreat, leaving only a fifth of their original numbers, as the rest had fallen in battle. Shui ordered his men not to pursue, suspecting that traps might be laid out for them. 2 days later, squads from other villages arrived, and the following day, the daimyo's army began to advance. Shino remarked that their suspicions had been confirmed. Shui organized the ninjas, placing the shinobi from the other villages at the front. Just as they were about to move forward, the leader of Takigakure drew his sword and attacked one of the jonin from Konoha. The unexpected betrayal shocked everyone, leaving them in disbelief. Shui activated his Sharingan and noticed that both the leader of Takigakure and those from Moegakure and Hoshigakure were enveloped in a red chakra aura, their eyes turning dark as they charged at him. A bloody battle erupted in the Konoha camp, with Shino and Tobirama engaging the ninja from Hoshigakure, Shui confronting the one from Takigakure, and Naku facing off against the opponent from Moegakure. The strange red aura elevated their power to that of a high-level Quasika, making them formidable foes. As the battle raged on, Konoha began to gain the upper hand, but the red aura thickened, transforming into the shape of a three-tailed wolf. The tide turned, and Konoha started to struggle. Naku drew his 2 swords to confront his opponent. After a prolonged fight that left the area in ruins, Naku found himself facing the grass ninja, exhausted from the struggle. With his lightning divine cloak, Naku approached the ninja and plunged one of his swords into him, absorbing his chakra. When the enemy became distracted, trying to pull the sword from his body, Naku swiftly ended the confrontation. He succeeded in defeating the ninja, who was not particularly skilled and seemed unaccustomed to the strange power. Returning to the camp, Naku was dismayed to see that nearly 70% of the shinobi had fallen. Shino and Tobirama had managed to subdue the Hoshigakure ninja, but they were not unscathed, each sustaining serious injuries. Shui had also prevailed but was gravely wounded. Naku rushed to him, attempting to provide aid. Shui, with a pained expression, told Naku that it was futile. Naku, refusing to give in to despair, encouraged him to hold on. As Shui lay on the ground, blood seeping from his wounds, he spoke with great effort about the information he had gathered. He revealed that there were beings similar to Jinchuriki, but without bijou inside them, calling them diaboloid. Naku listened intently, knowing that Shui had risked everything to obtain this knowledge. Shui, in a moment of desperation, asked Naku to take his eyes, pleading for him to give them to Itachi. Naku hesitated, knowing the power of those eyes, but Shui insisted that Itachi was different from the rest of their clan and could be trusted. As Shui's life faded, Naku took his eyes and placed them in a container filled with green liquid. A medic ninja rushed in, panic evident in her voice as she reported that the daimyo's troops were approaching from 3 directions, totaling 10,000 soldiers. Naku ordered everyone to gather immediately. Once assembled, he assessed the dire situation. 60% of their forces were dead, and the rest were injured, with the enemy closing in. A Hyuga reported that they had sent a message to Konoha requesting reinforcements, but they had yet to receive a response. Naku realized that with their current strength, they could not face the enemy. He instructed all shinobi who were not severely injured to seal the bodies of the fallen while the wounded began to retreat to the mountains for safety. Nara voiced concerns about the open field they would have to cross to reach the mountains, knowing it would be dangerous. Naku, however, insisted they follow orders. He created shadow clones to help delay the enemy's advance, allowing the remaining shinobi to reach the mountains. Once at the mountain, Naku ordered the injured to be placed in a cave while those who could still fight defended the entrance. He prepared to confront the enemy, knowing he had to slow their advance. Naku activated several seals in the field, aware that they would not be enough against the overwhelming forces. He entered Sage mode, his appearance transforming as his hair turned dark red, his nails sharpened into claws, and his eyes glowed bright red with markings appearing on his face. The first wave of troops arrived, and seeing only Naku, they charged at him. He unleashed his divine lightning technique, cutting through the enemy ranks with precision, the seals he had placed earlier aiding him in the battle. From the mountain, the remaining shinobi could only watch as a red flash decimated 3,000 enemy ninjas. The other 2 squads, realizing they were facing the legendary Naku, attempted to flank him, moving to rocky terrain where they believed there were no seals. Naku, cloaked in lightning, pursued them, ready to continue the fight. Meanwhile, in Konoha, a ninja rushed through the streets toward the Hokage's mansion, desperate to deliver urgent news. Upon arrival, he burst into the meeting where Minato and clan leaders were gathered. Minato's presence was commanding, and he demanded to know the reason for the intrusion. The ninja, trembling, informed him that the battlefield had fallen. The room fell silent, and Hinata's worry for Naku grew. Minato quickly led the group to his office, where the ninja explained that a messenger hawk had arrived with news of betrayal from Taki, Hoshi, and Malagakure. 3 of their ninjas had gained red chakra and become incredibly powerful. Naku, Shino, Tobirama, and Shursui had engaged them, but Shursui had fallen, along with 60% of their forces, while the rest were injured. The enemy was approaching with around 8,000 soldiers. Minato's concern deepened upon learning that the daimyo had sent mercenaries and samurai, recognizing the threat they posed. He ordered the ninja to summon Nawaki to the Hokage Tower and announced that the meeting would have to be suspended due to these urgent matters. As everyone began to leave, Hinata clutched the necklace Naku had given her, hoping for his safety. Minato dispatched a rescue squad led by Kakashi. The next day, Kakashi arrived at the battlefield, only to find a scene of devastation, with bodies scattered across the field and rivers of blood forming from the carnage. A Hyuga in the rescue squad activated his Byakugan and spotted a ninja watching them from a distance. They managed to capture him, and Kakashi learned that he was from the village. The captured ninja explained that they had been waiting for help and led Kakashi and his team to their refuge. However, Asenju questioned the ninja's claims, doubting that one person could have caused such destruction. The ninja insisted that Naku had single-handedly defeated the 8,000 soldiers who attacked. Kakashi was astonished, asking if Naku was alive. The ninja confirmed that he was, though he was unconscious from chakra exhaustion and injuries. Upon reaching the cave where the surviving ninjas were hiding, Kakashi ordered the medic ninjas to treat them and prepare for their return to Konoha for further care. Naku was recovering alongside a group of jonin who would accompany him while he and the others set up camp again. The injured arrived in Konoha by afternoon, and the Hokage immediately ordered his ninjas to take them to the hospital. Those in better condition went to give a complete report on the mission. Tsunade successfully treated everyone, but Naku remained unconscious, along with Shino and Tobirama, who had lost a significant amount of blood. After a few hours, Naku managed to wake up and looked around, confused about his surroundings. Minato entered the room and informed him that he was in the Konoha hospital. Naku nodded and asked about Shursue's body. Minato replied that he had it sealed in his scroll. Naku sat up and began to perform hand seals, summoning a 1-meter scroll from which he produced a smaller scroll containing Shursue's body. He explained that he had removed Shursue's eye because he had requested it be given to Itachi. Minato stated he would send Itachi to see him and began to leave when Naku called out to him, sharing what Shursui had discovered. An hour later, Itachi arrived and entered Naku's room. He was informed by Minato that Naku had something for him. Naku tossed a vial containing Shursue's eye to Itachi, who caught it and acknowledged that he knew Naku also had the other eye. Naku explained that he had taken that eye when Shursui had attempted to harm him. Itachi offered to trade the eye for the sword Juro, which was in their possession. Naku laughed, noting that only the leader of the Uchiha clan could make such a trade, and the current leader was Itachi's father, with Sasuke as the heir. Itachi remarked that he would have to become the leader again. As Itachi prepared to leave, Naku inquired about why he had renounced his leadership. Itachi reflected for a moment and explained that it was his father who had made that decision, wanting him to become the next Hokage. Naku understood that Minato and Fugaku had plans for Itachi to be the 5th Hokage, aiming to unite the Uchiha clan with the village. However, he worried that having an Uchiha as Hokage would increase resentment among some Uchiha, leading to conflict with the villagers. The next day, Naku was discharged from the hospital and returned to his apartment, where Hinata awaited him. Upon his arrival, Hinata rushed to him, crying. Naku reassured her that he was fine, gently stroking her back. Hinata expressed her fear that he had died. After calming her down, Naku asked how she was progressing with her technique. She shared that her father had congratulated her on learning Tsunade's technique and believed she would make a good clan leader. Naku was happy for her but frowned when she mentioned her father's desire to re-engage her to Sasuke. He expressed frustration about the Uchiha clan's ongoing issues. Hinata reminded him that not all Uchiha were bad, pointing out that Sasuke, Itachi, and Satsuki were good people. Naku teased her about defending Sasuke, and Hinata playfully asked if he was jealous. Naku, feeling annoyed, went to his room to prepare his things, knowing he would return to the battlefield soon. Hinata entered and hugged him from behind, declaring her love for him. Naku remained focused on his preparations, and Hinata sat on his bed, asking what he was getting ready for. He explained that he was preparing for war again, noting that not everyone had the privilege of being the child of a clan leader. Hearing this saddened Hinata, as she recognized Naku's solitude and the truth in his words. Heirs of clans typically did not go to war unless necessary. After finishing, Naku lay on his bed, and Hinata snuggled beside him. She encouraged him not to be bitter and kissed him. Naku acknowledged her support but wanted to know what people were saying about him. Hinata informed him that rumors had spread, and he was now referred to as the Demon of the Blood Rivers, linked to a popular story among civilians and shinobi that claimed he was born on the same day as Konoha's heroes, Naruto and his brother. Naku dismissed the rumors, asserting that he had not killed for pleasure but out of necessity to save his comrades. Hinata placed her hands on his face, insisting he was not a monster and that she would not allow him to become one. Naku chuckled, reminding her they were at war. Hinata laid her head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Naku shared the weight of his experiences, explaining that the feeling of taking lives was worse when using Sage Mode, which allowed him to sense the emotions of others. Hinata began to cry, wishing she could bear his pain and be by his side whenever he needed her, feeling weak in comparison. Naku reassured her of her strength, stating she was more powerful than many at her age. Hinata kissed him and professed her love. He embraced her tightly, and after a while, she fell asleep. As he stroked her hair, Naku silently hoped she would continue to love him and not see him as a monster for what he would have to do in the war. That night, Hinata awoke to find herself on top of Naku, gently caressing his face and hair, admiring how peaceful he looked while sleeping. It was true, Naku didn't know Hinata's birthday. He had always tried to find out but never succeeded. He mentioned that he was born on the same day as the heroes of Konoha, which made Hinata blush upon realizing he was awake. She thanked him, stammering, and Naku laughed, telling her she looked beautiful when she did. Naku then asked if Hinata wanted to stay the night, to which she eagerly agreed. The next day, Naku woke up next to Hinata, who was still asleep. He remarked that he couldn't understand how she liked to sleep without clothes. Hinata explained that clothes were uncomfortable while sleeping, so she had no other option. After they got up and had breakfast, Hinata suggested they go to the hot springs. Upon arrival, they found Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Menma, Ino, and Shin already there. Naruto excitedly proposed that everyone join him in one of the private baths. The boys entered first, and Naruto noted that it was good to have everyone there, though a few were still missing. The girls soon followed, most of them wrapped in towels. They settled down with their partners, and Ino playfully teased Naku and Hinata about looking like a couple, causing Hinata to blush again. Just as the conversation was about to continue, an ANBU member entered, urgently calling for Naku. He stood up and began walking toward the exit, revealing the scars on his back as he did. Menma commented on the realities of war. Minato had summoned Naku to the Konoha camp for reinforcements, along with Shino and Tobirama. Hinata asked why he had been called, and Naku explained he had to return. When she asked when, he replied it would be early the next day. Hinata nodded, and he reassured her that he would be fine. She hugged him tightly, telling him to take care. Just then, Hana arrived, greeting Naku and asking how he was. He replied he was well. Hana approached Hinata and gave her a quick kiss, surprising Naku and reminding him of their previous encounter together. Hana playfully laughed, and Naku remarked that he never expected the Hyugas to be so bold. After dinner, Hana moved closer to Naku and kissed him. Hinata also approached, playfully touching Hana's shoulder. The next day, Naku and his companions headed to the Konoha camp with supplies and medicine. Upon arrival, Kakashi called Naku into his tent to explain the situation. It seemed the smaller villages were creating more of the dangerous creatures known as diaboloid, which had become a significant problem. Thanks to Kakashi capturing a jonin from Moya, they discovered that the village was experimenting on prisoners to produce stronger diaboloid in greater numbers. As the war progressed, it became increasingly violent. Naku managed to defeat 2 more diaboloid and finally reached the Kage level, with Shino and Tobarama also nearing that level. Kakashi assigned them to lead the squads dealing with the diaboloid. With each battle against the samurai, Naku improved his swordsmanship. At that time, there were around 5,000 shinobi at the Konoha camp. In Kakashi's tent, where he, Naku, Tobarama, and Shino were gathered, a frantic ninja rushed in with urgent news. Kakashi took the scroll and read it, his expression turning serious as he passed it to the others. The other villages were sending troops to the Land of Fire to destroy Konoha. Naku commented that it was understandable for other villages to target Konoha, given its reputation as the strongest village. The scroll also contained orders from the Hokage, stating that half of the shinobi, along with Kakashi, Shino, and Tobarama, needed to return, leaving Naku as the leader on this front. Kakashi immediately returned to the village with half of the shinobi, while Shino and Tobarama accompanied him. Back in Konoha, the civilians and shinobi were on edge as the other villages began their attacks. Minato convened a war council, deciding to place the village in a state of war, where only the shinobi had a voice, and the Hokage issued commands. Months passed as Konoha fought against the other villages, and some shinobi gained notoriety, including Shino and Tobarama, who were on the front lines against the Rock and Cloud villages. After several months, news arrived that Kankuro had massacred the entire village of the waterfall and taken its Jinchuriki. Upon learning this, Konoha dispatched an ANBU team to investigate, but they only found the village in ruins, with the bodies of the villagers. Since Naku became the leader of the troop facing the daimyo, he began training his soldiers, and he too continued to train, reaching a mid-level Kage status. The battles against the daimyo intensified, but Naku managed to minimize losses among his shinobi. As Naku read the war reports, he noted several critical points, including the war between Kumo and Iwa, Konoha against Suna, and Konoha against Kiri. The other fronts were not as critical as the conflicts between Suna and Iwa, Kiri and Kumo, Kumo and Konoha and Iwa. A ninja approached Naku, delivering a message from Konoha. He nodded and retreated to his tent. The message was from Hinata, congratulating him on his 17th birthday. Naku smiled and began writing a reply. Invel, the prodigy ninja from Kiri, started leading the squad against Konoha, earning the title God of Ice, due to his unmatched control over the element, capable of freezing entire seas. The battles between Konoha and Kiri grew increasingly violent, leading to widespread destruction in their combat zones. During one confrontation, Invel managed to defeat Azuma, the leader of Konoha's forces in that area. The Konoha ninjas, witnessing their leader fall, were ordered to retreat and fled in disarray. Invel seized the opportunity and unleashed one of his most powerful techniques, taking down 3,000 Konoha ninjas in an instant. Nawaki Senju was sent to confront Invel, determined to defeat him. On the shores of the Land of Fire, Nawaki clearly demonstrated greater strength than Invel, but Invel was not to be underestimated, growing stronger with each encounter. Meanwhile, on the front lines with the sand, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, led the charge, while the Kazekage, Raza, and his son, Kankuro, who was equally powerful, stood against him. Hiruzen had earned the title of God of Shinobi for a reason. Despite his age, he remained a formidable opponent. Kankuro, however, was a reincarnated being and possessed the one-tailed beast, Shikaku, within him. Kankuro merged Sage Mode with Shikaku's chakra, resulting in an incredible surge of power that even made Hiruzen shudder. The two engaged in a fierce battle, leaving destruction in their wake. After 2 days of intense fighting, Kankuro emerged victorious, holding the head of the third Hokage in his right hand. The ninjas of Konoha wept at the sight of their beloved leader's head in the hands of the enemy. This was a devastating blow for Konoha, both militarily and emotionally, as they had lost one of their strongest ninjas. Minato sent his master, Hiraiya, to lead the front against Suna, while Kakashi faced the Roka and his special Umbu against the Cloud. At this rate, Konoha was on the brink of collapse. Naku inquired about the situation in Konoha, and a shinobi reported that the Hokage had gone to confront the Reikage. Naku wondered if Konoha would survive this war, uncertain of the outcome. Konoha was weakening with each battle, and the death of the third Hokage had dealt a heavy blow. Nato sighed heavily, contemplating the loss of military power after the fall of the Cascada. He realized that the Star and Grass villages posed significant problems, and without them, he could abandon this front and join others facing greater challenges. Naku pondered this throughout the night until he eventually fell asleep. Days passed until a ninja arrived with news that left Naku surprised. The Hokage required half of their troops to be sent to Iwa, as the Tsuchikage had joined the attacking forces, and Kakashi could not hold them back. Naku considered the situation and decided that sending more shinobi would not make much difference. He ordered the selection of the weaker half of the shinobi to go to Iwa. The shinobi was taken aback but obeyed immediately upon seeing Naku's serious expression. Naku recalled a destructive technique he had learned while training with the Griffins, the fire meteors. Having mastered Sage Mode, he gained the ability to unleash fire jutsus using natural energy, and the leader of the Griffins had taught him the fire meteor technique. That night, Naku, along with about 50 jonin, used his iration to lead them to the grass village. They had information suggesting that experiments to create diavoloid were being conducted there, and it was likely they would encounter one or two. Naku instructed his team that when he gave the order, they would attack and eliminate everyone. He began to gather a massive amount of natural chakra, entering Sage Mode, and concentrated the energy on his back, forming 2 chakra wings that lifted him into the air. The ninjas watched in awe as Naku concealed himself among the clouds. Moments later, the sky turned a deep crimson, and fireballs began to rain down on Kusagakure. The village of Kusa became a hellscape, with houses ablaze and the streets littered with the bodies of the fallen. The fireball assault lasted about 15 minutes, after which Naku descended to the ground, exhausted. The ninjas looked on in terror at the devastation he had wrought. Naku commanded them to eliminate any remaining survivors. The ninjas obeyed, ensuring no one was left alive. However, as he had predicted, there were no children. It seemed they had been taken to safety when the war began. The following morning, Naku and the 50 shinobi returned to the camp. The events of that night would soon be known worldwide, and Naku would be labeled a demon. Yet, he felt justified in his actions, believing that Konoha would be rid of a significant enemy. Naku ordered his shinobi to prepare for an attack on the capital of the daimyo. Once everyone was ready, he created 10 shadow clones. The clones surrounded the shinobi and vanished in a flash of black, reappearing a kilometer from the daimyo's castle. Naku commanded the attack, and they charged toward the castle. He left a clone behind to lead the shinobi while he entered the walls. He asked a small fox, Riku, if the seals for iration were in place, to which Riku confirmed they were. Naku then instructed him to retreat. He unleashed a powerful earth jutsu, summoning 3 destructive dragons that began to demolish buildings, with one targeting the walls to allow the ninjas to enter. A squad of samurai rushed toward the earth dragons, but Naku intercepted and swiftly defeated them. As Naku continued to eliminate samurai throughout the streets, the area transformed into a battlefield. The shinobi killed every samurai and civilian they encountered without leaving anyone alive. Upon reaching the castle, Naku found several guards at an entrance. Assuming the daimyo was inside, he dispatched the guards and entered the room. Inside, he discovered only an empty chamber and suspected a secret exit might be hidden there. Instead of pursuing, he activated Sage Mode and set the castle ablaze. After burning down the castle and the capital of the Land of Fire, Naku and his shinobi returned to camp and sent a detailed report to the village, stating that this front would no longer pose a problem for some time. The next day, a letter arrived informing them of further developments. Naku had to return alongside half of the shinobi. He obeyed the orders and made his way back to the village. Hinata, filled with hope, asked if it was true that he had annihilated an entire village. Naku simply nodded, and Hinata began to cry, expressing her sorrow over the innocent lives lost, the civilians who had been caught in the conflict. Naku responded that this was war, and wars were won by eliminating the enemy, regardless of whether they were civilians or shinobi. Hinata refused to accept this, insisting that he didn't have to kill innocent people. Naku coldly stated that what was done, and if he had to do it again, he would. He added that if she didn't like how he handled things, she could leave. Hinata was taken aback but remained silent. Naku bid her farewell, stating he had a meeting with the Hokage, leaving her alone and heartbroken. Minato ordered Naku to head to the Land of the Rocks to support Kakashi. Naku nodded and left immediately. Upon arriving in the Land of the Rocks, he found that Konoha was being cornered and could not halt the advance of the Tsuchikage. Naku reported his arrival to Kakashi, who explained the dire situation they faced. With Naku's assistance, they managed to halt Iwa's advance, restoring some balance to the war. The daimyo, with the help of the Diabolus, proved to be a nuisance, prompting other villages to destroy the daimyo's castles. However, the daimyo managed to escape and continued to attack the ninja villages. Suna declared war against the Land of Iron, and Kankuro was sent to confront them. Weeks turned into months and months into years. During this time, several towns allied with the daimyo were destroyed, leaving no survivors. Naku had turned 19 and had not returned to the village since his confrontation with Hinata. Kankuro put the Land of Iron in a difficult position by destroying half of its city. Drix killed Tobarama, seeking the Kuro sword for his village, but when Shino died, the sword vanished and returned to Naku. Upon learning of Tobarama's death, Naku shed tears, as he was one of the few he considered close. Itachi became the leader of his clan and returned the Kuro sword to Naku. Sasuke did not accept this but felt powerless to oppose Itachi, so he remained silent. Shiro, reincarnated in IWA, completely destroyed the daimyo's castle using his dust element, earning the nickname Shiro of the Destruction. At this point, the daimyo had lost much of their power, while the villages remained strong, and the war reached its peak. Invel continued to fight against Nawaki, matching him in power and speed. Their battle saw trees uprooted and frozen in place. The sky darkened, and snow began to fall, freezing everything it touched in the form of flowers. Meanwhile, Nato was battling Inoki, the Tsuchikage. Though younger and stronger, Nato lacked Inoki's battle experience, but their fight was worthy of two high-level Kage ninjas. At the border of Suna and Konoha, the Keisuke Raza and his son Gaara faced off against Minato and Hiraiya. The power disparity was significant, but Raza held his ground, and Gaara, thanks to Shikaku's chakra, was also a formidable Kage-level ninja. The battle was evenly matched, and the outcome was uncertain. Minato was incredibly fast, but the Keisuke sand was equally swift, making it nearly impossible to land a hit. Meanwhile, in the Land of Waves, Invel and Nawaki continued their fierce battle until Invel unleashed a forbidden jutsu. The skies opened, and a white light descended, illuminating everything. Invel shouted, "Paradise of ice," and everything touched by the light began to freeze and shatter. Nawaki attempted to escape, but his body was already freezing. With his last strength, he summoned two giant wooden hands, launching wooden spears that struck down the Kiri ninjas. When the white light faded, everything was frozen, including Nawaki, who had turned into a statue of ice. The wind blew, causing him to start crumbling. Invel began to fall unconscious as this technique consumed tremendous amount of chakra. To avoid shortening his lifespan, he decided to use part of the soul of the six tails he had sealed for occasions like this. Invel succeeded without sacrificing his life, but he fell into a coma. Kiri and Konoha suffered significant losses that day. Konoha lost Nawaki, and Kiri lost several of its shinobi, with Invel now in a coma. The news of these events quickly spread throughout the elemental continent. In Suna, the battle between the Keisuke and his son against the Hokage and Hiraiya worsened, to the point where the desert seemed to come alive, moving against the Hokage's summons. Gaara, a master of sealing techniques thanks to his brother Kankuro, decided to perform a space-time jutsu to transport Hiraija away. He began forming hand seals and successfully trapped Hiraija with him, teleporting to the other side of the vast desert. Gaara, now in sage mode, laughed as he explained that he had transported them to leave the Kages to fight alone. Hiraija, already in sage mode, prepared to continue the battle. Gaara in his sage mode was impressive, enhanced by the power of Shikaku within him. Hiraija struggled to keep up, aided by the two wise toads on his shoulders. Unlike Hiraija, Gaara could not maintain sage mode for long, as he could not absorb natural energy while fighting. The wrath of Shikaku! Gaara shouted as the sand from the entire desert began to attack and envelop Hiraija. The old toad realized the danger and understood it was only a matter of time before the sand crushed them. Hiraija had underestimated his opponent simply because he was younger. Just as the sand was about to crush them, Hiraija performed a sound jutsu, dispersing the sand and creating an opening for escape. However, he could not make it out and was caught beneath the weight of the sand. No! Hiraija cried out in despair as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. As the wise frog was buried under the sand, Ma urged Hiraija not to lose focus, reminding him that the fight was not yet over. Fueled by great anger, Hiraija charged a giant Rasengan toward Gaara. Gaara, nearly exhausted from his previous jutsu, attempted to shield himself with sand, but it was not enough and the technique struck him, causing significant damage. Hiraija smiled, seeing his attack connect, but Ma warned him to be cautious as part of the Sanin's body was covered in sand. With the last of his strength, Gaara clenched his fist, and the sand began to crush Hiraija's body, nearly overwhelming the right side before he fell unconscious and severely injured. Ma summoned one of the frogs and had it swallow Hiraija to take him back to Konoha alongside her husband's body. She glanced in Gaara's direction but only saw a few raccoons carrying away the remnants of the battle. Meanwhile, the two Kages were evenly matched, but Minato found an opening and managed to strike Raza in the chest with a Rasengan. He declared victory, but Raza merely smiled. Minato soon realized that his body was enveloped in golden sand. Raza announced that it was a sand coffin, and Minato was crushed, blood spilling from him. He remarked that they had both dealt significant blows to each other, to which Raza replied that he would also kill Minato's people. He unleashed a massive wave of sand, sending it toward the Konoha ninjas, crushing and defeating them instantly. The bodies of both Kages fell to the ground, and, like Hiraija, a frog took Minato's body while the ninjas from Sunagakure carried away their fallen leader. In IW, Naku and Inoki continued their battle, and it seemed Naku might emerge victorious. However, Inoki performed a forbidden jutsu, enveloped in light. When the light faded, a younger Inoki, appearing about 25 years old, stood before Naku. He explained that this forbidden technique granted him more power at the cost of his life, and since he was old, he rejuvenated his body to enhance his strength for a brief moment before his demise. He charged at Naku, who, in his perfect sage mode, struggled to keep up. Inoki executed impressive earth jutsus, creating a massive rock titan, which Naku mirrored by summoning his own titan wrapped in lightning. Their battle was incredible, shattering mountains and forming new valleys. Inoki used his dust element to envelop his titan, making it nearly impossible for Naku's titan to touch it. However, Naku unleashed an incredible lightning jutsu, calling forth 1,000 dragons that descended from the sky to attack Inoki's titan. After 2 hours of intense combat, Naku fell to the ground, severely injured and drained of chakra. The overuse of natural energy left him in pain, unable to move. Inoki approached him, stopping just a meter away, and laughed, remarking on Naku's luck. As he spoke, his body began to turn to ash. Shiro arrived on the battlefield and, sensing that Inoki's chakra had faded, led his ninjas to eliminate the remaining Konoha ninjas. Shino instructed his comrades to take Naku's body while he stayed behind to confront Shiro. Upon learning of the deaths of their Hokage and Naku, Konoha ordered all troops to be on high alert, and clan leaders were summoned back to the village to select a new Hokage. Itachi had to return from the Land of Light, along with several clan leaders. 3 days later, all the leaders finally returned to Konoha, and a meeting was held to choose the new Hokage. In the meeting room were the family of the former Hokage, clan leaders, and their heirs, as any harm to them would require their heirs to step in immediately. Tsunade suggested starting the meeting, and Kushina, with her red eyes, agreed, noting that Minato's death had affected them deeply. Shibi Aburame mentioned they should wait for his son, but Kakashi entered the room, stating that he would not arrive because he was dead. This revelation shocked many, as they had not expected Shino to perish. Kakashi proceeded to recount the events that transpired. Naku had fought a life-or-death battle against the Tsuchikage, managing to gain an advantage with his speed. However, Inoki used a forbidden jutsu to rejuvenate himself and amplify his power. The battle escalated into a clash of two titans, but ultimately, Naku fell due to the strain of natural energy on his body, while Inoki turned to ash from the technique he employed. Everyone in the room was astonished by the news. Sasuke expressed disbelief, prompting Kakashi to offer to show them his memories through the Sharingan. They all agreed, and Itachi used his Sharingan to delve into Kakashi's mind, witnessing the battle firsthand. Saw Naku fighting Inoki, and even the clan heirs who had not participated in the war were amazed by the clash between the two armies and how Inoki became younger and stronger. After confirming Inoki's death and Shino's sacrifice to allow the others to escape, they exited Kakashi's mind. Tsunade inquired about Naku's condition, and Kakashi informed them that he was in a coma, but the doctors believed he would awaken soon. The discussion then shifted to potential candidates for the Hokage position. Itachi was suggested first, followed by Tsunade, and finally Jiraiya, who was deemed too weak to assume the role immediately. Shibi noted that Naku would also be a good candidate, given his abilities, but Shikaku pointed out that he was still very young. Itachi argued that Naku should be considered since he had faced a high-level Kage like Inoki at such a young age. After some deliberation, they decided to include him as a candidate for the 5th Hokage. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, the Shinobi Council sent a letter to Kankuro returned to the village after receiving the news of his father's death and his brother's weakened state. He utilized the reverse summoning technique to arrive back home quickly. Upon his arrival, he learned all the details of what had transpired. One of the council members informed him that he would need to take on the role of the 5th Kazekage. Kankuro simply nodded in acknowledgement. In the rock village, the situation was similar, as their Tsuchikage had also died, and the strongest ninja was expected to ascend as the new Tsuchikage. Shiro was chosen to take on this role and wanted to declare a few days of mourning for Inoki's death. However, Kumo, which had suffered no losses, began to advance against the other villages. In the Mist Village, Yagura, the Mizukage, ordered a defensive stance while Envel was awakening, so they fortified their defenses. Naku awakened after a couple of days, and Kakashi immediately went to see him. He informed Naku that he had awakened and proceeded to share the grim news. Shino had died while covering the retreat, and both Nawaki and the Hokage were dead, leaving Jiraiya in critical condition. Naku lowered his head upon hearing that his second student had perished, realizing that many of the strongest ninjas in the village were gone. He asked who the new Hokage was, and Kakashi explained that a meeting had been held where the nominees were Tsunade, Itachi, and himself. Naku was surprised to learn that he had been nominated as a candidate for Hokage. Kakashi continued, saying that Itachi had resigned, believing he would be more useful in the war than as Hokage, leaving only Tsunade and Naku. The council decided to name Naku as the new Hokage, considering him stronger than Tsunade. Naku was taken aback by this news and wanted to say something, but Kakashi urged him to accept the position, stating that he and Itachi were the strongest remaining in the village. After some contemplation, Naku agreed to take on the role. Itachi entered and said they needed to go to the Hokage Tower for Naku's official appointment. At the Hokage Tower, all the clan leaders and their heirs were gathered. Kakashi announced that Naku had accepted the position of the next Hokage. Shikaku Nara mentioned that the robes for the 5th Hokage would be ready by the next day, and they would hold a presentation for the village then. Menma expressed his concerns, noting that Naku looked unwell and had not yet recovered from the loss of Shino. Naku felt overwhelmed by the ongoing war and the toll it had taken on him, but he understood the necessity of continuing to fight to protect his village. The clan leaders began to discuss Naku's condition. Kakashi, frustrated with the conversation, pointed out that Menma was not fit to take the Hokage position himself. Menma suggested that Itachi would be a better candidate, but Kakashi countered that without his eyes, Itachi would be in a dire situation as well. During their discussion, a glow appeared on Naku's forehead, and markings enveloped him. Once the markings faded, Naku was seen in a revitalized state, having used a refined version of Tsunade's divine restoration technique. Seeing the confusion among the others, Naku explained what he had done. Shikaku presented Naku with all the information regarding the war. Naku read through it while sitting in the Hokage's chair, noting that Kumo had suffered no damage and was likely sending troops to attack. Itachi suggested that they should also consider measures against Suna and Iwa, as the deaths of their Kage were due to their actions, making them potential threats. Naku agreed but also pointed out that Kiri would not remain passive. After some deliberation, Shikaku suggested that Tsunade and Kushina could handle the situation with Suna. Naku disagreed, stating that they would not be able to match the new Kazekage. When asked who the new Kazekage would be, Naku confirmed that Kankuro would be appointed, as he was the strongest in that village. Itachi recalled that Kankuro was the eldest son of the previous Kazekage, while Mikoto, who was also present, expressed doubt about Kankuro's strength. Itachi reminded them that Kankuro was known as the god of the desert and had devastated half of the land of iron. Naku noted that he would be the only one, aside from Itachi, who could face Kankuro and have a chance of winning. Kakashi raised concerns about who would confront the current Tsuchikage, who was equally powerful. Itachi suggested that Obito, with his unique Mangekyo Sharingan, should face the Kazekage, while the Hokage would take on the Tsuchikage. They called for Obito to inform him of his new mission. Naku asked Itachi who in his clan possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Aside from Itachi, he mentioned that his parents and younger siblings also had it. Naku began to analyze the situation, realizing that Kankuro was a master of seals and could potentially place a space-time seal in Obito's dimension for a quick victory. Thus, Obito was not the best choice to confront Suna. When Obito arrived, Naku informed him that he, along with Kakashi and Rin, would go to stop the Tsuchikage. Everyone was surprised, as this was not the original plan. Naku explained that Obito's space-time abilities would be more effective against the Tsuchikage, who was a master of sealing techniques. Obito agreed and prepared to leave immediately with Kakashi and Rin. Naku stated that he would confront the Kazekage while Tsunade, Kushina, and the clan heirs would handle Kiri. Kushina protested, saying they could not send the heirs into battle, but Naku insisted that it was time for them to fight for their village, especially since Kiri was weakened and the conflict there would not be as intense as in other areas. Naku felt a pang of pain at the thought of sending Hinata to war, but she needed to gain experience, and the front against Kiri was a valuable opportunity. It would help her grow stronger. Naku announced that everyone would depart the following day after her appointment as Hokage, and the others felt a mix of emotions. In just a few hours, Naku would be named the next Hokage in front of the entire village. A knock echoed at the door of the Hokage's office, where Naku was waiting. She opened the door to find Hinata, who had brought the Hokage robes for Naku to wear. Hinata stepped inside and began helping Naku put on the ceremonial attire. Naku expressed her regret about sending Hinata to war, to which Hinata replied that she had actually been planning to ask to go to war herself, worried about Naku's safety since she had not returned. As they embraced, Naku acknowledged that her previous words had been unfair. Hinata reassured her not to worry about it, and Naku gently caressed Hinata's face. In a tender moment, Naku leaned in and kissed Hinata, who reciprocated the gesture. Naku then declared that this was their farewell, leaving Hinata surprised. Hinata insisted that she loved Naku, and Naku admitted her feelings in return, but the weight of the situation lingered between them. Naku had not finished speaking when Hinata interrupted him, expressing that their love was the only thing that mattered. She embraced Naku, declaring her love for him. Once Naku was ready, he took Hinata's hand and stepped onto the stage to present himself to the village as the new Hokage. All the clan leaders observed as Hinata and Naku held hands. After Naku introduced himself as Hokage, he ordered all the ninjas to fulfill their missions and prepare for war. He provided them with kunai marked with his seal to assist them in times of trouble. 3 days later, Naku faced Kenkro. Kenkro declared that Naku and his village should surrender, promising to spare their lives. Naku firmly stated that he had no intention of giving up, and both launched into battle. Naku entered Sage mode and activated his seal, summoning an immense titan of rock. Kenkro did the same with sand, and a titanic battle ensued. Naku offered the Eye of Shursui to Itachi as a gesture of peace with the Uchiha clan. Itachi began his mission against the Raikage, tasked with eliminating him to weaken Kumo. Many believed that the death of the Kages would soften the war, but it only intensified the conflict. After 6 months, Hiraiya awakened but was unable to fight due to severe injuries, ending his life as a shinobi. Obito managed to stop the Tsuchikage, but it was not enough, as the Tsuchikage continued to claim many lives from Konoha in each battle. Meanwhile, the heirs of the clans began gaining experience in the war against Kiri, which was the least hostile. As Hokage, Naku had access to the Kage library and began learning all the jutsu he could. He asked Hiraiya if he knew anything about Orochimaru, who had been lost to them years ago after being tracked down with the help of an insect. Hiraiya mentioned that Orochimaru was part of an organization called Akatsuki, but they did not know his location. Naku nodded, deep in thought about the war. Itachi succeeded in killing the Raikage, causing Kumo to retreat, but Kiri intensified their attacks as Yugura awakened, although still recovering from his coma. Yugura confronted Konoha, where Tsunade and Kushina struggled to hold him back, but with the help of the Uchiha's Mangekyo, they managed to stop him. Naku invented a new technique that combined his natural energy with his swords, allowing them to float behind him. A year and a half had passed, and Kiri was in a fierce battle against Kumo. After the Raikage's death, Drix took his place, and Kumo rose again. Yugura, now the 4th Mizukage, killed Fugaku and Hyasai, along with several ninjas, prompting Naku to intervene. Tsunade, exhausted, remarked that they could not hold out against Yugura for much longer. Yugura, in his Biju mode, began charging a Baijidama, but a lightning bolt struck from the sky, causing the Baijidama to explode in his face. Naku, in Sage mode with 5 swords behind him, declared that he would handle the situation. Yugura, in his 3-tailed form, responded to Naku's arrival. The two Kages clashed, with Naku summoning a giant rock to confront the Mizukage. He unleashed a multitude of electric wolves to attack Yugura. Their battle devastated a large portion of the Land of Waves, where the fight took place. After a while, the Mizukage lost his Biju form and returned to his normal size, surrounded by Biju chakra. The fight continued for a long time, with Naku pushing Yugura back. Eventually, Naku managed to stab Yugura in the back with his 5 swords, causing the Mizukage to lose his Biju chakra. Naku declared that his swords were the most durable and could not be broken. Yugura, furious, charged at Naku. When the red chakra dissipated around Yugura, Naku enveloped his hands in lightning and engaged the Mizukage. Their fight continued until Naku pierced Yugura's heart with a kunai charged with lightning. The Kiri ninjas began to retreat upon witnessing their Kage's defeat. Nato formed hand seals, causing the water around them to rise and form water needles that struck down the Kiri ninjas instantly. After the battle, Naku retreated to one of the tents in the camp to rest. Hinata entered the tent, complimenting his strength. Naku responded playfully, acknowledging her growth as well. She kissed him and caressed his face, noting that the war seemed to be changing him. Naku remarked that it was likely making her mature. They shared a moment of affection, and Naku presented her with a scroll. Hinata opened it and began to cry. After Hyasai's death, she became the new leader of the Hyuga clan, and Nato had given her a seal to remove the caged bird seal. She professed her love for Naku, tears streaming down her face as she kissed him. Following Yugura's death, the 4th Mizukage, Invel, assumed the role of 5th Hokage, and the war with Konoha worsened. Years passed, and the conflict escalated, with the daimyo losing all power as their supporters abandoned them, leaving them defenseless against the ninja villages. Naku, now 23 years old, had married Hinata, and they began living together, though they rarely saw each other due to the war. Naku became known in Konoha as the War Hokage, having taken the position during the conflict. A ninja entered the Hokage's office while Naku was signing documents, reporting that the Tsuchikage had killed Kakashi and Obito, leaving no one to confront him. Another ninja followed, stating that the Reikage had severely injured Itachi, who was being brought in. Naku raised an eyebrow, realizing that all fronts were in dire straits, even Kiri and Suna. He ordered all their forces to return. The ninjas immediately set out. Hinata entered, asking if something was wrong. Naku acknowledged her arrival, noting that she was at the front against Kiri, and ordered everyone to return. Hinata approached Naku and sat on his lap, expressing her concern about the worsening situation for Konoha. Naku embraced his wife, trying to reassure her that everything would be fine. As they shared a moment, the heirs of the clans arrived. Sasuke, serious, asked why they had been summoned by the Hokage. Naku explained that he wanted them to go to the Land of Earth to assist Rin in bringing back all the shinobi. He detailed Rin's situation, including the loss of Obito and Kakashi. This news deeply affected Naruto, but he managed to keep his emotions in check and followed Naku's orders. Hinata remarked on how things were becoming increasingly difficult, and Naku nodded in agreement. Naku then used his Hiraishin technique to take Hinata back home, and she commented on how useful that technique was. He agreed, kissing her gently. Since the death of Hayashi, Hinata had taken on the role of leader of her clan and began to remove the caged bird seal, which displeased the Council of Elders. However, as she was the Hokage's fiancée and later his wife, they could not oppose her. After a day, the shinobi from Suna and Iwa arrived in Konoha. One of the ninjas reported that the Tsuchikage and Kazekage were heading toward Konoha. Naku ordered all the strongest ninjas to prepare for their arrival. In a remote area of the Land of Fire, the three villages Iwa, Suna, and Konoha confronted each other. The Kazekage expressed surprise at encountering Iwa before initiating an attack. The three Kages engaged in an intense battle, while the ninjas kept their distance to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The fight was extraordinary, with the Kages demonstrating power comparable to Hashirama and Madara. They summoned massive earth titans to battle, their powerful techniques devastating the surrounding hills and forests. The watching ninjas were in awe, as witnessing a clash of this magnitude was rare. The Kages appeared evenly matched, but the Kazekage, a Jinchuriki, began to draw on the chakra of his tailed beast, pushing the other two back. Meanwhile, in the sea, the Kages of Kiri and Kumo were engaged in their own battle. Drix, the new Reikage, had severely injured Itachi, forcing Konoha to retreat and igniting a new conflict with Kiri over the sea. Invel, the new Mizukage, froze the entire ocean while Drix unleashed several lightning panthers, shattering the ice. Invel created an immense ice spear and charged at the Reikage, who countered with a spear made of black lightning. The two clashed, generating massive waves and tsunamis. After 3 days of fighting among the three Kages, they decided to withdraw. Naku returned to Konoha, injured, and was immediately taken for treatment. The Reikage and Mizukage also concluded their battle in a stalemate, both heavily wounded. An Umbu reported to Naku that they had received news from the other villages. Naku asked for details, learning that the Reikage and Mizukage had engaged in a life-or-death struggle, resulting in both sustaining serious injuries and retreating to their respective villages. Naku began to analyze the situation, realizing that if this were true, the 5 Kages were currently injured, and for a time, none would attack the others. He inquired about Itachi's condition and was informed that he was recovering and would be discharged from the hospital in 3 days. Naku nodded, granting permission for the Umbu to leave. Itachi had been gravely injured by the Reikage, and according to his own report, his Susanoo had been no match for the Reikage storm armor. The Reikage's incredible speed had made it difficult for Itachi's Sharingan to keep up, forcing him to use his Mangekyo to track him. Eventually, he managed to evade Itachi's Mangekyo. At that moment, both the Reikage and Naku as the Hokage were likely the fastest ninjas in the world, surpassing Minato and the previous Reikage. The Kazekage was the strongest due to being a Jinchuriki, but his speed was comparable to the other two. The Tsuchikage possessed the greatest destructive power, with his dust and explosion techniques making him formidable, while the Mizukage was equally impressive, as no shinobi below the Kage level could approach him without being instantly frozen by the extremely cold winds he summoned. His control over water, wind, and ice was unmatched among the Kages. The 5 Kages were evenly matched, maintaining a balance of power among the 5 villages, yet the war continued with no end in sight. After a month, Naku called for a clan council meeting. Present were Naruto as the leader of the Uzumaki clan, his brother Menma as the leader of the Namikaze clan, Hinata as the leader of the Hyuga clan, and Shin as the new leader of the Senju clan. They were the new clan leaders, all at a Kage level, though not quite matching the power of Itachi or Naku, but still comparable to Tsunade. Naku addressed them, explaining that the other villages had not moved for a month due to their Kages being injured, but the Umbu had reported that Kiri had begun to mobilize. He proposed forming teams to confront the other villages. Itachi suggested that he and his clan should take on Kumo, as their dojutsu could counter the Chinoite clan's abilities. Naku agreed but emphasized the need to assess the strength of the other villages to determine how many elite shinobi to send. Shikaku stood to speak, noting that Kumo had 5 ninjas of medium to high Kage level, including their 2 Jinchuriki, who had complete control over their tailed beasts, Darui of the Rantun, Roy from the Chinoite clan, and Z, who wielded the rubber element and possessed a perfect lightning armor. Additionally, the Reikage surpassed the level of a high Kage. Kiri had 6 ninjas of medium to high Kage level, Kisame, a skilled swordsman from the mist, Mei Terumi, who wielded the power of lava and steam, Kimi. From the Kagaya clan, Shan, a crystal element user, Suigetsu from the Hozuki clan, and Haku from the Yuki clan. Additionally, the Mizukage surpassed high Kage level. In IW, there were 5 ninjas of medium to high Kage level, including the Jinchuriki of the Goki, the son of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Shirku, who wielded lava, Tsumo, a dust element user, and Shimaruko, an explosion element user, along with the Tsuchikage, who was also above high Kage level. Lastly, the Sand Village had 4 high Kage level ninjas: Pakura, a Shikuten user, Gara, the master of sand, Baku, who controlled black sand, and Mitsuro, the Cobra Sage, along with their Keisukage, rumored to be the strongest Kage at that time. After finishing his explanation, Naku continued, stating that in Konoha, the ninjas of medium to high Kage level were Sasuke and his sister, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Then there were Shin Senju, Naruto, and Menma Uzumaki, with Naruto now able to control the chakra of the Kyuubi. Tsunade, Kushina, Niji, and Hinata were also included in this group. Lastly, he mentioned himself and Itachi, who had surpassed high Kage level. Itachi noted that Naruto was the only one capable of reaching high Kage level due to the chakra of his Biju, while the others were still at medium Kage level. Everyone began to analyze the situation, realizing that Konoha was at a clear disadvantage, surrounded by the other villages. After some contemplation, Naku spoke again, explaining that the Uchiha clan, along with the Senju, would go against Kumo, with Itachi as the leader. The Hyuga and Uzumaki clans would face Kiri, and Naku expressed his confidence in Naruto's ability to confront the Mizukage. Naruto nodded in agreement. Naku assigned Tsunade and Kushina to accompany Naruto, with Tsunade in charge. Itachi then raised a concern about their strategy against Iwa and Suna. Naku responded that he, along with the other clans, would confront both villages, anticipating their attack as they had done before. After the meeting, everyone prepared for battle. As Naku had predicted, Iwa and Suna launched an attack on Konoha, reminiscent of past conflicts. The war commenced with the intensity of ringing bells, equally fierce as before. Itachi intercepted Kumo in the Valley of the End, as they attempted to invade Konoha through the Land of Rice. Meanwhile, Kiri set up a camp along the shores of the Land of Fire, and Kumo and Kiri continued to clash at sea. Time passed, and Naku turned the war was not going well, The Reikage managed to defeat Itachi once again, this time inflicting heavy losses on the Uchiha clan and severely injuring Sasuke. Naku ordered a retreat from that front. In Kiri, the Mizukage eliminated several Hyuga, including Hana Hyuga, Hinata's mother. However, that front held strong thanks to the Kyuubi, who, alongside Tsunade and Kushina, managed to stand against the Mizukage. This year proved productive for many ninjas, including Menma, who reached the level of his father, the previous Hokage, in the use of the Iration. Naku ordered all forces to return to Konoha as the Reikage approached. He planned to intercept the Reikage before he reached the village. The shinobi of Konoha began to mobilize, pursued by ninjas from Iwa and Suna. Kankuro launched a Baijidama, which Naku countered by absorbing the attack with his swords. After hours of pursuit, Naku ordered a change of direction, as Kumo was now in sight. Naku managed to gather the 4 villages in one location, where the 4 Kages confronted each other. Menma joined the battle, taking down ninjas from the other villages until the Jinchuriki of the Gobi stood in his path to stop him. The fight lasted 2 days, during which Naku sustained injuries from a lightning jutsu that he could not evade. The ninjas of Konoha retreated back to their village, while the other villages also began to withdraw to rest and heal their wounds. The battlefield, once a beautiful forest, was now a desolate wasteland devoid of life. Upon returning to Konoha, Naku was approached by Menma, who brought troubling news from Kiri. The Mizukage had managed to overpower the Kyuubi, leaving Naruto, Kushina, and Tsunade severely injured. Hinata had taken command and ordered a retreat, realizing they could not contend with Kiri. Naku nodded, instructing Menma to gather a group of shinobi to assist them in minimizing casualties. Menma agreed and left immediately. After a day, Hinata returned with the ninjas from Konoha. Naruto was in poor condition from his battle, but the Kyuubi began to heal him, while Tsunade and Kushina fell into a coma due to their overexertion in trying to stop the Mizukage. In the Hokage Tower's meeting room, Naku gathered with the clan leaders to discuss Konoha's situation. Shin voiced his concern about their predicament, noting that the other villages surrounded them. Naku explained that the other villages were not allied, and when the 5 villages converged, a great battle would ensue. However, this posed a disadvantage as the war was taking place in the Land of Fire, close to the village. Shikaku suggested that they fight at a point where the other 4 villages would converge. Naku ordered that all ninjas in good condition prepare to fight alongside him against the other 4 villages. As the ninjas of Konoha began to prepare for the next battle, Naku instructed Hinata to stay behind to protect the village. She agreed but asked him to promise he would return alive. Naku nodded and embraced Hinata. Kiri advanced toward the capital of the Land of Fire, knowing that the other villages would also attempt to seize that location. Kumo, Iwa, and Suna began their march toward the capital, aiming to take the former daimyo's castle. The 5 Kages advanced toward the capital of the Land of Fire, preparing to confront the other villages in a battle that would later be known as the March of the 5 Kages. The capital, where the daimyo's castle stood, was completely deserted. The daimyo, unable to face the Kages, had fled to the mountains to avoid their wrath until the war was over. Upon arriving at the capital, the 5 Kages immediately activated their Sage mode and began to battle each other, with their shinobi following suit. Kankuro summoned a massive sand creature, while Shiro and Naku created rock titans. Drix unleashed a lightning beast, and Invel conjured an ice creature. The clash between these 5 warriors escalated, causing widespread destruction throughout the capital. It seemed as though this battle would never end, as they were evenly matched. Naku soared into the sky, launching fireballs that ignited everything in their path. Shiro, the Tsuchikage, retaliated by sending explosive spheres toward Naku, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Invel unleashed one of his most powerful techniques, the Ice Age, freezing everything, including Kankuro's sand. Drix descended from the sky, summoning Black Panthers to attack the other Kages. Meanwhile, the shinobi fought fiercely around the capital, knowing that approaching the Kages would mean certain death. After hours of battle, the river flowing past the daimyo's castle turned a deep red from the bloodshed. Gaara engaged in combat with the Jinchuriki of the Gobi, the last Jinchuriki of the Rock Village, since the Yonbi had perished 2 years prior while facing Drix. Their fight was evenly matched, with Gaara managing to control the boiling element of the Gobi through his sand. Meanwhile, Naruto faced off against Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, as both began to harness the power of their tailed beasts, with Naruto summoning the fourth tail. Pakura, using her Shikuten element, began to take down many ninjas until Mei arrived to confront her. The two engaged in a fierce battle, both at a high Kage level, resulting in a prolonged fight. Sasuke and his sister fought against the ninjas from Kumo until Roy and Z, 2 Kage-level ninjas, arrived. Roy, from the Chinoai clan, possessed the Ketsuryugen, while Z wielded the Goma element. Sasuke attempted to trap them in a genjutsu using his Mangekyo Sharingan, but it was futile. Instead, Roy countered with an even more potent illusion. Realizing that genjutsu would not work, the Uchiha siblings resorted to hand-to-hand combat. The war raged on, and many had fallen, but the Kages showed no signs of retreating as they continued their fierce battles. Where the capital and the daimyo's castle once stood, there was now only a crater filled with chaos. The Jinchuriki of the Gobi, sensing defeat, decided to unleash his beast to fight against the younger brother of the Kazekage. The Gobi, once released, charged at Gaara, who summoned a massive amount of sand to try and stop it. He entered his full Bijou mode, transforming into the Eight Tails, while Naruto did the same to confront him. The intensity of the Kage's battle was palpable, their chakra resonating for miles, and the techniques they unleashed threatened to obliterate everything in their path. The conflict continued until Gaara managed to defeat the Gobi, crushing it with his sand. The injured beast chose to flee rather than risk being sealed again, while Naruto and the Kyuubi succeeded in defeating the Eight Tails, though they too suffered severe injuries. Menma, witnessing his brother's critical state, used the iration to transport him away from the battlefield to a Konoha camp where medical ninjas awaited. Meanwhile, the 5 Kages continued their fierce battle, leaving behind what was once a beautiful and prosperous capital of the Land of Fire, now reduced to rubble and craters. After hours of fighting, exhaustion began to set in, and the toll of using natural energy became evident. Shiro, realizing he could no longer maintain Sage Mode, decided to unleash his most powerful technique to end the battle once and for all. He concentrated a massive amount of explosive energy and dust element energy between his palms, declaring his attack. Seeing this, the others began to prepare their most powerful techniques as well. Kankuro initiated a Baijidama, Drix formed a dark sphere infused with his Ranton energy, Invel created a white sphere with his ice element, and Naku summoned a sphere of natural energy. They all unleashed their techniques simultaneously, and a blinding light enveloped the area. The explosion that followed was immense, sending shockwaves felt across all ninja villages, alerting them to the chaos. When the smoke finally cleared, an enormous crater remained where the 5 Kages had fought. They lay in a deplorable state, their bodies battered and bloodied, on the brink of unconsciousness after enduring the impact of their combined techniques. Ninjas from each village rushed to their Kages before any other ninja from opposing villages could strike while they were vulnerable. Each village decided to retreat for the time being, recognizing that their Kages needed immediate medical attention. In a distant location on the ninja continent, 7 ninjas dressed in black cloaks with red clouds gathered inside a cave. One of them, possessing the Rinnegan, declared that the Kages were weak and it was time to act. Orochimaru, Sasori, and Deidara were assigned to retrieve the one-tailed beast in Sunagakure. The 3 nodded in agreement and set off on their mission. Haiden, along with Zetsu and Taku Uchiha, was tasked with capturing the Gobi, while the leader announced that he would go after the revived Four Tails. Haiden inquired about the chakra of the other Bijou, to which the leader replied that it was unnecessary, as Zetsu had been secretly stealing their chakra for years without detection. This explained how they had managed to create so many diabolical plans to hand over to the daimyo, who would then attack the villages. Orochimaru stated, and Pain nodded in agreement. He thought it was time for Akatsuki to bring peace to the world. The inhabitants of the Hidden Leaf Village returned to their homes alongside their Kages to recover. Upon bringing Naku to the village, they rushed him to receive immediate medical attention to stop the significant blood loss from his injuries. Meanwhile, in the hidden sand village, Kankuro was also in dire condition despite having a biju within him that aided his healing. Gaara took on the role of Kazekage while his brother recovered. An ANBU reported to Gaara that a barrier had detected 3 unidentified figures approaching the village. Gaara ordered for Pakura to be summoned immediately. In the vast desert of the Land of Wind, 3 figures cloaked in black with red clouds were making their way toward Suna. Deidara asked Sasori if they were sure that no one would detect them on this path. Sasori reassured him that this desert was the most dangerous of all, making it rare for anyone to traverse it, thus the Suna shinobi would not need to be on high alert. As they continued, a massive wave of sand surged toward them. Orochimaru, annoyed, questioned Sasori about his choice of path. Gaara, alongside Pakura, confronted them, noting that he did not expect the traitor Sasori from the red sand to be present. Deidara introduced Gaara as the younger brother of the current Kazekage and the bearer of a part of Shikaku's power, stating that they had saved themselves the trouble of searching for him. The 3 Akatsuki members charged at Gaara and Pakura. Gaara engaged in battle with Deidara while Pakura faced Orochimaru and Sasori. Deidara, strong but at a lower Kage level, found himself held at bay by Gaara, who was a mid to high-level Kage ninja. Realizing he could not close the distance, Deidara decided to unleash his most powerful technique, but before he could activate it, Gaara enveloped him with his sand, crushing him. Deidara screamed in pain as he felt his bones and organs compress, falling unconscious. Gaara seized the opportunity, knowing they could extract valuable information from him. Meanwhile, Pakura was struggling against Orochimaru and Sasori, who summoned the 3rd Kazekage's puppet. Gaara declared he would handle Sasori, and Pakura nodded in agreement. After a lengthy battle, Sasori unleashed his 1,000 puppets. Pakura requested Gaara to buy her some time as she distanced herself. Gaara began to fight against the 2 Akatsuki members, creating a massive titan of sand, while Orochimaru summoned a purple serpent. Orochimaru, being a high-level Kage ninja, made it difficult for Gaara to contend with both him and Sasori simultaneously. Gaara found himself at a clear disadvantage and struggled to defend himself. Pakura urged him to retreat. As Gaara withdrew, a massive sphere of Shikuten descended from the sky. The technique impacted the Akatsuki members, extracting all the water from their bodies while also burning them. Sasori's puppet body was incinerated, dehydrating its heart and rendering it lifeless. Orochimaru attempted to shield himself with a serpent, but it was futile. The technique destroyed the serpent and severely injured Orochimaru. He tried to use his skin change to escape, but Gaara ensnared him with sand, inflicting further damage. Pakura resumed her Shikuten spheres, attacking Orochimaru and leaving him in a critical state. Gaara then executed a sealing technique, encasing Orochimaru in a pyramid of sand, sealing him forever. A week passed, and Kankuro finally recovered. He inquired about the attack on the village. An ANBU informed him that it was a group called Akatsuki, but Gaara and Pakura had already dealt with the situation. Kankuro, being a reincarnated individual, understood the Akatsuki's intentions and ordered the reinforcement of the village's security. Zetsu questioned what their next move would be. The supposed Madara declared it was time to attack the ninja villages. Pain would go against the Hidden Rock, while Haiden would lead an army of 30,000 white Zetsus against the Hidden Cloud. Taku would confront Konoha, and he would take on the Hidden Mist. Pain nodded and began mobilizing the Akatsuki forces. Naku had recovered after 2 weeks and called his ANBU to update him on the situation in the village. An ANBU reported that an army of white Zetsus was attacking, led by an Uchiha. Naku was taken aback and asked if they had captured any of the bodies. The ANBU confirmed they had. Naku rose from his hospital bed and went with the ANBU to examine the body. It was undoubtedly a white Zetsu, indicating that Akatsuki was on the move. He ordered the leaders of all clans to meet him in 25 minutes. Akatsuki began to move at a critical time for the villages, as the ongoing war had significantly weakened the shinobi forces, though some Kage-level ninjas remained. As instructed, the clan leaders arrived at the council room on time. Choza Akimichi expressed relief that Naku was better. Naku explained that he had called them to discuss the new enemy, apparently led by an Uchiha. Itachi assured them that the Uchiha responsible was not from Konoha. Naku scrutinized him for a moment before asking where he believed the Uchiha originated. Itachi admitted he had no answer but insisted that none of his Uchiha would attack Konoha. Naku warned that if that were not the case, he would have to take drastic measures against Itachi's clan, leaving him unable to oppose him. Naku informed them that they were facing around 20,000 soldiers, who felt neither pain nor fatigue. He noted that they were not particularly strong, likely at a Jonin level, so Kaga-level ninjas would lead the charge to eliminate most of these beings. Everyone agreed to the plan and departed. Weeks passed as Taku Uchiha managed to hold back the Kaga-level ninjas while his Zetsus eliminated Konoha shinobi. Shikaku questioned Naku's confidence in the plan. Naku explained that while the Uchiha was occupied, he would take down the soldiers. Entering Sage mode, Naku activated his Divine Lightning Cloak. In a flash, he arrived on the battlefield and began to eliminate all the Zetsus in sight. Taku Uchiha was engaged in battle against Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi simultaneously, expressing disbelief at Konoha's weakness, claiming that even its current Hokage could not stand against him. Taku noted that many considered him one of the strongest as he attacked Naruto with his Susanoo. Despite having only one arm, Itachi was still able to confront Taku and even gain the upper hand if it weren't for the teleportation ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The battle continued until Taku realized that more than half of his Zetsu were defeated. He wondered who was responsible for this when Naku appeared behind him and struck the Susanoo, breaking a part of its structure. Taku turned to see the Hokage and realized the truth. "So, you did this, Hokage?" Taku remarked. "Well, they were killing many of my shinobi, so I had to intervene," Naku replied. Taku summoned a complete Susanoo and charged at Naku. The two engaged in combat, with Naku using his swords to absorb the chakra from the Susanoo. Taku had to dissolve his Susanoo, realizing it was ineffective against the Hokage, and decided to fight him directly. They exchanged blows, nearly evenly matched, until Naku managed to cut one of Taku's eyes. "Curse you, Hokage! You'll pay for this!" Taku shouted, furious, and his anger amplified the power of his eyes. His ocular abilities were troublesome, and Naku found it difficult to land a hit due to Taku's teleportation speed. "Lightning Prison!" Naku called out, forming a massive sphere of lightning around the battlefield. "Do you think that will work?" Taku questioned. "Lightning Rain!" Naku declared, and from the sphere, numerous bolts of lightning shot out in all directions, preventing Taku from teleporting. Naku began to gain the upper hand, landing solid hits that left Taku struggling to fight back. Taku attempted to escape, but the lightning surrounded him. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed an opening on Naku's back. He teleported behind Naku, aiming to stab him with a kunai, but felt a black flame envelop him, burning him. Itachi observed the opening Naku had left and waited for the perfect moment to strike. Naku turned and swiftly decapitated Taku. "Well done, Itachi," Naku said, exhausted. "Yes, I realized you left that opening intentionally, so I just waited for my chance," Itachi replied, and Naku nodded. "Summoning Jutsu!" Naku shouted, summoning 4 griffins and sending them to attack the remaining Zetsu. After defeating the Uchiha, the Zetsu retreated for a time but later returned with several Daeblets. Naku remained in the village, sending his ninjas to combat the Daeblets. Konoha was already weakened, so he focused on protecting their territory. Menma, along with Naruto and Satsuki, took down several Daeblets, but more kept coming. "What are you thinking about?" Hinata asked as she approached Naku. "Just a way to end this war and what to name our child," Naku replied, gently caressing Hinata's belly. They had learned just a week prior that they were expecting when Hinata felt unwell and they went to the hospital. "Haha, I already told you we will name him Kuro," Hinata said, kissing Naku. "And there are no updates on the other villages?" "It seems they are in the same situation. Akatsuki is waiting for the right moment to attack all 5 villages," Naku explained. Hinata leaned against Naku's chest and began to drift off to sleep. Naku carried her to their shared room, laying her down gently before stepping out to clear his mind. He contemplated the garden Hinata had tended to until he noticed a strange animal. As he approached, he realized it was a raccoon, which dropped a letter before vanishing in a puff of smoke. A summoning, Naku thought, picking up the message. As he began to read the letter, he was surprised to find it was from the Kazekage, requesting a secret meeting with the other Kages. Naku hesitated, considering it could be a trap to eliminate him. That night, he lay beside Hinata in bed. "Tell me what's on your mind, and don't say it's the war because I know you well enough," Hinata said. Well, I found a letter today," Naku replied, handing it to her. Hinata read the letter and had the same reaction as Naku. "Why do you think the Kazekage would send you this letter?" she asked. "I don't know, but I think he might want to discuss something regarding Akatsuki, or it could be a trap to kill me," Naku said. "And have you decided whether to attend the meeting?" "I'm still unsure." After their conversation, they both fell asleep. The Kazekage had summoned Naku for a meeting in 3 days near the land of rice. The next day, Naku and Hinata woke up. Hinata prepared breakfast, and they went for their usual morning walk through the village, heading towards the Hokage Tower. On their way, Naku noticed the villagers, most of whom wore expressions of fear and alertness due to the war. The children had stopped playing in the parks and were now focused on training. Upon arriving at the Hokage Tower, Naku spoke. "Hinata, I'm going to be away for a few days." "You're going to that meeting?" "Yes," Naku confirmed, moving closer to Hinata and kissing her. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Naku created a shadow clone to manage Konoha while he was gone. "I'll be back in 2 days," he said, disappearing in a flash of black. Naku reappeared outside the village and began his journey to the land of rice. Upon arriving, a raccoon approached him. "Hokage-sama, please follow me," it said. Naku nodded and followed it until they reached a house. Inside, he found the other 4 Kages gathered. "It seems we are all here," Kankuro remarked. "Why have you called us, Kazekage?" Drix inquired. "I called you here to discuss Akatsuki, as if we continue this war, we will lose sooner or later," the Kazekage explained. "You're right, but what do you propose we do?" "An alliance won't work given the recent war," the Tsuchikage stated. "The Tsuchikage is correct, and so is the Kazekage. Akatsuki is causing us significant problems," Naku added. "I propose we sign a truce between the villages so we can deal with Akatsuki," Invel suggested. "That may be the best option, but each village alone cannot stand against Akatsuki," Kankuro noted. "True, but we can do it together without our villages knowing we are allied, and each Kage will lead their village in a coordinated attack." Naku spoke about the Akatsuki, and the 5 agreed on their plan. Shiro began to outline their strategy, stating that their first target would be Pain, who possessed the Rinnegan. Invel added that they would then confront the one who called himself Madara. Kankuro explained that they would not attack the Akatsuki's base directly, located in Amigakure, because destroying it would force them to withdraw their forces from every village. Naku confirmed that they would indeed destroy Amigakure. Kankuro produced some papers outlining the terms of their truce, which would last until they defeated the Akatsuki. The 5 Kages began to sign them. Invel remarked that this was sufficient. Kankuro shared that his village had captured Didara, one of the Akatsuki members, and handed over the information they had extracted from him. Upon reading it, they were all taken aback, realizing it was only a matter of time before the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails would be reborn. Kankuro stated that they would meet in a week to plan their assault on the Akatsuki base. As agreed, the 5 gathered a week later to execute their plan. They successfully infiltrated the hidden village amidst the rain and made their way to the Kage Tower. Just as they were nearing their destination, Naku was suddenly thrown several kilometers away by an unseen force. The remaining 4 were confronted by Nagato, who bore the Rinnegan. He acknowledged their presence and charged at the Kages, initiating a fierce battle. After a while, the supposed Madara appeared alongside Naku. Naku and Shiro confronted the false Madara, while Kankuro, Drix, and Invel engaged Nagato, who seemed to have a strong command of his Rinnegan. The fight escalated, resulting in the destruction of the entire village hidden in the rain. The false Madara wielded the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, allowing him to return to life multiple times after suffering fatal blows. Shiro executed a dust technique, reducing the false Madara's body to particles. Eventually, he reappeared, but Naku anticipated his return and managed to remove one of his eyes. The false Madara cursed in frustration as Shiro prepared to attack while Naku destroyed the eye he had taken. Meanwhile, Nagato struggled against the three Kages, and upon seeing the false Madara injured, he decided to revive the real Madara, even at the cost of his own life. Nagato joined his hands, and from the ground emerged a coffin containing Madara's body. He called out for resurrection, and Madara began to awaken, his body reforming, although he lacked eyes. Seeing this, the false Madara attempted to intervene, but Shiro destroyed his other eye and obliterated his body with a dust technique. Invel observed the return of the true Madara, who began to laugh at his resurrection. Kankuro seized the opportunity to attack, but Madara underestimated him, believing a mere child could not stop him. To Madara's surprise, he found himself unable to touch Kankuro, who was delivering powerful blows. Without his eyes, Madara was not at full strength, and even Nagato, who had mastered the Rinnegan, struggled against three Kages. After Madara's revival, Nagato fell lifeless, prompting Zetsu to extract his eyes. Madara was astonished by the current Kage's strength, realizing they could easily rival him at his peak. He activated his Susanoo, but Invel froze it completely and even managed to freeze Madara's left arm, forcing him to sever it. Madara cursed his fate and used a technique to merge with the earth, seeking a safe place to transplant the Rinnegan. Naku activated Sage Mode and attempted to stop Madara, but it was too late. He could still sense Madara's chakra in Amigakure, so he climbed to a high point and unleashed a barrage of fireballs. Once he finished, he descended, and Kankuro noted that Madara had escaped, suggesting they would have to wait for his return. Everyone agreed and began to walk through the devastated village, where many villagers had perished, but it seemed the survivors had already fled. Shiro remarked that the villagers appeared to have left, and Naku agreed, stating they had nothing more to do there. The five Kages returned to their villages, where they witnessed the Zetsu retreating into the ground. Upon arriving in Konoha, Naku called for a meeting. Shikaku Nara inquired about the Zetsu's withdrawal, to which Naku responded that it was likely due to their base being destroyed and Madara's revival. This revelation left everyone stunned. Naku explained that he had signed a truce with the other villages until the Akatsuki issue was resolved. Itachi asked if Naku knew Madara's plans, to which Naku replied that Madara intended to revive the Ten Tails and become its Jinchuriki to perform a forbidden technique. Kurama, alarmed by the mention of the Ten Tails, began to inform Naruto about its significance. Naruto's expression changed as he shared with everyone in the room the nature and power of the Ten Tails. Itachi acknowledged the gravity of the situation, and Naku agreed, stressing the need to eliminate Madara before he could revive the Ten Tails. Everyone nodded in agreement. After the Kages destroyed Amigakure and the Zetsu departed, all the ninja villages began searching for Madara's hideout, which they eventually located in the Land of Rivers. The ninjas from each village launched an attack from various fronts, knowing that if they converged, it would likely lead to conflict, disregarding the truce established by their Kages. However, Madara defended himself by sending Zetsu against the ninja forces, occasionally emerging to confront the Kages, who proved to be equally or more powerful than him, hastening the resurrection of the Ten Tails. As months passed, Hinata gave birth to their son. She held him lovingly and showed him to Naku, who remarked on how beautiful he was and expressed confidence that he would grow to be a great ninja. Naku kissed Hinata, promising that they were the most important people in his life and that he would do everything in his power to end the war and bring peace. Hinata expressed her pride, noting that Naku was the youngest Hokage in history. After a while, Hanabi and Hinata's friends arrived to check on her. Satsuki entered and complimented Hinata's son, remarking on his cuteness. The generation of Naruto's children were also expecting their own little ones. Sakura laughed, teasing that it was no surprise given that their parents were considered some of the most attractive people in Konoha. Hinata chuckled, noticing Naku's confusion, and handed her a magazine, explaining that it featured the most attractive shinobi and their power levels, and that Naku was included. Naku was curious about how they had obtained her photo, especially since it showed her without a shirt, wearing a cloak that identified her as the fifth Hokage. Hinata blushed slightly and admitted that she had provided the photo. Naku smiled at her, causing Hinata to blush even more. Sakura chimed in, revealing that they had all submitted pictures of their husbands to see who was considered the most desirable in Konoha. Hinata and Satsuki both expressed regret about that decision. Naku inquired if anything had happened as a result. Ino explained that Hinata had seen a girl with the magazine and that the girl was using it inappropriately. Hinata, feeling embarrassed and angry at the memory, admitted to having taken the magazine back and lightly punched the girl. Naku laughed at her wife's antics. Karen noted that it seemed Hinata was right, even the Hokage could laugh. Realizing her words might have been misinterpreted, Karen quickly clarified that they had thought the Hokage was always serious due to his reputation from the war. Hinata reassured them that Naku was the only person alive who knew his true personality, and she promised never to abandon him. Hinata then asked her friends when they would give birth. They replied that it would still be a while, as they were only 2 to 4 months along. Soon after, a nurse came to check on Hinata and gave her the all-clear. Naku picked her up and began to carry her home, with Hanabi helping with their belongings. Hinata thanked her sister, who replied that she was happy to help. Once they settled in, Hanabi left, leaving Naku, Hinata, and their newborn son alone. Naku began forming seals on the floor, and when Hinata asked what he was doing, he explained that he was going to gift their son one of his swords. After completing the seals, he summoned a white sword, the Kurwa Ken, which was believed to be lost but had been in his possession all along. Naku placed their son in the center of the seals and performed a transfer sealing jutsu. The sword glowed and positioned itself beside their child, marking him as its new bearer. As Kuro Asahi Hyuga fell asleep, so did his parents. Days passed peacefully until an ANBU arrived with news of the war, revealing that Madara planned to revive the Jinchuriki in a few days. Naku tensed, realizing he would need to address this situation. Madara had acquired the Rinnegan and was using its power to hold back the Kages, though he lacked the full chakra of all the Bijou, only having a portion that Zetsu had been stealing over time. The Jinchuriki that would awaken would not be complete, but still, its power would be formidable. Naku arrived at the battlefield to find Madara seated on the Gedo Mazo, with only 5 eyes fully open. Madara sent his Zetsu to attack while he performed a ritual to awaken the Jinchuriki. The other Kages joined Naku in battling the Zetsu, but Madara created clones to confront them. One of the clones activated its Susanoo, but Kankuro managed to destroy it using his Bijou chakra, causing the clone to vanish. Kankuro charged at Madara, determined to stop him once and for all. Madara summoned his Susan to block Kankuro, but it was swiftly destroyed with a single blow. The two engaged in combat while the other Kages continued to eliminate Madara's clones. Once all the clones were defeated, the 5 Kages turned their attention to Madara. Drix declared that Madara was finished, asserting that he was no match for them, even with the Rinnegan's assistance. He summoned lightning panthers from the sky, shattering the barrier surrounding the Gedo Mazo and halting the Jinchuriki's resurrection. Madara, serious, stated that he had not spent so much time planning this for it to be ruined by mere Kages. He unleashed the Shirbaku Tensei, sending 5 black spheres toward the Kages. Massive stones began to rise, trapping them. With all his power, Madara encased the Kages in enormous rock spheres suspended in the sky. He began to form hand seals and invoked Izanagi, closing one of his Rinnegan eyes while the Bijou that had not yet regenerated in the shinobi world appeared with their full power. Using the forbidden jutsu of his clan, Izanagi, Madara revived the missing Bijou at the cost of one of his Rinnegan. The Kages sensed the presence of the Bijou and realized something was terribly wrong. They immediately began gathering natural energy to escape their rocky prison. Madara noticed the cracks forming in the spheres encasing the Kages and knew he had to act quickly. He started absorbing the Bijou within the Gedo Mazo as ninjas from other villages arrived, witnessing the Kages being trapped. Madara was bringing the fallen Bijou back to life. The Nine Tails warned Naruto that this was a bad situation. Naruto acknowledged the danger and realized they needed to stop Madara while the Kages managed to escape from their spheres. As he entered Kurama mode, Naruto charged at Madara, who created a clone to intercept him while continuing to absorb the Bijou. Madara taunted the Nine Tails, claiming he had saved time by not having to search for him. As Madara finished absorbing the Bijou, he turned his attention to Kurama. With his Rinnegan, he immobilized Naruto and began extracting the Bijou's chakra. Just then, he felt a sword aimed at his heart and had to leap aside to avoid the blow. Madara acknowledged the Hokage, who had managed to break free. Naku observed that Madara had stolen all the chakra from Naruto's Bijou, but the soul of the Nine Tails remained, ensuring Naruto's safety. Activated in Sage mode, Naku charged at Madara, initiating a fierce battle as Drix and Shiro joined the fray, also in Sage mode. Together, the three managed to inflict serious damage on Madara. However, just as Naku was about to deliver the final blow, the Geto Mazo shifted, protecting Madara. In a moment of urgency, Invel asked Kankuro if he had a seal to deal with the beast. Kankuro admitted he didn't know how the statue worked, making it impossible to seal the Bijou. Invel insisted they attack with everything they had, soaring into the sky. A bright light appeared, and snow began to fall. Moments later, the light descended upon the Jubi, freezing it completely. Shiro hoped this would at least delay Madara. As the Geto Mazo began to crumble, Madara absorbed it entirely, transforming into the new Jinchuriki of the Jubi. Drix rushed in at full speed to stop him before he finished absorbing the Jubi, but Madara sent him flying with his Rinnegan. Laughing, Madara declared that no one could stop him now that he had attained the power of the Sage of Six Paths. The battle between Madara and the Kages reignited, causing destruction in their wake. Nearby shinobi had to flee to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The shockwaves from their clashes resonated throughout the elemental continent, and the chakra of the Kages and Madara was palpable across the land. The shinobi watched in awe, fearing the very fabric of reality might tear apart. After hours of fighting, Kankuro managed to sever one of Madara's arms, but Madara seized the opportunity to steal the chakra from Shikaku. He laughed triumphantly, claiming he now possessed the complete chakra of all 9 Bijou as he ascended into the sky, his arm regenerating. Drix checked on Kankuro, who admitted he felt weak from the chakra loss. Invel expressed his concern, and the other Kages nodded in agreement. Zetsu, who had been observing the battle, initially doubted Madara's ability to perform the infinite Tsukuyomi and defeat the 5 Kages. However, now that Madara had acquired the chakra of all 9 Bijou, Zetsu saw this as the perfect chance to ensure his mother's revival. He ascended alongside Madara and stabbed him in the back. Madara was taken aback, questioning Zetsu's actions. Zetsu laughed, revealing he had never been on Madara's side and had only used him as a puppet. Madara, however, had anticipated this betrayal. He began absorbing Zetsu, who struggled to resist but ultimately failed. Once he finished absorbing Zetsu, Madara's power surged, and a new Rinne Sharingan appeared in place of the sun he lost by using Izanagi. A Sharingan manifested on his forehead, amplifying his strength beyond that seen in the anime, even surpassing Hagoromo, and perhaps rivaling Kagaya Otsutsuki. The Kages engaged the newly empowered Madara, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming, making it difficult for them to keep up. Naku contemplated their dire situation, noting that Kankuro, the strongest among them, was weakened from losing his Bijou's chakra. The 5 Kages had been fighting for a long time, their chakra reserves nearly depleted, while Madara appeared as if he had just begun. Even if the Sage of Six Paths were to grant Sasuke and Naruto power, it would likely be futile against Madara, who would not hesitate to eliminate them if he sensed a sealing method. Naku thought of his wife, Hinata, and their newborn son. If Madara triumphed, they would become slaves to the infinite Tsukuyomi and eventually turn into Zetsu. He reflected on all the happy moments they shared and resolved to make one last play. He requested some time to perform a jutsu that could counter Madara. The other Kages nodded in agreement. Naku stepped back from the battle and assumed a lotus position. The technique he intended to use was the Tatsu Zenshi, which required a massive amount of natural energy and consumed vital energy, granting immense power greater even than opening the 8 inner gates. Naku developed this technique based on the forbidden technique used by Inoki, which granted incredible strength and optimized the body. He combined it with natural energy and the principle behind the 8 gates technique, pushing the body to its limits. Using this technique would destroy Naku's body, but he possessed an enhanced divine regeneration seal, allowing him to heal and continue fighting. Meanwhile, the other Kages were struggling against Madara, their bodies covered in wounds and their chakra reserves nearly exhausted. If it weren't for the natural energy, they would have been lost. Madara sensed the vast amount of natural energy being gathered, so he decided to attack. However, the Kages managed to stop him. After a while, Naku finally finished gathering the natural energy he needed for the technique. Shiro, exhausted and bloodied from the battle, remarked on Naku's completion. Madara looked at Naku and asked what he would do to stop him. Naku smiled and activated his technique, Tatsu Zenshi. A pillar of light enveloped him, radiating immense power. As the light gradually faded, Naku appeared in his sage mode, with silver hair, shining white eyes, and a dark aura surrounding him. 5 swords floated behind him. Naku declared that this was his ultimate technique, one he would use to defeat Madara at the cost of his own life, regretting only leaving his family behind. He thought of Hinata and their child. Madara challenged him, questioning how he could speak of peace while wanting to trap everyone in an illusion. Naku countered that it was the only way for everyone to be happy, though he didn't expect someone like Madara to understand. With that, Madara and Naku charged at each other, beginning their fierce battle. Each strike they exchanged seemed to shake the very sky and earth. With the newfound power Naku had gained, he could strike at space itself, while Madara was on a similar level. Meanwhile, the Kages had to retreat to avoid being caught in the crossfire. When they saw their shinobi approaching, they ordered them to return, warning of the danger. The shinobi were astonished by the magnitude of the fight, as it appeared 2 gods were clashing, leaving mountains, lakes, and fields in ruins. As they processed the scene, they were shocked to learn that Madara had acquired godlike power, and the Hokage was facing him using a forbidden jutsu. Naku was well aware that his power was only temporary, and he needed to defeat Madara quickly. However, with the strength he gained from absorbing Black Zetsu, it seemed almost impossible. His first task was to separate Zetsu from Madara. Using his Rinne Sharingan, Madara opened a portal, pulling Naku into a different dimension to continue their battle. This new realm had higher gravity and was filled with lava, preventing Naku from using water jutsu effectively, while lightning techniques were weakened by the environment. Thus, Naku could only use earth-based jutsu. Madara began to form a Bijidama, while Naku concentrated on creating a sphere of natural energy. When they unleashed their techniques, a massive explosion erupted. Madara acknowledged Naku's strength, admitting that he had initially thought only Hashirama could stand against him. Yet, even while using a forbidden jutsu, Naku was proving to be a formidable opponent. Naku felt a sense of pride but also angered Madara with his response. Naku summoned 2 red dragons from the earth to attack Madara. Although Madara destroyed them with his Rinnegan, Naku seized the opportunity to strike him, sending him flying. Naku began forming seals to extract the Bijou or Zetsu from within Madara, but Madara realized his intent and countered the sealing technique. They resumed their fierce combat, and it became evident that Madara was gaining the upper hand, as Naku began to feel intense pain throughout his body from the strain of his earlier technique. Naku attempted another sealing jutsu, but Madara forced the fight back to the original dimension to avoid the sword's reach. The ninjas watched as the Hokage and Madara continued their battle, neither emerging as the victor. Madara taunted Naku, questioning if he could continue, noting that the technique Naku used would soon take its toll. This was true, as Naku's life force was dwindling, and it was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Madara still wielded the power of the Bijou and Zetsu. Naku thought of Hinata and their child, deciding to do everything possible to defeat Madara, even if it meant sacrificing his own soul to the Shinigami. He acknowledged Madara's strength but declared that he had people to protect, and with this technique, he would seal Madara's power and soul. As he invoked Shikyu Fujin, the silhouette of the Shinigami appeared behind him. This technique was one of the forbidden arts from the Hokage library, as using it would trap the user's soul within the Shinigami's stomach. Naku chose to use this technique, knowing it relied heavily on the user's power. With Madara possessing godlike strength, this was the perfect opportunity to seal him. Upon seeing the Shinigami, Madara became alarmed and attempted to attack. The Shinigami moved swiftly, reaching out to Madara. Madara tried to escape, but the Shinigami's grip was firm, extracting black Zetsu from him. Naku sealed Zetsu within one of his swords and continued to assault Madara. Madara cursed Naku for taking Zetsu from him, yet he still retained the power of the beast. He proclaimed himself a god, insisting that even the Shinigami could not defeat him, as the Shinigami's arm restrained him. Madara resisted fiercely, battling against the Shinigami, while Naku began to cough up blood due to the strain of the technique. He realized he needed to end this quickly, as the forbidden technique was pushing him to his limits, and his life was slipping away. Meanwhile, the distant ninjas watched in awe as the Hokage summoned the Shinigami and fought against Madara. The Kages observed the unfolding events with a sense of dread, realizing they had no choice but to resort to that technique. Naku, the Hokage, declared that Madara would be condemned to suffer for eternity in the ninth circle of hell, where he would relive the pain of losing his loved ones over and over again. As Naku spoke, the Shinigami reached into his own stomach, extending his hand toward Madara, and extracted the bijou from him. Madara screamed in rage, cursing the Hokage. Naku then summoned a Zetsu body and sealed Madara's soul within it, stating that he would now be a puppet under Naku's control. He warned Madara that once he was placed in the wooden coffin, he would be sent to the ninth circle of hell to suffer endlessly. As blood spilled from Naku's mouth, Madara shouted his curse against the Hokage while being placed into the coffin. The Shinigami sealed the coffin and Naku's swords, ensuring that the prisons of Zetsu and Madara remained secure. Naku collapsed, and the Six Tails arrived just in time to catch him before he hit the ground. The Hokage reassured the beast that he was fine, though he acknowledged that he was nearing death. He needed to transport the coffin to a place where no one would find it. Naku performed hand seals and summoned the leader of the Griffins, asking for his assistance in this critical moment. The Griffin agreed to take the coffin, which contained Madara, along with Naku's swords, as one of them held Zetsu and the others were seals containing their powers. The Griffin bid farewell to Naku, expressing regret that due to the technique he used, Naku's soul would be sealed for eternity within the Shinigami. Naku watched as the Griffin disappeared with the coffin and swords. As the revived body of Madara began to emerge, the Geto Mazo stirred. The Bijou attempted to destroy it, but their efforts were in vain. The Hokage informed Son Goku that he could not seal it, as he had no strength left and the Shinigami would soon claim his soul. At that moment, the other Kages arrived, acknowledging Naku's achievement but lamenting the cost. Naku, with his last breaths, insisted that there had been no other way. The Bijou then began to transfer their chakra to the Hokage, stating that they would grant him the power necessary to seal the Geto Mazo, which posed a significant threat. Despite knowing that Naku's death was inevitable, they wanted to ensure that the statue would not fall into the wrong hands. The Kages discussed how Konoha would seal the Geto Mazo, while other villages would take parts of Madara's body to ensure that his power remained contained. The Tsuchikage explained that the left eye would be held by his village, the right by Kumo, the forehead eye by Kiri, and Suna would take Madara's body, which still contained the power of the Jinchuriki. With Madara's body still in its white, horned form, the Kages took their respective parts. They decided to bring Naku's body back to Konoha. Naku smiled as he sealed the Geto Mazo within himself, and once he completed the task, his body fell lifeless to the ground, his soul already claimed by the Shinigami. Invel collected Naku's body and began walking toward the shinobi, while the Bijou departed the scene. Meanwhile, the shinobi, noticing their Kages had not returned, went in search of them. They soon spotted the Kages approaching, with the Mizukage carrying the Hokage's body in his arms. Drix announced that the war had ended thanks to the Hokage's sacrifice, and Shiro added that conflicts between the villages would cease, as they would now be at peace. The ninjas began to return to their villages to mourn and bury their fallen comrades, accompanied by the Kages. News of the war's end spread quickly, and families awaited their loved ones at the grand gates of Konoha. A ninja at the gates spotted the returning shinobi and called out to the others. Kushina, Tsunade, and Mikoto anxiously awaited the return of their children. As the shinobi drew closer, their somber expressions raised concern. Satsuki questioned why they appeared sad despite winning the war, while Sakura suggested they were simply exhausted. Karin, being a sensor, sensed the chakra of those approaching and realized that the Kages were also coming. Everyone turned their attention to the front as the Kages approached. Tsunade remained on high alert, anticipating any potential threat. As they neared, the Mizukage was seen carrying a body wrapped in a white blanket. Hinata searched for her husband, knowing he was alive because the necklace he had given her was still intact. She, along with her son, rushed to welcome Naku back with joy. As the shinobi reached the gates, Hiraiya spoke up, questioning the Kage's presence. Shin reassured his father that they meant no harm. Invel stepped forward, stating that they had come to pay their respects to the Hokage, who had brought an end to the war. At that moment, Hinata's necklace broke, and a gust of wind blew the white blanket away, revealing Naku's lifeless body in Invel's arms. Hanabi, witnessing the tragic scene, took her nephew from Hinata, who then cradled Naku's body, beginning to weep. The sight moved everyone to tears. Kankuro assured them that their villages would not attack, but after the Hokage's burial, they would need to choose a new Hokage and convene to discuss important matters. As the Kages began to depart for their villages, Naku's funeral was held over 3 days, attended by all of Konoha, including his wife. Following this, Tsunade was chosen as the new Hokage, deemed the most suitable candidate for the role at that time. The other Kages held a meeting where they discussed everything that had happened, including the death of the Hokage and how they divided Madara's body among the villages for protection. The 5th Hokage was designated as the keeper of the Gedo Mazo. Tsunade nodded in agreement, and a truce was established for 10 years, with intentions to form an alliance. After the meeting, Tsunade returned to Konoha and shared the news of Naku's death and the truce among the villages. Hinata was still grieving for Naku but tried to stay strong for her son. An animal emerged from the trees, revealing itself as a griffin. It introduced itself as one of Naku's summons and handed Hinata a scroll containing the money Naku had acquired from stealing a sword that now belonged to her son. Surprised, Hinata accepted the scroll and expressed her wish for her son to have Naku's summoning contract as a connection to his father. The griffin regrettably informed her that they could not grant that request, as Naku had left something very important to protect, and they decided to cease summoning. The story of Naku, the 5th Hokage, became well known, and he was regarded as a hero in Konoha. His tale was shared in the academy and became a favorite among children. A year after the war ended, the 5 Kages prohibited discussions about the 4th war to prevent animosity among the new generation, given the number of ninjas lost during the conflict. 3 years later, an alliance was formed among the 5 villages, and the wounds of war began to heal. Kuro, the son of Naku and Hinata, was curious about his father and the events of the 4th war, which lasted around 10 years. On his 10th birthday, Hinata gifted him the sword that Naku had left behind and began training him with Naku's scroll, which contained all his techniques. Kuro aspired to become Hokage, just like his mother and Boruto, the son of Sasuke and Naruto, who had assumed the role of 7th Hokage. When Kuro turned 12, the Otsutsuki appeared, and he had the chance to travel back in time to meet his father. In the past, he saw Naku at 12 years old, a strong yet somewhat somber figure who was alone, but Kuro knew his mother would fill that void. After returning to the present, Kuro shared his experiences with Hinata, who promised to tell him all about Naku's life in the war once he mastered the use of the sword. From that day on, Kuro trained harder, determined to become as strong as his father. Years passed, and Hinata recounted Naku's life to Kuro, who was impressed by his father's strength and the brutal nature of the war between the villages. 20 years after the 4th war, the Otsutsuki returned, sparking a new conflict. The other 4 Kages managed to confront them, and Naruto was also involved, but they needed more power. Konoha decided to use Edo Tensei to revive their Hokage, and Tsunade would use the Shinigami mask to bring Naku's soul back. Tsunade donned the Shinigami mask and began the ritual to summon Naku's soul, along with the souls of the other Hokages. As she shouted Edo Tensei, the 5 bodies of Zetsu on the ground transformed into the forms of the previous Hokages. Once the ritual concluded, the 5 Hokages stood before Tsunade. Hashirama, surprised to see her, asked what had happened. Tsunade explained that she had revived them because the world was at war. Naku inquired about which village had started the conflict, and Tsunade informed him that the Otsutsuki had come, prompting the 5 villages to unite against them. Hashirama expressed concern over Konoha's weakened state, and Tsunade confirmed the truth of his observation. Hashirama insisted they hurry to the battlefield, and the others agreed. Naku, however, wanted to do something first and vanished. He longed to see Hinata and learn about her life since his passing, so he headed to Konoha to search for her chakra. Konoha had changed, with new buildings and advanced technology. Naku searched for Hinata's chakra but could not find it, so he decided to visit their home. Upon arrival, he found it well-maintained and noticed several photographs of Kuro with Hinata. He took a moment to look at them before leaving. Meanwhile, the Hokages were already on their way to the battlefield, and Naku reappeared before them, prompting Tobirama to comment on his speed. Naku had placed a Hiratian seal on Tsunade, allowing him to catch up with the others as they continued on their path. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the Kages were fighting against Otsutsukis while the ninjas battled monsters similar to those created by the Jinchuriki in the anime for protection. Young ninjas like Kuro, Sarada, and their peers were engaged in combat, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the former Hokages, knowing that Tsunade would revive them. Many were excited to meet them, but Kuro was especially eager to see his father again. One of the enemies began to charge a Bijudama. Sarada, using her Mangekyo with the power of Kamui, attempted to absorb it, but before she could, the sphere vanished. Everyone was taken aback as the former Hokages appeared before them. Naku scanned the area and spotted his son, along with Hinata, who was beside Sasuke, healing him with medical ninjutsu. Upon seeing Naku, Hinata's eyes filled with tears as she walked toward him. Naku acknowledged his son, noting how much he had grown into a true ninja. Kuro nodded in response and greeted his father. Tobirama inquired if Kuro was Naku's son, to which Hashirama replied that he had only known Kuro for a few months before his untimely passing. Hashirama approached and noticed his great-grandson, Shin, alongside his son, Minato. He also spotted his grandchildren, and Hiruzen recognized Konohamaru. Tsunade had shared stories of their children and grandchildren during their journey. Hinata embraced Naku, expressing her joy at seeing him again. Naku returned the sentiment, but Sasuke reminded them that they needed to focus on the enemy. Naku playfully teased Sasuke about his strength, while Itachi acknowledged the formidable nature of their opponents. Naku smiled and gently moved Hinata aside, stating that he would take on the enemies alone first, and the Hokages nodded, eager to witness the power of the 5th Hokage. Naku activated his Sage mode and donned his Divine Lightning Cloak. He formed hand signs and summoned one of his swords. With incredible speed, he charged at the enemies, swiftly cutting through them. The ninjas were astonished by Naku's power, and even the former Hokages were amazed at his speed and strength. After about 20 minutes, Naku had defeated more than half of the enemies and returned to the ninjas, calmly remarking that they were not as strong as expected. Itachi pointed out that Naku was a Kage and considered one of the most powerful. Naku turned to Kuro, who was wielding the sword he had given him, and asked how well he could handle it. Kuro confidently claimed he had mastered it. Naku encouraged him to demonstrate by cutting down an approaching monster, though Kuro hesitated, noting the distance. Hinata urged Kuro to show what he could do, and Naku took the sword from his son, making a precise cut that cleaved the monster in half. He explained that the sword could cut from any distance, emphasizing the importance of training without limits. As the Hokages and ninjas continued to attack the enemy, Naku and Hinata remained back, sharing a moment together. Hinata expressed how much she had missed him, and Naku reciprocated, having seen from photos that she had not remarried or dated anyone else. He confessed that he had also missed her and kissed her gently. Hinata nestled against his chest as Naku wrapped his arms around her. They both declared their love for each other, lost in their feelings. The story concluded here.